Okay, welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Chanthivong and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of better regulation and fair trading, industry and trade, innovation, science and technology, building and corrections. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I urge committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Chanthivong, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind Ms Hogan and Mr Tidball that you do not need to be sworn, as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll begin with witnesses to my left.
Hugh Darrant-White, Chief Scientist and Engineer. I solemnly, sincere and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
David Chandler, New South Wales Building Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Natasha Mann, Deputy Secretary, Better Regulation Division and New South Wales Fair Trading Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I, Elizabeth Marlwater, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I, Katie Knight, Chief Executive Officer of Investment New South Wales, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll now call up further witnesses to the chair at the end here. Just remind witnesses when they come forward to please bring your name tag with you for Hansard's purposes. Could I please call up Dr. John Tansey? Oh, sorry.
I'm John Tansey. I'm Executive Director, Policy and Strategy in the Better Regulation Division of the Department of Customer Service. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And sorry, I missed these two gentlemen here. Sorry.
Kevin Corcoran, Commissioner Corrective Services, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Adam Dent.
So good morning. Adam Dent, Chief Executive of the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Anne-Marie Martin.
Dr. Anne-Marie Martin, Deputy Commissioner, Security and Custody. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Leon Taylor.
Leon Taylor, Deputy Commissioner, Community, Industry and Capacity, Corrective Services, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Trina Jones.
Ms. Trina Jones, New South Wales Rental Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. John Minns.
John Minns, New South Wales Property and Strata Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Brendan Thomas.
Brendan Thomas, Deputy Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m, with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45, at 12:45 and 5:15 p.m. We will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much, and welcome Minister. Great to see you here, and a very big welcome to all of your department staff and for everything that they're doing. Minister, you must be pretty pleased with the Prime Minister and his recent trade deals with China.
Well, look, certainly any thought in that relationship, of course, has been a great reset, and I think there'll be great opportunities for New South Wales businesses.
Great. Minister, in relation to DLO secondments in your office, have you or your office ever requested specific public servants to fill DLO positions in your office? It's a yes or no?
All DLOs in my office are allocated by the Secretary.
Right, and can you confirm DLOs, while seconded to your office, have not undertaken work that would contravene the Cabinet Memorandum?
Or my office adheres by the guidelines of the Public Service Guidelines.
So that's a yes. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, have you ever visited the Junee Correctional Centre?
Look, I've visited a number of correctional centres.
My question was very specific.
I said I will visit as many.
Have you visited the Junee?
I will be visiting those in due course.
Minister, the question is really very straightforward. I think we should start off on a, I'll ask the questions and then you can answer them.
I'll answer your questions.
Have you visited the Junee Correctional Centre?
As you'll be aware, Ms Taylor, there are more than 30 correctional facilities across the state.
I am very aware. Thank you, Minister. I would just redirect you to the question, Minister.
Okay, well,
it's a simple yes or no.
You let me finish.
But my question is, have you visited the Junee Correctional Centre?
My answer is that there are more than 30 correctional facilities across the state. And
I
will
Minister.
visit as many as
I'll
I
take
can
that
during
as a
my
no.
term in government.
Thank you, Minister.
As you'll appreciate, we'll be in government for the next 10 terms, so I'm sure I'll get to Junee in due course.
Wow, that's really a professional answer, Minister. I'd appreciate it if you'd show me a little bit of respect, Minister.
Well, I think
and my question was Minister, I'm the one asking the questions
Point of order,
here.
Chair.
I'm the one answering.
Sorry, Minister, there's been a point of order.
Point of order, Chair. Under the resolution of the House, witnesses need to be treated with courtesy and respect, and that means allowing the witness, the Minister, to answer the question and not making statements, talking over the Minister while he's attempting to answer.
To the point of order. The Minister was directly condescending and rude to me just then when I was asking him a simple question. So I would ask that he answers the questions. It was a simple yes or no, and he couldn't even answer that. But I'll continue with my line of questioning.
I will say something first. Sorry, I will say that there was some rudeness from both sides, but the Minister does need to be directly relevant with his answers and direct with his answers.
Yeah, look, I said, I've visited a number of facilities in my time already,
but you haven't
and
visited
I
the
will
Junee
be visiting
Correctional
Junee
Centre.
in due course.
But you haven't visited the Junee.
Well, I will be visiting Junee in due
She
course.
was giving me great footage in the first 3 minutes. Minister, since being appointed to your portfolio, how many times have you met with the Public Service Association of New South Wales?
It's all my meetings with all stakeholders I disclose in my diaries.
Do you know how many times you've met with them?
I think my recollection is probably once or twice, I think.
3 times, actually, Minister, your disclosures show. So let's just remember we're all under oath here. here.
Yes, well,
According to your ministerial disclosures, you have met with the Public Service Association. So, Minister, have you discussed the Junee Correctional Centre with the Public Service Association of New South Wales?
Oh, look, the Public Service Association covers not only my corrections portfolio, but all my other portfolios as well. Like all major stakeholders in all my portfolios, I'll meet with as many of them as I can. Just like I meet with the Community Justice Coalition, just as I met with Shine for Kids, just as I met with the Public Interest Advocacy Centre, I'll meet with all stakeholders and discuss the issues that are important to them.
Thank you very much, Minister. I will ask my question again, and it's really helpful in this situation if you're able to answer it directly. Minister, have you ever discussed the Junee Correctional Centre with the Public Service Association?
Well,
a yes or no?
Well, naturally...
Have you got something to hide?
The Public Service Association covers a lot of employees.
Have you discussed the Junee Correctional Centre with the Public Service Association?
Well, if you let me finish, I'm happy to answer
Minister,
that.
can you not answer the question? Do you not know?
Point of order, Chair.
You're asking the question. Do you want to answer it?
Sorry, Minister, there's been a point of order.
Chair, I'm really reluctant to raise this as a point of order, but what is clear is the question's been asked, the Minister's attempting to answer the question. Before the Minister can even get 3 or 4 words out, he's being interrupted with statements over the top of his answer. And we ought to treat him with courtesy and respect, Chair.
Look, this is what I'll say. It does appear that the Minister is not directly answering the questions. I think that the questions are quite clear, and I think that the opposition has the right to actually redirect the Minister in a polite way if they don't believe the question's being directly answered.
Okay, Minister, I must ask this then.
Sure.
What was the date you struck a deal with the union to take over control of the Junee Correctional Centre?
Well, I reject the premise of that question. There's
Do
no
you?
deal, and there's no deal at all.
Minister, was there a specific election commitment from the government to reverse the privatisation of New South Wales jails?
Well, it would be no surprise to anybody that the Labor Party, as a general principle, believes that public ownership or public operation, public service, believes to be a better outcome. So, I mean,
that was an election commitment.
We went through the election with that general principle. I mean, it's no secret.
All right. So let's go back now to the question, if I could just divert you back to the question that you didn't answer before. Have you ever discussed the Junee Correctional Centre with the Public Service Association of New South Wales?
I've discussed with the Public Service Association any topics.
So you
and
have?
Any correction facilities.
You have discussed?
Of course.
Great. Good. We've got an answer. That's great. Good. Well done.
It's not,
fantastic.
The Public Service Association, if I can finish, Madam Chair, the Public Service Association, as I said, there are 36, they cover almost up to 10,000
I'm well aware of that. That's why,
employees,
because of the
and
wide
that's
coverage,
why
that's
we
why I
need to
asked you
actually
the specific question, Minister, and it's really helpful when you answer it.
Now, can I just raise a point of order? And my simple point of order is this, that the question is asked, the Minister answers, and then the honourable member talks over the Minister. I really do think it's it would be courteous to allow the Minister to actually finish answering the question, and then the member can continue asking.
Yeah, look, I partially uphold that. I do think that there's a lot of talking over the top of each other. If the member does want to redirect the Minister, she can politely redirect him, but they shouldn't be talking over the top.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, how many people are currently employed at the GEO facility?
I think I recall it's just a bit over 300, but I might defer
No,
to
Minister, respectfully, I've got a lot of time in the
Well,
afternoon, so I'm just
I'm
asking
trying
you.
to answer.
That's fine. You can take it on notice if
and
you don't know.
I thought I recall. I'm happy to take that on notice, but
Okay,
I
that's
also
great.
think it's
Take
about
that on notice.
340.
Do you know how many people and how many of those will be retained in their current roles, Minister?
Well, in
You
the
can take
agreement,
that on
the
notice.
current operations of Junee are not expected to change. We have a 17-month transition period. Of course, we'll continue to speak with all stakeholders at Junee and the local community.
Thank you, Minister. So you're expecting all of those jobs to remain in Junee? Is that what you're saying
the
to the committee
operations
today?
of Junee are not expected to change under the public operations of Junee.
Minister, I understand you're saying operations. I'm asking you about jobs. So
Yeah,
will
well,
those
that's-
jobs stay in Junee?
Well, it's a transition period. I don't expect anything to change.
So you
in
expect
terms of
those
the
jobs
operations.
to stay in?
Well, the operations of Junee are not expected to change, so therefore the operation requirements of staff...
Right. Of those proposed 340 jobs that you're saying will stay, because that's your expectation, how many new union members do you anticipate?
Well, the union members, as in, as I understand, there's a demarcation between the PSA and the United Workers. The current employees at G&E are covered by the United Workers Union.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. How much is the annual contract paid to the GEO Group for the management of the correctional centre?
So at the current operations, it's just about $60 million. And our advice in making the decision was that the bring it back to public ownership would actually
So
not
$60 million you're saying, Minister?
Just let me finish. So on the current operations, GEO's contract is worth about $60 million.
Okay.
And that bringing back to public operations, as I'm advised, would actually not cost the taxpayer any more than what we're currently paying for GEO.
Thank you, Minister. So in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 3rd of November this year, it is quoted that the cost to taxpayers to fund this facility is $75 million annually. How do you justify a decision that will cost New South Wales taxpayers additional money per annum minimum in perpetuity?
Now that figure is actually based on a different capacity.
So that figure's wrong that was in the Sydney Morning
Herald?
Herald?
I'm saying is, if you let me finish. So the current capacity of the operation of G&E costs about $60 million. Of course, as you would appreciate, as inmate
60
numbers,
or 50?
Well, I haven't finished. So, as inmate
getting a bit
numbers actually,
confused.
I don't think I've ever said 50 for one. So I said on the current operation of G&E, it costs about $60 million. Now, of course, as inmate numbers increase, as you appreciate, there will actually be more costs. So that's where I probably believe the figure that is quoting the Herald, but as the advice that I've received in making this decision, which we believe will deliver a much better outcome in general, in broader, in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of staffing, in terms of actually delivering a better outcome for the community.
So, Minister, okay, so what we have here is you're saying you're not sure. You think it's around 60 million.
Well, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying, on the current operation,
so you don't know.
the cost, I do know.
You should know.
Well, I do know, if you let me finish. So in the current operations, the cost for G&E is about $60 million. Now, as I said, because our correction facilities is a demand-based model, as there's more inmates, the cost will naturally go up. But the important advice that I've got here, Chair, is that...
So, Minister, you just said you wanted to get better outcomes before, right? So the statement you issued on the 3rd of November provides no reason for the termination of the GEO Group contract. Why have you made this decision?
Because we made this decision in the best interest of the local community and the best interest of New South Wales.
The best interest of the local community, did you just say?
Yes, I said the decision the government has made is that this will deliver a much better outcome for the correction facility. As bearing in mind, our correction facilities are also about access to justice health. Justice health will operate
Thank you,
the
Minister.
medical facilities.
I'll just move on from that. What advice? No, this is it. No, I'm doing the question. We're moving on.
I'm doing the answering, and I haven't finished my answer.
Minister, what advice were you given by the Department of Communities and Justice prior to making this decision?
Well, look, I think those advice is actually cabinet in confidence, and I'm not at liberty to disclose them. But what I would say,
so did they advise you to close the facility for better outcomes?
Yes, because I do believe that putting it back into the corrective services operation statewide will deliver a much better outcome.
So, Minister, you just said yes. Do you have a brief?
One, it will have access to justice health, given the expertise of justice health, working across the whole network. And don't forget,
Minister,
corrective services operates a vast majority, if not all of our facilities across New South Wales.
Just in the interest, I have limited time, Minister. So are you saying...
Again, my same point of order, Madam Chair. I don't wish to stymie the honourable members asking questions, but if the question's worth asking, presumably it's also worth allowing the Minister to answer the question before you commence another question.
There is a fine line between allowing the Minister to finish and allowing the Minister to continue talking about a topic and wandering off topic without the member being able to redirect the question. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. Sometimes the Minister is rambling on, so I do encourage him to refocus on some of the questions.
But if
there are ones that you want to make sure you're putting on the record,
I'll rephrase the question, Minister. Chair, I'd like to rephrase the question. That's
the member
my
has
right
the call.
to do so. Minister, let's try this again, okay? What advice were you given? So were you given a brief by the Department of Communities and Justice prior to making this decision? You've mentioned outcomes. You said you want better outcomes. That's why you're doing it. We've seen nothing. Were you provided advice and a brief from your department that this was the right decision?
Yeah, look, I was giving advice, which is cabinet in confidence, which I'm not liberal, as you would know, being a former cabinet minister yourself.
Well,
but what I would say, in
Minister,
answering that
this
question...
is a brief, this is
well,
not...
No, well, I said it. I have advised you with a cabinet in confidence document, which I'm
So
not
no,
liberal
you
to
didn't receive
disclose.
the advice and you've
So
done a deal
what
for
I
your
would
union
say,
mates.
Chair, in making the decision, the government believes that public operations of Junee
Minister,
will deliver a much better outcome.
It is
Given
really...
the economies of scale that corrective services has across the whole network.
Minister, did you... Okay, Minister, thank you. In the interest of time, Minister, I'd like to redirect the question to you. Well, I'm redirecting the question, Minister. Did you meet with Commissioner Kevin Corcoran regarding this matter? And if so, when did this meeting occur and what advice was provided to the Commissioner? If you're not sure, you can take it on notice.
I meet with the Commissioner regularly to discuss...
I would expect that, but my question was very specific, Minister, and I can rephrase it for you.
Yep.
Did you meet with the Commissioner regarding this matter? And if so, when did the meeting occur? I'm happy for you to take that on notice. And what advice was provided by the Commissioner?
Look, I meet with the Commissioner regularly to talk about
I know
anything
that,
that
Minister, but did you meet with him particularly when you decided to shut this jail with no reason?
Well, no, we've made a decision which we believe for Junee...
Minister, take the question on notice. Have you discussed the closure with the community in Junee? I suppose it's hard when you haven't been there.
There is a 17-month transition period.
Yeah, so that's a
and
no.
We'll continue
okay,
to
Minister,
consult
we'll
with
move
the
on
local
now
community.
to... you received an email from the member for Cootamundra asking you to provide a briefing on the fact that you were changing, which is a really significant employer for this community town and does significant things. You still haven't responded to that email.
Well, I'll correct you there.
Is she not worth it? Is she not worthy to be replied to by a minister when you're shutting a major industry in her community?
Well, I reject that we're not shutting an industry in her electorate. For one, that's the first point I make. The second point I make is that I contacted the member for Cootamundra by phone call and I left a message.
But you haven't responded to her email. Why won't you put anything in writing, Minister? What are you hiding? What are you hiding, Minister?
And then I sent her a text for which she's yet to respond to my... What I say to the member for Cootamundra is, my door is always open. If she wants to come have a chat with me, that's okay. I've made 2 attempts to contact her. She hasn't actually responded. So,
Minister, the appropriate course of action when you send an email by a member when there's something significant happening in their community is that you respond to that email.
I responded by phone call and by text
and you
message
haven't given
to
a
the
brief.
member for Cootamundra.
Again, my point of order is, if the honourable member can ask relevant questions, but she then can't also seek to answer them.
I do think that the Minister's answer was very relevant this time. I don't think he had strayed away from the question, so I uphold that point of order.
Minister, are you aware... Well, anyway, Minister, are you aware of the social investment that the GEO group does in Junee?
Yes.
Tell me what some of those things
Well,
might
look, as I understand it, they obviously support the local community, but I've instructed
So would
the
you say
department...
that they were good corporate citizens?
Well, that's a assessment anyone is willing to make, but what I'm saying is that I'm aware of these issues. I've instructed the department to obviously be part of as a transition process. The process to continue. So,
Minister, will you match this level of investment that GEO has done in this community?
We'll be continuing to, as I said, there's a 17-month transition period. It's not happening next week. So what we want to do is continue to talk with the local community and talk with the major stakeholders down there. I've instructed the department, knowing that there's some of the issues, and we'll work through them.
So, Minister, you're saying a 17-month transition. You're saying you want to talk to people. You're saying you want to do the right thing, but you've never even been to Junee. You haven't met with any of the relevant mayors or stakeholders. You're saying that you think they're good global citizens, but that you've cancelled their contract, but you can't give this committee a reason why. This looks very, very murky, Minister. Very murky.
I reject that assessment. What were
your reasons for cancelling the contract?
What we've done is made the best decision, which we believe will deliver a much better
And what was that
outcome.
decision based on?
Well, what that decision was
Because usually when
based-
you cancel a contract, you have a reason.
Point of order,
I'm happy
Madam
to
Chair.
answer it. If you want to
All
answer
the
any
cover
question,
you
you're
want
welcome.
to
Sorry, there's been an order.
I
There's
actually
been
would
a point
like
of
to
order.
make a point of order. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister is diligently trying to answer the question to the best of his ability, and the member incessantly interjects to try and get a headline. I ask that you call it to order and let the Minister answer the question.
Look, I uphold the point of order. I think that the Minister, as long as he is answering the question, we give him the space to actually answer it. But I do also reiterate that the member can also redirect the question if that answer does start to stray away from the actual question.
Minister, let's try again. Will you match this level of investment in the local community once the GEO contract expires? Yes or no?
Well, we will be having
Yes
these
or no?
conversations over the next 17 months.
But you haven't even been there. How can you have conversations?
We'll be having these conversations for the next
You
17
announced it
months.
outside 52 Martin
I've
Place.
instructed
Point
the
of order,
department.
Chair.
I'm aware of these issues.
Sorry, Minister, there's been
and
a
we'll
point of
continue
order.
to- Sure.
Sorry, Chair. I mean, you just made a ruling about exactly this point.
All the cover's
and
not gonna
incessant
save this, Minister.
interjections, and even while I'm trying to make this point of order, there are incessant
I do call the member to
Chair.
order, and I ask her to listen to my previous ruling and just be mindful of that while she questions the Minister.
Minister, what assurance can you provide to the community that there will be no job losses associated with this change, both within the jail and in the broader community?
Well, like I said, the operations of June are not expected to change, and therefore the operational requirements of June shouldn't change either. Look, I very much value the skills and the ability of the employees at June.
So will you go down to Junee and have a community meeting and tell the community members this, Minister?
Well, look, over the next 17 months,
Will you
I'll
front
certainly be
up?
going down to June to have a conversation with all the stakeholders.
And
down
when do
there.
you
It's an
expect
issue.
that'll be, Minister, seeing you announced it outside 52 Martin Place because you didn't want to
Well,
go
look,
down
it's-
and face
it's-
the
we-
community?
We will always speak to the community.
When are you going, Minister?
Well, I will be going in due course.
In 3 months, and 6 months, and 12 months, and 17 months?
Well, look, we've got 17 months, and the department.
So you won't
will
even
continue.
say when
Well,
you're going to go?
Well, I said I've got a number of visits already locked into other facilities, but I will get down to June. I think it's important, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, it often is important, Minister, when you're making such big change. But what you do is you front up and you talk to people and you have the courage and the conviction to do that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm done.
This
Time.
is not a forum for opposition members to make political pronouncements and lecture the Minister. It's a forum for questions and answers. Now, if we're going to have the opposition constantly badgering and disrespecting the Minister, this will not work.
Yeah, I uphold that point of order.
Time's up.
Thank you. Ms Sue Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Ms Higginson.
Could you tell the committee which correction facilities you have visited?
Yes, I visited Parkley, and I visited the Silverwater Women's Correctional Centre, and I'm due to be visiting Goulburn shortly.
Thank you. What can I just ask, and if you could be pretty brief, is that the first time you've ever visited a correctional facility in New South Wales?
Yes.
Yeah. And what was your view?
Well, look, our correctional facilities, I said it's part making sure they have that level of care and the needs of both, not only the staff but also the inmates as well.
Were you pretty shocked?
Well, look, I think our correctional facilities have a range of functions. I thought the work of Justice Health was actually very impressive. I was really grateful for the staff and their.
Were you pretty shocked in terms of walking into for the first time?
Well, I've never been to a correctional facility before my visit in my ministerial capacity. So certainly, in terms of a new environment, is something I haven't seen before. So in one sense, I was, expecting.
Do you think, Minister, from your initial views, and it's, I think it's really important to never lose sight of your initial views of walking into a facility. Do you think that after let's use Parkley, for example, do you think Parkley is a place where somebody can come out a better person than when they
Well,
went
look,
in?
I mean, that's the whole, I think, part of the primary point of our justice system is about rehabilitation to reduce recidivism as people come out of the jail. So, I mean, certainly corrections will continue to invest in our facilities, bearing in mind, of course, we've seen some of these facilities go back to the Victorian age, but we make investment, or the department makes investment in the facilities to make sure they are
and so
level standard of care.
So have you got, so are you now strongly advocating to your cabinet colleagues that we've got a system based on what you've seen? And I have to say, 2 correctional facilities in 9 months is not what I thought I was going to hear. I thought that you would have visited many more by now. But are you advocating with your cabinet colleagues that we've got a system that needs serious investment and serious help?
Well, look, so like I said, our whole justice system in the correctional system, as I said, it's part the justice serving, but also actually making sure that their rehabilitation programs and also health care needs of our inmates, and also making sure our staff out there are actually properly cared for and well-being. So certainly the department continues to invest in our facilities to ensure that they're up to the
You're aware my office receives an enormous amount of documentation from inmates in correctional facilities all across the state, and that we've received many claims that inmates are routinely locked in their cells for 24 hours or more, usually once a week, for things like staff training, at some centres for 41 hours at a time. This has been, as you're aware, corroborated by current and former corrections employees. Can you confirm that these lock-ins are occurring?
Well, that's quite a technical question. I know, Ms. Lee, you and I have spoken about this.
So are you concerned that inmates are being locked in their cells for hours and hours?
It depends on the
and
circumstance
hours.
and the situation. I mean, there might be some serious operational reasons as to why.
So are you doing anything, Minister, are you doing anything to change any lock-in system that takes place? Are you doing anything? Is that a priority of yours to make sure that inmates aren't being locked in?
As I know we've spoken about this as well, Ms. Innocent, and certainly there are sometimes very critical operational reasons why certain lockdowns.
I'll follow up. I'll follow up later. I'll follow up later. Thanks, Minister. Long Bay Correctional Complex is made up of 4 jails, which I understand are Metro Special Programs, Long Bay Hospital, Forensic Hospital, and Special Programs Centre. What is the Special Programs Centre, and why is there no information on that part of the facility? Do you know what happens in there?
No, look, can I take that one on notice?
Yeah,
or
you can.
I'm happy to ask.
You can. Thank you, Minister. We don't know what happens at Special Programs Centre. Thank you. If you could take that on notice. How many First Nations deaths in custody were there in 2022, 2023?
Look, I think any deaths in custody is a very sad situation, and we should certainly, our hearts and our thoughts are always with the families and the friends involved. I mean, corrections has a target of 0 deaths in custody, but unfortunately these things do arise.
How many?
As I understand it, if I'm not mistaken, there are the latest figures that I've got is 4. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And so what's your... so this is a priority?
Well, certainly I've said any deaths in custody is a very sad situation, and they're properly investigated. And you'd be mindful that also some of those deaths are actually natural and what we call unnatural as well.
But you see that Aboriginal deaths in custody is something that we know has been a blight on this state for so long that the aim is that we do not see one Aboriginal death in custody.
I think we would only see no deaths in custody for any inmate. I just said it's a very sad situation when these things occur. Corrections takes seriously its role to ensure the welfare and the well-being of everybody in our facilities, and we do have a target of 0 of trying to almost eliminate deaths in custody.
I receive frequent and alarming reports of the denial of access to medical treatment, and in particular psychological appointments being denied while in custody. Families have told me about inmates with diagnosed mental health or disorders actually being denied psychologist appointments for months and months at a time. How many people are there in New South Wales correctional centres with mental health disorders, or what proportion?
Well, that's quite a technical, specific question, Ms. Higson. I'm happy to take that one.
Have you got any idea, Minister, on... Because can I just remind you,
Sure.
before you do, when we incarcerate somebody, we've taken their liberty, and as a state, we owe that individual a duty of care. Have you got any idea, out of all the people that you're responsible for in terms of the custodial population, what proportion of them may be experiencing a mental health disorder of some sort?
Well, look, certainly Corrections is very aware of the need to support our inmates during their
Do you reckon it's
healthcare
half?
and
Do you
the
reckon it's
work-
three-quarters?
and the
Or do you
work,
reckon it's not many?
And the work of Justice Healthway is so important, given their experience and their clinical ability and access to New South Wales Health, to ensure.
So what are you
that
actually doing to... So these claims, which I know they're genuine claims. I test the veracity of these claims. What do you say? What are you doing to improve access for somebody who's requiring psychological assistance?
Look, if there are specific claims, I'm happy to receive that correspondence, Ms. Higginson. I mean, I can't talk about any specific claim, but in general, what I would say is that the health and well-being of everybody in our correctional facilities, whether it be the staff or the inmates, and making sure they have access to a level of care and safety is important to corrections. The work, that's why the work of Justice Health is so integral to the part of our correction facilities.
But do you think that, so do you think that, I mean, the specific claims are around denial of access to adequate or access at all, in the thousands. So do you think that, like, what is your approach? Do you understand that there are systemic problems? I think your the staff are aware of this. You're the minister now. What are you going to do in terms of actually improving? Are you arguing for more money? Are you arguing for more people? What is your plan to improve access to basic health, essential health professionals?
I mean, any organisation will always look at ways to improve, and I said that health and the welfare and well-being of everybody in our correction facilities is important to the department, and we'll continue to examine different programs, we'll examine different ways. I mean, I'm happy to ask the Secretary on specific programs that the department is actually
I'll follow
running
up. I can follow
on
up on
corrections.
those.
But,
Are you
it's
exploring the
important.
option? What's your view on having online counselling? Is that something that's happening? Access to tablets and online counselling appointments, psychological appointments. Are you aware of what's happening in the system?
We do have those activities, those support services available for our inmates in terms of their communication needs. I understand there, for example, we have access to controlled iPads and controlled communications equipment, so ensure that inmates, during serving their time, they're able to. Because I was pleased, you were pleased to know, Ms. Higginson, that during my visit to the Silverwater Women's Correction, the inmates there had access. We were in general room. They had access to actually iPads, controlled iPads, to ensure they were able to.
Can I just ask you one final question? How many corrective service employees are currently off on sick leave or on some kind of workers' compensation or?
Oh, that's. I'll have to take that one on notice, given the very specific technical nature of that.
So just your view.
Sorry, the time has
thank you.
expired. Minister, I want to ask you about animals in rental properties.
Yes.
There was an election commitment by your government to introduce new laws to make rental properties easier to rent for people with animals, but no legislation has been tabled yet. Can I ask why this election promise hasn't been acted on yet?
Well, look, certainly, thank you for your questions. As you know, the government has an election commitment regarding rental policy. When 1 in 3 people rent.
Sorry, I just want to know why it hasn't
But in
been
terms
acted
of
on
the
yet.
pets, if you're talking about the pet safe, we are currently working through the responses that we've had from our survey. You may be aware there are 16,000 responses to our survey and also 400 written responses. It goes to show the level of interest in this particular policy area, and we'll continue to work with all our stakeholders to bring a final
and when can we
package.
expect to see legislation tabled in Parliament?
Yeah. Well, look, we were working towards this. At the moment, the Rental Commission has asked me for a little bit more time to work through the significant number
So
of
how much time has
responses.
he asked for? What's our timeline on it then?
Well, we hope to bring the bill to the Parliament as soon as we can, but being mindful that what we want to do is get the balance right, because anybody in this room and across Sydney would know when we're talking about property, it is certainly can be somewhat of a polarising debate. What we don't want to do is create a situation where we're pitting property owners versus tenants. What we want to do is get a good balance and bring a proper reform package that is balanced, that is fair, and that is actually workable.
And it's interesting that you say that you don't want to sort of pit property owners against renters. The former Liberal National Government did a large consultation in late 2022 that showed that 82% of people in New South Wales supported the same model that's already in Victoria, and that was also the majority of landlords that supported that model, and we know it's working. Why wouldn't we just use the model that we know is working and that we know from the previous consultation is supported by both landlords and renters?
Yeah, look, I'm aware of that survey that was done by the firm, but as I understand it, the question that was asked whether laws should be changed, that was the actual question that was asked. Now, what we're going to do is...
sorry, what do you mean that was the... I mean, obviously this was an entire consultation paper, and it looked at different models and it asked people which model that they would support, whether or not that legislation... It goes well beyond just a question of whether...
Look, like I said, the government has a commitment to make it easier for people to have pets in their rentals. Our recent consultation went to a lot more details about what the actual laws would look like. We're also consulting with the RSPCA to ensure that whatever framework we have actually contains the animal welfare aspects.
I'm just wondering why we need to do this extra consultation when there was already a consultation within New South Wales as to what model people would like to see done in New South Wales.
Well, I said we had 16,000 responses to the survey and 400 written submissions.
I think there was roughly
we can
similar
ignore
number.
that.
Yeah.
I don't want to ignore because I don't think that would be right. So what we need to do is look at carefully at those responses, work with the relevant stakeholders and bring a package that is going to be workable.
Obviously this is a major issue. It's not just about people having animals. We're seeing people at risk of houselessness in New South Wales. This is a huge problem within the domestic violence space of people being able to find suitable accommodation. Pounds and shelters are overrun with surrenders due to the fact that people can't get rental properties. I'm just wondering why this hasn't been made a priority and moved quickly on.
Yeah, look, this is a priority for the government. As we know, so many people in our community are renting now. I said it's 1 in 3, and certain metro areas it's more like 1 in 2. So what we want to do, given the significance of the policy reforms that's been required, and I think in all fairness too, this particular area of reform in rental price has been pretty silent for the last 12 years, but we're going to give it the level of urgency and attention it requires, and having that
So do we have a timeline then if we're going to give it the urgency it needs?
Yeah, look, I think our intention is to bring this as soon as we can, but hopefully made by early next year. We're looking forward to tabling a reform package. I said, given the divergent views, given the significant number of interested parties that are contributing to the paper, the technical roundtables that we've actually done, and also the responses. So we can't ignore the voice.
No, I'm not suggesting you ignore it. I'm not quite sure why we've done it twice. I wanted to ask you about, in your consultation paper, you had a list of prescribed reasons that a landlord is allowed to refuse an animal. Have you had any sort of determination, or are we going to look at what Queensland does in regards to modelling the prescribed reasons that an animal can be refused?
Look, certainly we'll be looking at all the models that are available. I know the work of the Rental Commissioner, who's doing a great job. in this space since her appointment by the Secretary. We'll look at any models that they think that will work in New South Wales.
I know that a lot of the consultation paper and the election promise that was put forward by Labor looked very similar to the Queensland model. In the consultation that took place, only 6% of people in New South Wales, and that's both landlords and renters, actually supported that model. Why would we be looking at the Queensland model that is not supported instead of the Victorian model, which had 82% support?
Well, I said New South Wales will do its own model. We'll certainly examine where other jurisdictions have done their policies and whether it's worked or what hasn't. We're just going to be we'll go through the process, look at the response that we've got from the survey, and we'll deliver a model that's going to be workable for New South Wales. And yes, will we look at other jurisdictions? I think it's natural to have learnings from other jurisdictions in any policy area. It doesn't have to be this one.
As part of your consultation paper, you also suggested landlords should be allowed to impose conditions on renters having animals, including that certain animals must be kept outside. Have you spoken to the Minister for Local Government about that?
No, I said we are going through our process at the moment.
Have you met with the Minister for Local Government
about that condition? No, I haven't discussed this with the Minister for Local Government because we haven't finalised the impact. So once those things are finalised, I'll continue to have our discussions with my colleagues.
It's just that I note that some councils are calling for containment laws for animals. You said that you met with the RSPCA.
No, I haven't met with the RSPCA. I just want to correct.
Oh, I thought you said you had.
No, I said we are consulting with the RSPCA. Okay. I appreciate, but we are consulting with the RSPCA to ensure that in the guidelines we are working towards pets in rentals are actually going to be working.
Well, the RSPCA are running educational programs at the moment to encourage people to keep cats indoors. And obviously this condition that you're proposing, that landlords can insist that animals are kept outside, would obviously conflict with the efforts of the RSPCA to encourage people to keep their cats indoors. I'm just wondering how you think that's going to work.
Well, I said we are going through the process of actually working through a final package in terms of having pets in rentals. The Rental Commissioner is working extremely hard, and I said we'll be consulting with the RSPCA to ensure that animal welfare is one of the guiding principles when we are looking at rental reform for pets.
Have you met with DV New South Wales or Lucy's project? I know that obviously 70% of people delay leaving violent situations because they can't find appropriate property where they can take their animals, and obviously that's one of the reasons why this is such urgent legislation. Are you including those organisations in the consultation process, or have you met with them?
Look, certainly I don't know every community group that the Rental Commission has met with, but I do know that we spread the net as wide as we can, and any interested stakeholders are welcome to always contact us with their views.
Are you willing to meet with those organisations in regards to the legislation?
Well, I'm always happy to willing with any stakeholder that's willing to make a contribution to the public policy space.
Have you met with the Tenants Union about the legislation?
I have.
And my understanding is the Tenants Union supports the Victorian model. What feedback have you received from them?
Well, look, the Tenants Union would not surprise anybody, is a strong advocate and a good advocate for those in tenants. So they put forward a range of views, and of course I'll speak to all stakeholders across the spectrum when it comes to property rental reform.
Can you confirm whether the legislation that Labor will introduce will require the landlord to apply to the tribunal to refuse an animal rather than the other way around? I think that's the key element of the reform that most people are concerned about, because there's that power problem. Can you confirm today whether the legislation will look at either the landlord or the tenant actually applying to the tribunal?
Well, I said we are going to finalise the legislation, and once that's finalised, we'll table it for the Parliament.
So you're unable to confirm at this stage
well,
which
we're
way it
going
will
through
go?
the whole consultation process. I said this is a significant area of policy reform, which the government understands is important for the people of New South, given how many people are actually renting now, given their housing affordability. So certainly we'll continue to investigate any issues that will make our policy reform applicable.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to take you back to an answer that you gave earlier to Mrs. Taylor. You said that DLO allocation was a matter for the Secretary, but I just wanted to confirm it's a yes or no question. Did you or your office request any specific individual to be a DLO?
No.
Thank you very much. Minister, I was quite alarmed to see that you didn't meet with the Tech Council of Australia until August, which is almost 6 months after you were appointed as Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology. Did you initiate that meeting or did they?
We met with them, and I've met with the Tech Council. I think.
But did you initiate that meeting, or did they request a meeting? Because I'm just curious about your forward engagement.
Yeah. Look, certainly. I mean, I met with a lot of stakeholders, given their various portfolios.
But
now,
okay, given you're not sure, I'm going to take that as a no. You did
I
not
don't
initiate
think you can
the
take
meeting.
That as a no. I'm happy to take that on notice.
You know if you asked an
organisation
to meet with you or not, I presume.
Well, I think I meet with a range of stakeholders.
Okay, look, I think it's very clear that you're not sure, and I think that indicates that you didn't. So can I confirm that your ministerial diary disclosures are accurate, that you met with a polling agency before anyone in the innovation sector?
Which one are you referring to?
Well, you can look in your own diary disclosures.
Well, my diary disclosures
Redbridge polling. You met with Redbridge polling before anybody in the innovation sector, and you've already said that your diary disclosures are up to date.
My diary disclosures are public.
So you confirmed that you met with a polling agency before anyone in the innovation sector.
I met with. I gather you're referring to Redbridge.
Yep, that's right. That's what I said.
We met actually to discuss about rental reform.
Okay, but that's a polling agency.
And that's a policy area. That's important.
But that's a polling agency.
They do research also into the rental reforms.
Yeah, it's a polling agency.
I think in making good policy.
We're driven by the polls in this government, evidently, not actual engagement with the industry. So, can I just confirm? Have you visited the Central Coast Innovation District?
Not at the moment.
What about the Westmead Innovation District?
I've been to the Western Innovation District hub at Westmead.
And when was that?
Innovation District. I'd have to take that one on notice.
Okay.
But it's certainly in my diary, I suspect.
Right. So how many meetings with tech startups, entrepreneurs and innovators have you actually personally requested?
That's all disclosed in my diary.
I'm asking
in terms I've met with a number of them.
No, it's not about the meeting,
Minister.
Number.
I'm happy to take that on notice in terms of the exact number.
That
but
you
initiated. I have proactively initiated a number of discussions
just take it on notice.
With all the different stakeholders within the innovation space.
It seems like there's a theme emerging about stakeholder engagement, so I look forward to hearing how many meetings you actually personally requested. You obviously think that it's acceptable that you didn't meet with Fishburners, which is Australia's most used co-working space and most recommended co-working space in over 6 months since you became the Minister for Innovation. Have you actually visited Fishburners yet? It's literally just down the road from your ministerial office.
Well, I've spoken to all stakeholders here, a number of stakeholders in the innovation space, and I'll continue to meet.
But have you met with Fishburners? They're a 10-minute walk down the road, Minister.
I have not met with them, and I don't require getting a request from them either.
That is just so remarkable to hear. Minister, I was disappointed not to see you at the launch of the 2023 Spark Festival, which was just last week. It attracted over 12,000 attendees in 2021. Could you please explain to the committee why you didn't attend that launch?
Well, I've got a number of commitments in my diary. In my process, so
you had something else. Something else that was more important.
The Spark Festival is certainly I'm aware of. I think it's a great initiative. But
I'm glad to hear.
We only had South by Southwest here a few weeks ago. What a great thing that was.
I am curious about this because I'm wondering if you didn't attend because you cut funding to the 2023 Spark Festival after it had been promised by the previous government. Is that correct? Is that why you didn't attend?
No, I reject that assertion.
You reject that you cut funding to the Spark Festival?
I reject the assertion that you're making a link between my attendance and the decisions I made.
Did you speak to your federal counterpart, Minister Ed Husic, about cutting funding to the Spark Festival?
I speak to my colleague,
but did
Minister
you?
Husic.
My question was quite specific, Minister. Did you ask the federal minister about his capacity, for example, to step in and fund the festival after you decided to cut funding?
Well, let's also take this into perspective, Chair. The New South Wales government. The New South Wales government.
Minister, it's a very specific question.
I'll get to that. New South Wales government was.
I don't have much time here, and there's a lot to cover given your multitude of portfolios. So I'll just move on. Did you attend any of the Spark Festival events, Minister? They were, again, literally within walking distance. No. Okay. I saw that you met with South by Southwest Sydney. I was wondering if you know how many tickets or badges, as they were called, were bought to that festival?
I mean, a public how many was sold to the festival.
Yeah, how many people bought badges to the festival?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just wondering, you met with South by Southwest. What kind of information did you ask for?
Oh, it was, excuse me. It was really, excuse me. It was an introduction to, obviously South by Southwest is one of the great tech events of the world. I mean, it's the first time it's come out from Austin. The fact that I think they've chosen Sydney says
well,
a
they
great
didn't choose Sydney.
level of
Actually, it was
reputation
the
is-
former
I
government.
think it's
that
so the fact that
encouraged
Sydney was chosen, I think, is a great reflection of
Okay.
the ecosystem and the reputation
Look,
we have here. And
Minister,
certainly, I
we can
think,
all agree on the
discussing
value of South by
programs with
Southwest.
South by Southwest.
Minister, did you buy a badge to attend the South by Southwest Sydney Festival?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay, did you attend any of the events? Because I didn't see you, for
I did.
example, at the first Innovators and Indigenous Startups breakfast that was held at
I
Tech
did.
Central.
I attended a number of events by South by
All
Southwest, bearing in mind that Parliament was sitting that week as well.
Yes, I'm aware. I went to events and Parliament was sitting,
Wow.
but nevertheless. I'm just wondering, will you fund Spark Festival next year, given you're aware of it and you obviously, I presume, value its contribution?
Yeah, look, we'll go through the normal process of budget allocations over the next year.
Why didn't it get funded this year? What will change?
Well, look, what I would say in the all greater context is this. When we were elected to government,
Here we go,
that's
this
right.
old
Minister,
chestnut.
we
your
inherited,
decision-making
Chair, we
as a
inherited
minister.
$188 billion worth
You're in the
of
chair.
debt.
Minister,
We're
we
in the
had
debt,
funded
yes,
Spark
and
Festival.
we were $180
into the
billion
forward
worth of debt.
estimates. Look, I've
Point of
heard
order,
this-
Chair.
Sorry, there's been a point of order. Point of order.
No, unbelievable.
Order.
Point of order, Chair. Look, I've listened intently and there have been some very interesting questions, but the Minister ought to be afforded the courtesy and respect of being allowed to answer them. And I've let it go for a number of them, but what's happening is a question is being asked, the Minister starts an answer, and then he's being talked over. And his answer
I'm happy to move on. I'm happy to move on.
What I will say quickly is just that when there are two people speaking, obviously that creates a lot of problems for Hansard. And so, Minister, if you do hear somebody respectfully cutting you off and asking to redirect, that you stop. But I also ask the opposition to allow the Minister some time to begin an answer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move on. Minister, your single legislative oversight responsibility as Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology is for the Innovation and Productivity Council Act. Have you met personally with the council since becoming Minister?
Yes, I have.
And so that's not in your diary disclosures. So could you just tell me when that was?
Right at the start, not long after I was sworn in as Minister. I can't give you the exact date, but it was in the early times when I met the Chair.
Thank you.
And the Council.
Have you directed the council to provide you with any advice?
Well, I always take advice from all my government officials.
No, the question was, have you directed the council to provide you with advice? Because that's part of their
Well, that's what I
responsibility.
said. I'm always open to getting advice from all my departments.
No,
all
it's
my
not
portfolios
about
problems.
getting advice from the council. It's about requesting information and directing the council to provide you with information about particular policy areas.
Yeah, look, well, we've gone through a reworking of our innovation policy at the moment, and certainly the contributions of the department and all the stakeholders will be very much welcome.
Look, I'll take that as a no because you didn't say yes, and it was a very open question that you could have said yes, so I presume that no, you have not directed the council to provide information.
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, the process here is one where a question is asked and then the Minister's given an opportunity to answer. It shouldn't be a process where honourable members take it upon themselves to make statements about what they think the answer
I
should
do
be.
think, I do have sympathy for the opposition who was making a very clear question and didn't feel that there was a clear answer in that situation. I go back.
Another question should be asked, not a statement.
Stop wasting time,
Stop
actually.
wasting
Sorry.
time to cover for your minister.
So, Minister, I presume you're aware of the Council's joint report with Investment New South Wales, the Accelerating New South Wales, the impact of co-working spaces, accelerators, incubators and startup hubs. Have you read the report?
This is, you're referring to the Case report?
Yep.
Yeah, it's come across my desk, that's good.
Have you read the report, though?
In parts of it, yes.
Which parts?
Well, with the report, I understand one of the aspects, one of the recommendations that was made was actually a better way to provide greater measurement and accountability on what's effective in investment in the innovation space in that part.
Okay. Did you request that the council undertake that work, or they did it off their own initiative?
Look, I understand they probably that came across my table, so it wasn't one initiated by me.
Okay. And do you intend to respond to the report's recommendations?
Well, like I said, we'll continue to consider all reports and all reports that are put to the government.
Okay. How much money is budgeted for the operation of the Innovation and Productivity Council in 2023-24 and in the forward estimates, Minister?
Okay, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay. Can you confirm that there is budgeted money into the forward estimates for the council?
Well, I said that it's in the budget papers, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Right, okay. Look, Minister, you've actually previously declined to answer pretty reasonable questions about the budget, grants and staff that I and my colleagues have asked since you became the Minister. So I am hoping that you have had more of a change of heart today. How much less money has been budgeted for the Office of the Chief Scientist in 2023-24 compared to the previous year?
Look, I'm happy to ask the Secretary to answer that question.
Well,
Secretary,
look, I'll take
Katie
that.
Knight to that on notice.
Look, obviously you don't know the expenditure in your own portfolio here in your own department, so I'm happy to ask the staff later. I presume then the same answer is true regarding how much less money has been budgeted for the Sydney Startup Hub in 2023-24 compared to the previous year.
Yeah, look, so with the Sydney Start Hub, it's still
You don't know.
going.
You honestly don't know.
So the Sydney Start Hub is a valuable resource for the innovation startup.
I understand that.
It's still operating.
That's why I'm asking about the funding.
That's right. Still operating, and there's still resources allocated.
But what are the resources?
But
How
I'm
much
actually,
less money?
happy to ask.
Okay,
the,
look,
Ms.
Minister,
Katie Knight
if
to
you don't
provide
know, that's fine.
specific,
I'll take that on
resource on
notice
that.
from you, or I can ask staff later in the afternoon. Sure. The reality is, of course, that there is less money for the Sydney Startup Hub, and the fact that you've come to budget estimates without answers about the budget in your department is pretty concerning. Were you aware that the amount spent on grants and subsidies through the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade is now, in the last financial year, is now equivalent to the total departmental budget? Are you aware of that? That's how large the cuts in your department were?
So the budget part, as we would appreciate, Chair, I mean, we inherit a significant
No,
fiscal
Minister, this is about your decisions as the Minister.
Very difficult
We
at the
had
moment.
we had
we
a
have-
surplus going into the forward estimates. Minister, can I redirect
Yes, well,
you?
I'm happy to answer the question.
Well, the question is, which programs will be cut because of the funding shortfall in your
Well,
department?
I'm happy to speak to that if you'll let me finish. As you know, before the pre-election budget update, Madam Chair, the former government cut $263.1 million.
Minister, I've asked a very specific
in
question
phase one.
about which programs
I'm
will
going
cut
now.
under the
So
funding shortfall.
They cut the budget
Minister,
in phase
this is
one.
about your decisions.
Point of
This
order,
is
Madam Chair.
unbelievable.
There's been a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Minister.
A specific question has been asked, and the minister is attempting to answer by way of providing background context, which he's entitled to do. The minister is entitled to answer the question in any way he sees fit. And I ask you to ask the opposition to be respectful, stop incessant interjections, and let the minister answer the question.
Look, we do need to stop the number of interjections, and especially from members of the opposition who aren't actually doing the questioning. But I also understand that the member wants to ask the question.
We have very
again.
limited time here, which is why I've been quite specific in my questions.
Well, let him answer the question.
No, the questions are not being answered. So
Well, they are.
I'll just move on.
You won't let him answer
Did you meet with the Treasurer before the pause to grants was announced earlier in the year in May, June?
I meet with the Treasurer on a regular basis.
Did
He's one of my,
you speak
senior
with him
fiscal
about the
colleagues.
grants?
I'd speak with the Treasurer on a range of factors.
But did you
It
speak
wouldn't
to him
surprise you.
about the grants like the MVP grant and the Tech Central accommodation rebate?
Yeah, look, we speak about this. It's part of the normal
Did you
budget
advocate-
process. Of course, I spoke to him about it.
So you spoke to him when those grants were paused in May and June?
Look, I spoke to him with the difficult situation that we've inherited, and I was also aware that, prior to the election even being finalised, the former government had already cut in phase one $263.1 million.
We actually have
and
if
then
only
came back,
you knew
and then
your own
came
budget
back,
as well as you
and then
apparently
came back
know
for
ours.
another bite
The beauty of
and
being in
cut
government
another
is that you get to make
$153.8
decisions and you get to be
million
responsible,
dollars,
and that's why I'm
Chair.
asking
But
you
obviously you
questions
don't get
about
the chance to
decisions.
answer a question.
This
So
is
you're
why I'm
answering your
asking
own
the Minister
question. Well, I
about
am.
questions that he made.
That's
So
right. Well, this is
Minister,
made. So
did you
we've got-
direct the department staff not to spend the full allocation of grants and subsidies when you became the Minister?
Well, I said what we inherited,
Yes
Chair,
or no?
was a situation where, as we went through the budget
Minister-
process, that the funding
Minister,
in parts
it's a
of
very
innovation
specific
was cut.
question about whether you spoke to your departmental staff about whether you can spend the full allocation of grants and subsidies of the previous financial year, which were entirely budgeted for, did you direct your staff to stop spending those grants and subsidies?
Well, we were going through a budget process, given the significant fiscal difficulties we inherited. And as part of that, of course, we want to make decisions that are methodical and careful. So the difficult situation meant that upon finding government, I do know that the former government cut in the first stage, cut $263.1 million out of the FEF, and then came back for another bite of an
Minister, this is so irrelevant to the question that I'm asking.
It is very relevant.
No, I'm
we're
asking
talking about
what you did as Minister.
Program.
You're the Minister now.
Yeah, we're talking about a funding program.
Another point of order, it is impossible, Chair, for Hansard to... I can barely follow, given people talking over each other. For the sake of Hansard, can you please direct members of the opposition not to continually talk over the Minister?
But to the point of order, Chair, I understand what the honourable member is saying about Hansard, but it actually goes both ways. The Minister cannot continue to waste time, and you cannot continue to waste our time. The Minister needs to answer the question. If he doesn't know it, he can take it on notice and we move on.
The Minister is entitled to answer a question.
I don't need to hear any more.
He doesn't know.
And I agree with the Honourable Bronnie Taylor that the Minister has to also allow members to redirect you back to the question. And if a member is talking to you, to please, again, just think of Hansard as well. But it does go both ways. It goes both ways for the members and also the Minister to be mindful of
Minister,
that, please.
Were you aware of the success of the MVP Ventures grant before the 2023-24 budget cuts were announced?
Well, the MVP grant is still ongoing.
No, I'm asking if you were aware of the success before the cuts were announced at the budget.
Well, I look at the MVP grant is still ongoing, so I think it's
that's
still
not my
working.
question, Minister. My question is, were you aware of the success of the MVP Ventures grant before it was cut in your budget when you were Minister?
Well, the budget, as I said, we were talking about budget, we're talking about grants, right? So let's also make the point that the former government, Chair,
Minister,
cut the budget
there
to
are
this whole
people
program
watching-
on all of this.
Minister,
there
are people watching today who are very interested in the process of how this department and how your ministerial responsibilities are run. There are people out there who are suffering because of the decisions that your government, that you as Minister, have made. These are entirely reasonable process questions so that we can get to the bottom of who is responsible and why you are making the decisions that you're making. So were you aware of the success of the MVP Ventures grant before the 2023-24 budget cuts?
Well, that's why the MVP grant is still ongoing. And let's not also forget, Chair, we're talking about grants, we're talking about budget cuts. I can say to the committee that the former government
answering the
cut
question.
the coal grant.
So, look,
60% of the funding that was actually cut before.
Minister, we have limited time here, so please may I redirect you. We've seen the reinstatement of a stripped back version of the MVP grant, so that's significantly less money. We're talking $10 million down to $3 million. So there was no official media release. Could you please explain why your office didn't prepare a ministerial media release with relevant details of the MVP Ventures grant program?
Well, the MVP grant is still ongoing, and I think this group will continue.
Do you ever look at the departmental's website? Do you understand the confusion in the industry around this grant, and you couldn't even put out a ministerial media release? Can you explain to me why the reinstatement of the grant was picked up through sector leaders' LinkedIn posts instead of an official piece of communication by you?
Well, look, I'm sorry. I maybe unlike the former government, I don't operate the ministry just by pure media releases.
Well, you don't seem to do anything.
Minister, you don't seem to meet with your stakeholders. You haven't met with fish burners. You haven't met with Juni Prison. You're actually not meeting with the RSPCA. Who are you meeting with? It's just unbelievable.
Well, you're welcome to look at my diary disclosures. I've met with a number of stakeholders.
So could you please? I've looked closely at your diary disclosures, and they're very disappointing. Why didn't your office prepare a ministerial media release with relevant details of the significantly stripped back MVP Ventures program?
Well, the MVP, as I said, is still ongoing. It's still working.
But it was cut.
And what we wanted
Did you ever
to do,
look at,
what we wanted to do, in the whole, can I just say, in the whole innovation space, we need to think much broader than just a financial transaction.
An unbelievable abdication of your responsibilities. Unbelievable.
Thank you. Minister, I might start first this time.
Sure.
I just want to go back quickly to animals in rentals. I just want to know, in respect to the second consultation that's now being conducted by the Labor government, when can we expect the results of that consultation to be published? Will it be public?
Look, we're working through all the responses from that consultation. As I mentioned before, there was 16,000.
Yep. No, I don't need the numbers again. I'm just wanting to know if it will be public. Or the results generally will be public.
Will we use that to inform our policy reforms on that? But I'm happy to share that with you. Is that of interest to you?
I suppose I just want to know if it was going to be published or public in regards to a report or something from that consultation process.
I might ask the Deputy Secretary to make that in terms of the actual mechanics of the survey?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and I don't need to know about the mechanics. I'm just wanting to know, Minister, whether the results of it generally will be made public.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Hurst, I might answer that. Yes, they will.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Minister, you have mentioned that this is an urgent piece of legislation, and obviously we've talked about the fact that this affects people who are trying to leave violent situations. We've talked about the fact that it's causing houselessness as well, again in New South Wales. Can I ask why then we saw the paintball legislation prioritised over this legislation in regards to the timeline?
But also the paintball legislation was based on a statutory review, which was not actioned by the former government. So a lot of the recommendations were already there. So we wanted to patch that through quickly. And with the rental reforms, we were going through a process of consultation with a range of stakeholders.
And I guess, I mean, as you said, the recommendations were already there in regards to the paintball amendment, but the recommendations were already there as part of the results of the first consultation. Yes. Why did we go to a second consultation and therefore delay the legislation on rental law reforms when we already had results of a consultation? And will the first consultation be considered in the legislation as well?
Look, certainly you're welcome to, Chair, to ask the Rental Commissioner, who's led the consultations in regards of rental reform. We want to make sure that we get the broadest views from as many stakeholders as we can. As I said, it's not surprising to anybody that when talking about property, it's certainly
Sorry, Minister, are you saying that the New South Wales Rental Commissioner wanted the second consultation?
Well, the consultation happened prior to the Rental Commissioner being appointed, and she's working through the results given the vast number of views.
Sorry, who requested the second consultation?
The consultation was the initiative of the government.
So, okay.
I assume you're talking about the August survey that we did.
The one that the Labor consultation. And what about no grounds evictions? Another election promise from the New South Wales Labor government, which again is incredibly important, especially during the rental crisis. When can we expect to see legislation tabled in New South Wales Parliament, and why has there been a delay on that as well?
Well, I said we are going through a significant consultation process. I said it wouldn't surprise you given the different views of the different stakeholders. I said we want to get the balance right on this issue. It is quite a complex issue given diverging views of tenants and tenants advocates and property owners and property advocates as well. I said we don't want to get to a situation where I bring something forward that pits tenants versus owners and we actually get a stalemate. I want to bring a package that's balanced, that's fair and that's actually workable.
On the 3rd of March 2023, the Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology announced 2 grant programs. So this is the former Minister.
Yep.
So one was $4.5 million for medical experimentation research that replaces or reduces the use of animals in experimentation. And another $2.5 million for rehoming animals that had been used in research. And I understand that the money has already been allocated in the budget, but it's unclear who is actually delivering on the funding. I believe it was transferred away from your department, but it's very unclear as to where it's gone. I'm just wondering if you can assist me to explain what is happening with that funding and where it's been moved to?
Yeah, that funding still exists, Chair, and I understand it's now with New South Wales Health and Regional New South Wales.
Thank you. Can you provide any explanation as to why nothing has happened with the announced funding to date and why it was actually transferred to another department?
Well, the transfer is more of a administrative allocation, but the important thing here is that the grant money is still available for what I know is an important area for you.
Thank you. I understand that the previous government had a target of reducing adult reoffending following release from prison by 5% by 2023. It seems that on the website this hasn't actually been updated since Labor was elected in March 2023. Could I ask what your targets or goals as the Minister for Corrections are over the next 4 years, or if it's the same as the previous government?
Look, can I just say in general, recidivism and reducing recidivism is so important, and that's why having programs within our correctional facilities, the work of trying to upskill or provide skills and basic skills for inmates as they transition.
I just want to know what your target was,
Yep,
given the website
sure.
still had the previous target on.
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice, but I might just say, if I recall, it was we're trying to reduce by about 8%. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, we're still tracking the previous government or previous premier's priorities, but we're also looking at some other priorities. With a new strategic plan, where we're looking at reducing those numbers even further.
Thank you, Minister. As mentioned, recidivism and reducing recidivism was a goal of the previous Premier. And I know that there was a project done by the Nudge Unit on this in the last Parliament. Have you been briefed by the Nudge Unit on the results of that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is that something that you're looking to be briefed on, to understand
Chair,
what's happening in that space?
Reducing recidivism is so important as part of our justice system. It produces better social outcomes, better economic outcomes for the people of New South Wales. So any ideas that can reduce recidivism would be very much welcome.
Have you reached out to that unit, the
Nudge
behavioural?
Unit?
Yeah.
No.
No. Were you aware when you became Minister that they were doing work on that space?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Have any investments been made in programs to reduce reoffending recidivism since you became the Minister? Are there new programs or initiatives that you're investing in?
Look, certainly, I said, as a general, recidivism, reducing is so important to the government. I think to all governments, of all political parties, we want to see, as fewer inmates as we can, and of course, for those who are in there, we want to make sure that.
So I'm just wondering if you've invested in that.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of specific programs, I'm happy to ask the Secretary or the Commissioner to provide that answer, or
I might go and speak to you this afternoon if that's okay. I'm just wondering, Minister, if you have advocated within government for investment specifically in programs in that space.
Well, certainly, I think, as a general principle, reducing recidivism is actually good for the state, economically and socially. And any programs that are found to be workable and applicable will certainly be considered.
Minister, we know that there's an ongoing problem of over-representation of Aboriginal people in the New South Wales criminal justice system. What steps are you taking as the Minister for Corrections to address this and do your part in terms of closing the gap? Yeah,
look, I think all of us would agree that we are committed, all of us are committed to closing the gap. I think, sadly, there is a disproportionate number of Indigenous inmates.
Is there any work that you're doing, Minister, in this space?
Pardon, sorry?
Is there any work that you're doing specifically in that space?
Look, there are a number of specific programs that we are implementing to close the gap for our Indigenous Australians. I said 40% of female inmates are Indigenous and about 30% of male inmates are Indigenous. That's certainly too high. That's certainly, I think, everybody in the Parliament will always work towards introducing.
Have you met with the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs or Minister for Police to work in this space?
Well, I meet with my colleagues all the time, Chair, to discuss.
But have you met with them specifically to talk about these issues?
We discuss these issues in general, but certainly a specific program, we're always open to them.
But you haven't sat down and had a specific meeting about closing the gap?
Well, it'd be part of a broader conversation that I've had with my colleagues in the different portfolios.
Have you met with Just Reinvest New South Wales, who do a lot of work in terms of diversionary programs and keeping Aboriginal people out of the justice system?
I know I've met with a number of social community groups about reducing inmates and recidivism across the whole inmate, and also with our Indigenous as well. But I'm always happy to meet with any community group that has ideas to reduce recidivism in our community.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. Unlike my colleagues here, I was quite pleased to hear the announcement around Junie changing hands and coming into the system.
I don't know why yet, though.
Is it, were the holders of the contract, were they likely to not want to extend the contract?
Look, the government made the decision, based on what we believe will deliver a much better outcome.
Had you received any indication that the contractor didn't want to renew the contract with the government?
No, look, the government just made its decision. Given the contract was up for renewal, we look at it from a much broader perspective. I said, I think access to justice.
So is that a no? You absolutely, categorically had no information whatsoever about the possibility of not extending the contract from the other party?
Well, look, I think the government made a decision, Ms. Hickson, to bring this back into corrective services ownership.
I absolutely did, and I commend that decision. I think it's a fabulous decision. I genuinely think it is in the public interest that. Or did you have any indication from the contract party that they weren't happy to extend the contract with the government?
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
If that's okay, but I do know that the decision the government's made in this space is a move in the right direction in terms of access into education and to health to deliver a better outcome on a much broader perspective.
Deal.
Okay.
Deal.
So, Minister, is it your intention to also change the arrangements with Parkley and bring that back into the public system of management?
Well, the Parkley contract is not up for renewal for a few more years.
No, I realise
and the government will consider these things on a case-by-case basis, and we'll make those decisions closer to the time.
So do you not think... So if you have a program of deprivatisation and you've already made this decision for some strategic reason or some reason you think best, would you not be sensibly planning for that change now, if that is part of your strategic focus?
No, look, I said the contract for Parkley is not up for a few more years, and the government will make its
the
assessment.
Clarence, what about the Clarence? It's not up until 2040.
Well, that's a long way away. But in terms of Parkley, as the contract new is up for consideration, the government will make its decision at the appropriate time.
But so are you in discussions with the contract party for Parkley and Clarence about their expectations, or are we just going to keep running the way we are with this kind of cloud of mystery around the operating arrangements, given how fundamental it is to the culture of those institutions to understand what their future is, what their reform program? So are you in discussions with Parkley and Clarence about their...
Well, Clarence is, as I said, not up for 2040, but in terms of Parkley, when that contract's up for renewal, we'll make those decisions closer to the time. The government, I said, it's no secret that the Labor Party has a general principle that public ownership and public operations or public service will deliver
Minister,
better
do you
outcomes.
think it's sound? Do you think it's strategically sound to kind of take this approach rather than being in very active, engaged, positive, proactive discussions with the contract partners who are managing the state's correctional facilities? Now you've put their future in serious doubt in terms of their profit agenda of running those facilities.
Well, I said we have as a general principle, the Labor Party does believe in public ownership of the public house and public services. But we made the decision of June, given its contract was up for renewal, and that the decision on Parklea will inevitably involve a number of discussions, and we'll make that decision when it falls due. We'll do things on a case-by-case basis to make sure that with the fundamental underlying
do you think it's your role?
Will,
do you think it's your role as the Minister for Corrections to have a vision and to have a kind of strategic view about where we're going to be in 2, 5, 10, 20, 30
it's called
years'
public
time?
ownership.
Well, for the corrective services system, so what I really want to achieve is to reduce the level of incarceration within our facilities. Fewer inmates, I think, is better for the whole society, and that reducing recidivism is a goal of all governments of all persuasions. And we want to make sure that those who are within our system, both the inmates and the staff, get the level of care and welfare and well-being that delivers a positive outcome. Our vision for the corrective service is to ensure that we have as fewer inmates as we can, and actually the level of care for those inside.
But Minister, I appreciate that, but your job, your actual job, is once they're in that facility, for you to take care of them and to assist them to rehabilitate, so that when they leave the facility, they're actually in a better position than when they came in. And right now, I would put it to you, but you've only been to 2 of those correction facilities, that right now the state is actually not best placed or even capable of being able to do that. And really the question is, what is your plan genuinely as the Minister? What is your plan to improve the health, the well-being and the outcomes? And going to the Chair's comment, this is about recidivism.
Well, look, I think the first one, that's why we made the decision about June to ensure that it has access to the global network of New South Wales government services, both with those with Justice Health, both with our Department of Indigenous Aboriginal Affairs, and those also with our education and training.
So just on that point, Minister,
I think
on that point,
yeah, sure.
So if I think it is about 32% of women in prison are First Nations, despite being 2% of the population. So what do you have specific programs, or are you looking at introducing specific programs for those women?
Yeah. Well, look, I think our justice system is very complex because it's not just a one-factor issue. I mean, we try to look at prevention, of course. We try to look at a number of social programs that, I suppose, stops people coming into our justice system in the first place. I mean, that's the preventive bit. But once they are in our facilities, we want to make sure that there are programs in place as part of rehabilitation, as part of reskilling, to ensure that once their time as served has been finalised, they can go out to the community and actually not recommit and come back to our facility. So, but in terms of specific programs,
do you recognise that perhaps there is a problem within the system of women accessing programs? Have you been made aware of that?
Well, like I said, those specific programs, I'm happy to take them on notice, or you're welcome to ask the Secretary or the Commissioner. But certainly as a general principle, nobody would disagree that we need to do as much as we can to ensure that those within our facilities get the level of support and care, so that when they are out, they're actually not recommitting to come back, and reducing recidivism is important.
So what do you say to the fact that there has been a culture of bullying amongst corrective services staff, and in particular, I've had concerns around what happens at Shortland and Goulburn, and I know that you're probably aware of those. Are you aware of those 2 facilities and the issues that may be happening there?
Look, certainly workplace welfare and workplace safety is important to corrections. I think it's important, it's important across all of government. We should always find new ways, new policies to improve. Where there are, whether it's Shortland or any other facility, if there are complaints about workplace issues, then there are processes in place to allow the department to actually investigate and take the appropriate action.
And so you think are you confident in your systems, your workplace systems?
Well, look, I said every workplace should and could always find ways to improve its process to ensure that the welfare and the well-being of all its staff and those in facilities continue to improve.
And so, I mean, it sounds like a good intention, but what sort of things are you aware of, Minister, that are in place for that workplace culture? It's a really difficult workplace, and everybody knows that. I have had people explain to me that they work there because they love to. They want to be a part of something that contributes and that they can thrive in the workplace. Do we have programs to support those people?
Yeah, look, I can't talk to the specific programs, but certainly, Ms. Hickson, any ideas, any process to improve that would be something corrections would always consider.
2 more minutes.
The chair's gone.
Okay, we've got 2 more minutes
Sure.
over to these guys before we break. Thank you.
Minister, just following on from Ms Higginson's question then, can you please advise the committee if you were told that GEO were not interested in extending the contract at Junee? It's a yes or no?
Well, the government made a decision based on the advice about which we believe will deliver a better outcome.
So you didn't have any advice that they weren't interested in extending that? No.
Well,
okay.
The government makes its own decisions on a range of factors.
Minister, can you tell me who was the Minister for Corrections in 2009? I can tell you, it was John Robertson.
Yes.
And that was when Parkley prison was privatised. Do you know who his Chief of Staff was at the time?
I gather you'll tell me.
The one and only Chris Minns. Is this not the same Chris Minns who now as Premier has backflipped on his views on privatisation?
Well, I said it's no secret that the Labor Party has a general principle in that in public services, in public assets, we believe that the program would deliver a better outcome. I don't think this is a backflip at all. This is, a general principle which is almost central to the Labor Party's identity.
I redirect you. What union pressure has Mr Minns been under in that time to cause him to change his mind?
That's a question you should put to the Premier.
Okay.
Well, who made the decision, Minister? Did you make the decision or did the Premier make the decision?
The decision was made by Cabinet.
And what advice have you actually received to cause the Cabinet to make that decision prior to going to Cabinet? Surely you took a proposal to that Cabinet table. So what advice did you receive to take the Cabinet position?
Well, the decision by myself and the Cabinet on Junee, the decision made on Junee was fundamentally always about delivering a broader and better outcome for the whole corrective services.
On what grounds, Minister?
Well, a point of order, Chair. The member is now asking about a cabinet process.
Not at all. I'm
Cabinet
asking
in
about the advice that was given.
No, I think
prior
the
to
question's in
Cabinet.
order still. Yeah.
Just wasting time. So, Minister, what advice did you receive to take a position to Cabinet?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to discuss anything discussing Cabinet in confidence.
I'm not asking
but
that.
what I'll say is the decision the government has made on Junee was about delivering a broader and better outcome.
So this is entirely a political decision.
No.
It's entirely a political decision.
No.
Okay.
What a sham.
No.
We're at time and we're over to the government.
Thank you.
That's all right. I'll
Thank you, Chair.
relinquish my 2 minutes and we'll go to the government.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Minister, the opposition attempted to portray in their line of questioning a number of circumstances regarding so-called budget cuts. And we all know that budgets don't fall from the sky. They're a continuum from one budget period to the other. Could you just outline for us the context of those questions in terms of the $7 billion in unfunded programs and the $180 billion in net debt that those opposite left us?
Bring out the talking
Yeah,
points.
thank you very much, Mr. Buddy, for the question. As we all know, colleagues, the New South Wales government inherited the biggest transfer of debt in history. $188 billion worth of debt left by the former government. In addition, within that, of course, there was $7 billion worth of unfunded programs, and given interest rates were moving, we are paying about $7 billion worth of interest, which is more than what we do to fund the police and TAFE. So this is a very difficult fiscal situation. It's equating to about $22,000 per person in New South Wales. So this is the difficult fiscal environment that we've been left with, but we have an agenda to reduce the debt, to reduce spending, as to also reduce inflation within the economy as well. I mean, this is a very difficult fiscal situation. The biggest debt, the largest debt that New South Wales has ever inherited from the former government. But we'll work through those things methodically and carefully to make sure that we deliver a sound fiscal management and not add to the debt that we're actually left with by the former government.
And when the opposition attempts to portray this as budget cuts, the truth is, in fact, is that they budgeted for those forward estimates to cut these programs in any case. So it's a bit misleading, isn't it, to try and portray this as a cut when the forward budgeting from the previous government was actually program cuts. Is that right?
Well, that's correct, Ms. Bevan. I mean, look, as I said before, prior to even the election being finalised, I find out being appointed that the former government had cut $263 million in phase one of the broader innovations grant, and then they went back for another bite of another $153 million to cut it before the election was actually finalised. I mean, they without actually informing the public, without informing us, they make these significant cuts and then actually don't want to own up to them. I mean, this is a very difficult fiscal situation. There's significant debt. There's billions of dollars worth of unfunded programs. The debt per capita, this is a very tight environment, and we'll work through the budget to ensure that it delivers good, sound fiscal management and good outcomes for the people of New South Wales. I mean, they make the cuts before the election's called. Don't tell anybody about it and make it sound as though you're somebody else's.
Thank you, Minister. And just one more point of clarification with respect to Junee. The opposition clearly doubling down on their previous policy of privatising everything in sight. Obviously, the Labor government was elected on a program of public ownership, and Junee, the decision on Junee feeds directly into that election promise. Could you just outline the degree of reasoning that went into that decision based on that election program, and also if I'd like you to address the stakeholder engagement, given that the Public Sector Association is a major stakeholder in that sector. It would be wholly unremarkable, wouldn't it, that they would have input into those discussions?
The decision on Junee was made fundamentally about delivering a better and a broader outcome across the correctional services system. The fact that for inmates having Justice Health with their expertise and the resources of New South Wales Health to provide the medical and the clinical and psychological care is so important. I mean, we've got the resources of government to do this. The rehabilitation, the skills bit through our Department of Education and the broader education and skills training network will ensure that inmates, as they're serving their time, have the required skills so that when they are outside or when they have finished their sentence, they can actually contribute to the society and actually change their lives, which of course is aimed at reducing recidivism. For employees, Chair, for employees, it's also about being part of the broader corrective services.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Now, I've put up with this for probably 5 straight minutes now. I've asked a question. They had, 2 blocks of 45 minutes. And now they're interjecting on the 15 minutes that we've got. I ask you to call them to order.
Yeah, we have I uphold 20 minutes. Yeah, I uphold the point of order. The minister can be heard in silence.
9 years I've never seen this.
Well, she just cavilled with your order a split second after you made it, Madam Chair.
No, that's fair enough. The honourable member's right. I did cavil, but I have never seen this in
And again.
Trying to save you,
Order.
So, as part of it, of course, being part of the broader corrective services network, we have significant economies of scale through corrective services, and for employees, it gives them the opportunity to move in and around the state should their personal circumstances change. Having access to a broader more integrated network will deliver a much better outcomes for the corrective service portfolio. I think this is a great decision. It's a decision which is fundamentally based on delivering a better outcome for the people of New South Wales.
It's a deal with your union mates.
I think we're good.
You all done?
Oh,
Okay. In that case, then we will break for morning tea and be back at 11:15.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will go back to the opposition for questioning.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, I presume you're aware of the serious concerns raised by founders after they were told by the department in June that the department was unable to progress their Tech Central scale-up accommodation rebate application due to reasons relating to the comprehensive expenditure review. Were you aware of that?
Well, the budget process that we did certainly meant that there was a pause in a number of programs.
I understand that, but did you understand that the founders raised serious concerns when they received that correspondence?
Well, look, certainly, I mean, as we go through our budget process, not everybody's going to be happy, and that's okay, but in terms of context...
Were you aware of it, or have you seen any correspondence from founders about that?
Like I said, when we go through a comprehensive expenditure review, given the fact that we were left with such a fiscal mess, these things will take...
I really don't need to hear the talking points of your government trying to abdicate responsibility. So I'll move on. When were you told about the comprehensive expenditure review?
When was I?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm part of government. We discuss
I understand
all the time.
that, but when were you told that the comprehensive expenditure review was taking place?
Well, as soon as we formed government, we discussed it.
Okay, so were you told that already budgeted for grant and rebate programs in your portfolio would be halted? Did the Treasurer tell you that?
What I did know once we started a comprehensive expenditure review was that the former government had already cut first phase, $263 million.
That's actually
and
not
then
true.
They came back for another bite, another $153.8 million cut.
So as I've said, I really have limited time here, and I don't need to hear talking points over and over again. I'm asking, please, Minister, were you told that the already budgeted for grant and rebate programs that were already budgeted for in the 2022-23 budget, those programs in your portfolio would be halted? Did you know that?
I was told that, was informed upon going through the comprehensive expenditure review, that the former government had cut significantly from the innovations programs grant. I think this is important. You're asking me about budget cuts in particular programs. I'm happy to advise the committee
when you look
that
at
the former government...
When you look at the portfolio papers, Minister, the budget papers, I've got them here if you need to reference them, but there was over $700 million that wasn't spent in grants and subsidies. It was a line item in the budget, very, very clear. So could you please explain why that money wasn't spent? Were you the decision maker that asked the department not to spend this money that had already been budgeted for?
Sure, look, I'm happy to talk about the grants. As you well know, the former government cut the grant before the election was
this is very tiresome.
You're talking about a grant.
I'm actually trying to find about
and I'm trying
process.
To answer.
No, you're not trying to answer it in an intellectually honest way, and it's really disappointing.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair. The Minister is actually trying to answer it in an intellectually honest way. Budgets do not drop out of the sky on day one of a new Labor government. And I ask that you call the member to order and ask the Minister to articulate the context and answer the question.
Look, Chair, the question was very simple, Chair. It was about the program. It's about the budget cuts.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Look, I have listened to the point of order. Look, I do want to encourage you to keep the comments to a minimum, but I understand you're trying to redirect the question to get a direct answer from the Minister.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware of the contention that the decision not to progress a number of the rebate applications, including the Tech Central Scale-Up Accommodation rebate, was in contravention of the rebate program rules?
Look, what I know is that regardless of all this innovation, whether it's a StarCraft or the MVP or the other programs, these programs were significantly cut before the election, before we even started the comprehensive expenditure review. Well, it is true,
I've asked a very specific question.
I think it's important for the committee to be aware that before we even started the comprehensive expenditure review,
Minister, this is not about the spending. This is actually about the process. This is about the process of the rebate. So are you aware of the contention that the decision not to progress a number of the rebate applications was in contravention of the rebate program rules?
Look,
it's about the program rules.
Sure. Look, I'm certainly aware, Chair, that the former government made significant financial cuts
Minister,
to the program.
This is very difficult. We're here to ask questions to understand the process.
The former government cut $416 million.
If you're not going to answer questions, you can take them on notice. You obviously weren't aware.
They've cut almost half $500 million,
Minister, because you're not answering my very simple questions.
And now they want to come here
Minister,
and say they are the defenders.
Order, Minister, please. Could you please explain why the department chose to progress some Tech Central accommodation rebate applications and not others after the announcement of the Comprehensive Expenditure Review?
Look, what we want to do, unlike the former government which spent willy-nilly, we want to take a sound fiscal approach to ensure that every dollar that's invested in this or other programs delivers for the people of New South Wales. What I'd also say in a much broader perspective,
I think we don't need a broader perspective. I'm asking specific questions.
And we
Could I
want to
please
make
ask
sure
another
that
question,
it's much
Minister?
broader.
Are you aware?
If you don't answer.
Are you aware that the unfair and opaque process of halting the Tech Central accommodation rebate, which occurred due to the Comprehensive Expenditure Review, has cost at least one startup in the order of $1 million in potentially unnecessary relocation fees and to pay for costs they had expected to cover through the rebate?
The only unfair decision that were made by the former government in cutting the innovation funding.
Minister, I'm asking, are you aware? I don't need to hear talking points over and over again.
This is the fact.
That are
if you want
inaccurate.
to talk about cuts, you want to talk
Minister,
about
you're in government
grants,
now, so you
you're
have to
talking
take
about
responsibility.
innovation and what you can.
This is
what
unbelievable.
Is this, right?
So I'm going to take it that you are not aware of the cost of halting this program, which was fully budgeted for. As you can read in the budget papers, I can pull out the budget papers. It's very clear that over $700 million wasn't spent in grants and subsidies since you came into government. And the reality is that as Minister, you have responsibility for the spending of monies in your department. So if you want to have a look through the budget papers, I can direct you to the point. But the reality is that grants and subsidies were stopped, that this program was halted, and that at least one business had to front up $1 million because of the decision of this government to halt an already budgeted for program. And you obviously were not aware of that. Minister, are you aware of any legal proceedings that have been enacted against the department relating to the administration of grants and subsidies?
No, I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you. So that's obviously
well,
not
I'm happy to take that on notice. I've just told you. We're talking about, Chair, the broader scheme here about cuts, about programs, about
Minister,
impact on business stakeholders.
Will you take responsibility for this incredibly costly error in judgment in halting programs like this, possibly in contravention of the program rules?
Well, I reject that assertion Ms Munro has made.
So you know that it wasn't in contravention of the rules?
Well, I reject the assertion you're making. What I also say is this. We're talking about grants, in particular grants, and the impact of those for startups, for business, for people in the ecosystem. If we're going to talk about that, we also have to talk about the cuts that you made, the $416 cuts you made. We're talking about fiscal management.
Can I direct you to a budget paper, please? I mean, this is just unbelievable. Well, have you read budget paper 2? It's the financial agency statements. You can keep talking about talking points that you have, but the budget papers are very clear. It's 8.4 if you want to refer to it. Would you like to open it so you can see the black and white numbers here? There is $700 million more than that wasn't spent. And you have since cut $1.4 billion. That's over 56% from what we budgeted in coalition to the grants and subsidies line item in your department. So for you to sit here and suggest to the committee that you don't want to take responsibility for these cuts is just honestly quite shocking and very, very disappointing for the sector. Well, I'll move on because obviously I'm not going to get any information about the process or what you did or did not understand or what you were or were not aware of when it comes to these grant programs. Now, I've asked you already if you're aware of the popularity and success of the MVP Ventures grant program when it was placed on hold. Have you read the Startup Muster Report 2023?
Look, what we're doing in the ecosystem
Minister,
space
it's a very simple yes or no question.
I get lots of reports that come across my way.
But have you read this one? This is
a very specific one. No, I haven't.
You haven't read this.
So
are you aware of the Startup Muster Report? This is a report that that is able to get the opinions and views of thousands of people in our Australian ecosystem, and you're telling me that you haven't read it. So what it did say was that the MVP Ventures grant was the most applied for, the most popular, the most planned for grant, state-based grant across Australia. And I'm wondering if you were aware of that before of the significant cuts that you have made to that program.
The biggest significant that was made by the former government. I mean, I think that's
Minister,
a fact.
this
I think
is
it's
just
important.
unbelievable.
You're asking
I've just
questions
read out
about
the budget
programs,
papers.
you're
Do
asking
you dispute the
questions
budget
about
papers, Minister?
impact and the
Minister,
things
do you
about
just,
things that-
Minister, could I
So
please
what's
ask you to
important
answer the
here?
question? Do you dispute the budget papers that I've just?
You're welcome to answer.
Do you dispute the budget papers that I've just read from?
Yeah. I dispute the fact that the biggest cuts that were made in this whole program
It's
were
simply
made
not
by
true.
the former government. It is true.
Okay,
It is
Minister,
factual.
this
No,
is
okay,
not
but I think
answering
this is
any of my
important. Well, I am.
questions. Could I please ask you another question since you're not answering these ones?
Well,
Minister, could I
Madam
please?
Chair, Deputy, Madam Chair, point
This
of
is
order.
unbelievable.
There's a question's been asked. The opposition is entitled to disagree with the minister on the interpretation of the budget, but the minister is entitled to put forward his views too, which is exactly what he's doing in the context of answering a question about cuts. And I ask that you allow him to iterate his answer.
I'll move on.
I think he has provided an answer, and I move to the member to
Thank you.
redirect the question.
Minister, are you aware of the Ignite Spark program, which is available to founders in Queensland to progress the development of an innovative product or service close to the market?
Well, that program's in Queensland. I'm not aware of it.
So you're not aware of interstate programs that are essentially competitors to the programs that we have in New South Wales? So you obviously don't know how much funding is available. It's essentially a replica of the MVP Ventures program, and it was replicated because of the success of the MVP Ventures program. It is giving founders $50,000 to $75,000 in its grant program. Are you aware of how much the new MVP Ventures grant program is, Minister?
I am, if you just let me
So you need
find
to
it.
refer to your notes
well,
for that.
Yes, let me find it.
The
Yeah, we do
announcement
have
was
an MVP
literally made
program,
on Monday.
And we're going to, it's still continuing, it is a program, but bearing in mind the decisions that we have made,
How are you making decisions about these programs without even knowing the details of them, Minister?
Well, I'm just about to tell you, if you let me finish.
Thank you. I can also
well, I said
read.
the MVP program is still in
unfortunately
place.
not a media
$12
release.
million over 4 years, and we'll continue.
How much is it,
program.
Minister? Sorry.
It's $12 million over 4 years, and what it is, Chair, is that given the significant cuts that were made by the former government, given the impact it's had on the innovation
Minister,
sector,
it's $3 million in a year. We were at $10 million per year. So you're actually cutting the MVP Ventures program, and you
the
didn't
biggest
know
cuts that were made
without
to
having
the
to
whole
look at your
program
notes about an
were
announcement that
made,
was
which
made
is a
on
part of the
Monday.
whole FED program, was made by the former government. I mean, you've got to take this into context.
Minister,
here.
do you know how much the MVP grant was made?
Not only did you...
Minister, do you know how much the MVP grant was worth under the previous government? How much a business could apply for?
Well, look, I think what I know is that the former government makes significant cuts to this and
But the
other
answer is
programs.
no. You don't know
well,
that
I reject
number.
that at all. I reject
Well, could
that
you please
essentially
tell
for
me
what
the
it
number?
is right? So what we've
Could
got...
you please tell me the number of what the MVP grant Ventures program was worth to a business under the coalition government?
Well, look, I said
you can take it on notice if you don't know.
Look, I'm happy to answer it. I
Well,
mean, if you want to
please
answer it,
do.
that's okay. Well, I am. So the programs...
Minister, there are people who are watching this today who are absolutely distraught about the level of engagement in their sector. And you're telling me that you can't answer how much the MVP grant program was under the coalition.
Well, look, the MVP program is still continuing, and I would
No,
say
but
to
how much
those,
was it worth
I would
under
say
the
to
coalition?
those sectors who are watching this,
Oh.
the cuts made by the former government has greatly
This sector
impacted
is
on the
well
sector.
beyond
I mean,
listening to talking points.
no,
They
no, well,
live this
given
every
the
single
difficult
day.
fiscal situation we
Look, Minister,
inherited,
I'll tell you,
the
it's
fact that-
$200,000 per grant.
The fact that...
Sorry,
that was
there's
the
been a point of order.
Chair, I'm trying to listen to the Minister's answer, and as soon as the Minister is asked a question, there is a constant stream of consciousness talking over the Minister's answer, and there's not even a question.
Look, I've already ruled on this, and I reiterate again, and it's on both parties. It's also up to the Minister as well to be mindful of Hansard and to not speak over the top of each other. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to move on. So given the new MVP Ventures grant program could be worth almost a tenth of the coalition grant to founders, Minister, will the application process also be an order of magnitude easier to complete?
Well, at the administrative process, I'm happy to ask the Secretary to provide that answer soon.
I can ask them later
but
in the afternoon.
You can ask them, but what I would say is that with all these programs, we are going to apply sound fiscal management. But I also say this, because
Minister,
the broader
could I
aspect
please ask
of
another
this,
question? question because you obviously don't know the answer. Do you understand how long it takes to apply for a grant like this for a business, for a startup?
Well, look, certainly, each application is it's a competitive process. And
Actually,
each
this is not a competitive process, the grant program rules are not competitive.
Well, government money needs to be spent and invested properly. We want to go through a careful
Minister, I asked a very specific question about the way that businesses
applications.
apply for these grants and your understanding of the process and how they have to deal with this process. So you're not aware of how long it might take for a business to apply for this grant?
Well, what I would say to those grant applicants is that the former government cut this program significantly.
This is unbelievable.
So significantly,
could you please,
which has actually reduced
Minister,
the available funds.
Could you
we have
please
to apply a sound
Minister,
fiscal
could you please answer
management,
this question? Given it is a non-competitive grant, which you didn't know, with significantly less funding,
well, no, I
will
reject
you be
that.
informing
I'll reject that,
founders?
Chair. What I said was a general statement in that when dealing with government
Minister,
money, we want to make sure it's
this is a non-competitive grant.
I'm
Minister,
talking
could you
in
please
general.
listen to my question so that I can use the time that I have?
Sure, keep on going.
Given it is a non-competitive grant with significantly less funding, will you be informing founders of the number of grants that have already been awarded and how much of the funding pool is still available?
Yeah, we'll make those communications in due course.
But
So you don't know.
will you make those communications
the
by the
administrative
website?
process of the grant system will be undertaken by the department and the secretary. What I'd also say
Thank
to
you.
those applicants is that the
Minister,
former
can I
government made
please
such
move on?
significant
Minister,
cuts,
if you
made
want to
such
support
significant opaque
underrepresented,
process.
Minister, if you want to support underrepresented founders, why aren't any of these groups like women or First Nations founders mentioned in the application guide for the MVP grants as people who would be prioritised?
Well, look, certainly I'm happy to take that question, Ms. Munro. In terms of the
thank you.
female grants, we've got the social impact
I
accelerator.
understand that. That's not what I
the
asked.
Female
Minister,
Founders Program,
Minister, could I please?
the female
all
council
being cut
pilot.
in
We've
terms
got
of their
the-
funding amount. But Minister, I'd like to move on. Is
well,
the government
I haven't finished
Minister?
that, Chair. She's asked a question. I haven't finished
Minister.
my
I asked a
answer.
very specific question
Well,
about a specific grant, and you have now moved
Minister,
on.
I do ask if they want to redirect. I think you did answer the question. I know you wanted to provide more information, but there might be time later to be able to do that.
Minister, is the government again reviewing the MVP grant for the second time?
Well, the government's got a program for the MVP for $12 million over the next 4 years.
But we've heard reports in the media that actually it will be reviewed again. It's currently under review. Are you aware of that?
No, we're not going to review it.
So you're not
I'm
reviewing
advised.
it. Your department's not reviewing it at the moment.
I'm advised that's correct.
All right, very good. And look, I don't have much time left in this session, but I was listening intently to your speech at the Innovation Oz Awards, particularly regarding the Innovation Blueprint. People have said it's not what New South Wales needs. The Tech Council of Australia said speed is of the essence. Minister, why is it taking almost a year before you are holding a so-called Ideas Summit to inform an innovation blueprint?
Because when we think about the innovation and the tech sector, it's more than just a financial transaction. It's not just handing out money to everyone who applies. It's actually creating a much broader, a more effective ecosystem.
So
We
why
have to
does that
think
take
about the
11
human
months,
capital.
though?
We need
Could
to
you
think about,
please- could you
it's
please
taking
ask-
this on because the former government had no strategy and no idea.
Minister,
so what we wanted
could
to
I
do
please, could I
is
please
be
ask a
methodical
question? Have you
and be
read the following documents? Bringing big ideas to life, New South Wales Innovation Strategy, New South Wales Innovation Precincts, Lessons from International Experience, Global Talent Wars, Learning from Locations that Attract the Best, the Innovation and Productivity Council Scorecards from 2018 to 2022. I could go on. There are many reports. Have you read any of those?
And that's why our innovation blueprint will take every
Minister-
idea into account
Minister,
to deliver
why is it
a
taking
long-term
11 months when so
strategy,
much of this work
a
has already
long-term
been
strategy
done?
to ensure that we build a strong ecosystem innovation because it's more
Minister,
than just a
could you
financial
please
transaction,
explain
Chair.
why it
The
takes
ecosystem-
11 months to organise an event with people who understand deeply the need for speed in their interactions?
Well, what I said, that's why our innovation blueprint is so important. Take into account carefully.
But I'm asking
the
about why it
stakeholders'
takes
views.
11 months to pull together.
Well, when you don't have a strategy for the last 12 years in this
I've
space,
just outlined a
we just
number
wanna
of
make sure
strategies that
we
you
do it
probably
right.
haven't read.
I mean, it's what we've got is the innovation blueprint, which I've announced, which I think
Well,
are
we
really
haven't got a blueprint
good,
yet.
solid direction.
Minister, could I please ask about the
grow
specifics of
the
that innovation
ecosystem?
blueprint?
Yeah, sure.
So you have said that it will be delivered I think it was in August, you said that it would be delivered in about 9 months to a year. Could you please confirm that that innovation blueprint will be delivered before the next Labor budget?
Well, look, we're going through our consultation process at the moment.
So
what
you
I've
can't.
stated, my intention is always to bring this as
So we have
quickly
to
as I
wait for
can.
another budget cycle
No,
before we might be able
so
to
we-
see investment.
I'm happy to answer that if
You can answer
yeah,
the
look,
question.
I
before-
think the innovation blueprint is a redirection of strategy which has been missing for the last 12 years. It's
That's
important
actually
for us
not
to
true.
continue to build the broader ecosystem here, rather than a straight financial. That's actually not building a long-term vision for
Hashtag
the sector.
reshuffle.
It's actually not in the interest of the industry. It's actually in the interest in the
So we
human
have to wait
intellectual
until after the
capital
budget.
that we actually need.
So the
build
question
whole
was
process. So I
specific
think it's
to
actually
whether
very
the innovation
important.
blueprint would be delivered after the budget.
Well,
Order. We will get
as soon
back
as
to
we
that in a
can.
moment, but we're now moving to cross-page time.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you confident that your transitional arrangements with Juni will provide the safety and security that inmates require while we're experiencing a transition?
Thank you, Mrs. And excuse me. The transition process, we're just at the beginning of the transition process, and we've got 17 months to actually consult and carefully consider the ideas of how we actually do transition. So it is the start, not the end, and certainly any aspects of the transition which provide a better outcome will certainly be considered by the government.
I think what I'm trying to say is, do you think that the people who are in control of the management of Juni right now are going to be able to continue to provide the right level of management and inmate support during this transition period? And I think the key really is, do those people have the job security that they need, and is that instilled?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. The operations of Juni are not expected to change. I very much value the skills and the efforts of the work of the employees down at Juni and the efforts they've done over since undertaken by GEO. So
are you aware?
There's no intention of actually reducing the number of employees, because the operations of Juni are expected to remain as they are now.
Thank you. Are you aware of a recent spate of violence at Juni, and that has resulted into several inmates in fear of their lives, and they've requested that they voluntarily be locked in their cells, and that they've been in there for the last 18 days?
No, look, as I said, the welfare and the well-being of everybody in the correctional facility is important. On this specific issue, I'm happy to ask the Commissioner to provide further details.
I'll follow up with him.
But I think, we would all agree that workplace safety for everybody involved in what is a very complex environment. We're talking about our incarceration, our correction facilities. These are very complex and volatile environments. We just got to make sure that we maintain the level of safety for everybody involved.
Absolutely.
But those specific ones, I would welcome the Commissioner to
literally,
elaborate on them.
I received a letter as I went upstairs, suggesting that there is real problems in Juni, and they have of the last couple of weeks. And somebody is suggesting they're really concerned that there will be imminent deaths at Juni. Now, I don't know whether any of that comes from the recent decision or what's happening there, but there's real concern. Naturally, I'll write a letter to you about it now I've received this correspondence. So, Minister, with the inquiry that's going on into Dilwanya, are you looking at expanding that into looking into other correctional facilities, or has that already happened?
Yeah, look, so certainly upon being informed of the issues around Duenia and the conviction of Mr. Astle, I was really disturbed.
Yeah.
And certainly this is not a situation that anyone, one of us, would actually feel comfortable with. But that's why we moved urgently to give Mr. Peter McClellan, one of the most eminent jurists in the country, to actually conduct this special commission of inquiry, giving him all the powers that he has to go through his evidence hearing and his deliberation.
So based on the hearings that have happened so far and some of the evidence that has been presented, are you looking at already the need to perhaps expand the inquiry's terms of reference, which I think were, it was suggested from the outset?
Yeah, look, under the terms of reference, Mr. McClellan has the
he does, but do we need to wait for him? I'm sure you've been seeing some of the evidence and you're getting briefed on that.
I have been briefed some of the evidence, and I said it is quite concerning, quite disturbing. But what I would say is that I think we need to let Mr. McClellan do his investigation without sort of ongoing interference. Once his report, his recommendations are put forward to the government, we will carefully consider it, and if it suggests or that there might be one, then that's something the government will consider.
And what do you, in relation to the evidence about the video cameras and that this view, I think The Guardian reported on it, that video cameras are a genuine safety measure. Are you taking action about that? Have you done an audit? Are all of our facilities in good shape? Have we got this kind of protection for employees and inmates?
Yeah, look, certainly I said the welfare and the well-being of everybody in the correctional facilities is important to the...
Just on the cameras, Minister, if you could.
Any measures that will improve the safety of anybody will certainly be considered by the government.
Have you done the audit of how our camera system is throughout the entire correction system?
Look, I'm happy to defer that to the Commissioner.
Okay, I'll speak to the Commissioner later, but I take it you haven't requested that, you haven't acted upon that very good work that has already come out of the inquiry.
Of the Astle inquiry, you mean?
Yes.
Well, like I said, I want to wait for the recommendations of Mr. McClellan when he delivers the report.
Can I suggest, Minister?
Thank
you. I do understand that.
You've got to let him do his work.
Can I suggest, if it's okay, that as Corrections Minister, there is so much good work that could be done and could have already been done in terms of helping the good people running the system and trying to make it better.
Yes.
But right now they need a minister who's paying attention, who will respond to the things that are happening on public view right now, and they need that kind of leadership and they need that kind of support, and I'm not convinced that's happening. In relation to the video cameras alone, it's a really important feature. We know it works in police stations. We know this is a real, genuine mechanism and measure for safety and security of some of the most vulnerable people in the state, to whom you owe a duty of care. Can I ask you to have a good look at the video camera system and do the audit, help your people and make sure that our system is the best it can be?
Look, like Ms. Higginson, corrections is a very complex portfolio,
it is,
as you would appreciate. Certainly, I would say the leadership that the government has shown in instituting the inquiry is an important step of actually thinking of where changes need to be made.
I think it was free fall. I think it was catastrophe. It was one of the most heinous revelations we've seen in the correction system.
And of course,
not only was this one individual who was. He was supported by an entire culture and system to enable some of the most harmful behaviour imaginable in our correction system. So I don't think this was an amazing step forward. I don't think that was great leadership. I think that was the very least that could have happened. In fact, what should have happened is there should have been a much broader inquiry that was much more inclusive of other corrections facilities to try to prevent this from happening.
Upon, Ms. Higginson, in all fairness, upon hearing what happened at Duenia, I was shocked and I was disturbed, and moving towards this inquiry with one of the most eminent jurists in the country is an important step of the government's actions to address some of the issues that, mind you, these issues happened well before we were in government, and we, I think, are showing good, strong leadership to undertaking this inquiry
So are you
and
certain
waiting for Mr. McClelland's report
Are you
to
certain
come
that
back.
these things aren't happening in other institutions
Well, look,
now?
look, certainly what I want to do is wait for Mr. McClelland to actually report back to the government and whether we need to consider any other action. We say, look, no one...
Is there a process, Minister, of actually consulting with prisoners as stakeholders to establish what they think they need? Is that something
in
that is
terms of
happening?
the inquiry or
No,
just in general?
terms of prisons in New
Look,
South Wales.
Well, I understand through the process you have the official visitors program. There are also ways, if inmates have a complaint, there's a complaint process that they can do, which can be handled through the department. So look, any ideas or any programs that improves our what is a very complex environment for the staff and for would always be considered by the government.
Do you have any say over what, what do you say to the fact that inmates in remand have access to absolutely nothing? No education, no programs, no rehabilitation. They have access to nothing. Is that something you're looking at working out how to change?
Yeah, well, that's a very technical aspect of it. I said I'm open to any improvements in our corrective services system which delivers a better outcome for the broader community, for the staff and for the inmates. I'm happy to take that one on notice, or you're welcome to ask the Commission in the afternoon.
Do you
session.
think that if inmates have a desire to gain an education that whilst they're in a correctional facility, they should have, that should be facilitated?
Well, look, on that, I mean, when I visited Parkland, I was actually really pleased to see that some of these programs were already in place. I think it's important as part of our justice system to ensure that we provide the programs and the opportunity for those to rehabilitate, to change their lives whilst they're serving their time so that they can come out and not recommit offence and come back to our system. I think this is a broader picture of how our correction facilities actually operate.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know.
Minister, I'm just going to quickly jump back to animals and rentals. I've
Sure.
just got one follow-up question. It might be something you need to take on notice. I'm just wondering how much it has cost the Labor government to run the further consultation so far on this.
Sure. Can I take that one on notice?
Yes, you can. Absolutely. Just going back to corrections, and we were talking about Just Reinvest, and I think you said you hadn't met with them. Are you willing to meet with them if they reach out to your office?
Could I just correct that? Sorry, what was that? Is it Just Reinvest? Is that right, Chair?
Correct.
Yeah. Look, I understand from the Vice Chancellor myself was that we were going to meet, and the organisation then was unable to meet with me, and then we haven't. Obviously, that hasn't been.
Rescheduled.
But I said I'm happy to meet with organisations that can actually have an idea, who want to make great input in all my portfolios. I think it's so important.
So I'll leave that with you to reach out to them and reschedule
we
that.
had a
hopefully.
meeting scheduled, but they cancelled as I understand it.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, there's a serious problem associated with Aboriginal deaths in custody. Looking at the statistics on the Corrective Services New South Wales website, you can see the number of Aboriginal deaths in custody per 100 inmates has consistently gone up since 2012. What action are you taking to reduce Aboriginal deaths in custody?
Yeah, look, certainly, our Indigenous incarceration rate is a real concern for all of us. It has not gone down as fast as we would like, and I said in terms of any deaths in custody, Indigenous non-Indigenous, it's a very sad situation, and you can only.
Minister, do you have any plans or initiatives over the next 4 years to drive that number down?
Well, look, certainly, I mean, closing the gap is all part of it, and we are working towards with other, my ministerial colleagues, other departments to develop any program, any suite of programs that actually reduces deaths in custody and reduces Indigenous
As
incarceration.
part of that, Minister, have you considered introducing greater oversight and accountability over corrections in New South Wales?
Well, we in terms of the broader corrective assessment, I'm really looking forward to Mr. McClelland's report and the
Have you been briefed at all around misconduct? Have you been briefed at all around the claims of misconduct within the prison system, and how they can be properly investigated and prosecuted?
Yes, certainly. I often get advice on instances of misbehaviour within the corrections, and those things we take very seriously because the welfare and the well-being of staff to work in what is already complex and volatile work environment needs to be safe for them and for everybody involved. Any instances of a workplace issues are properly investigated by the department and the appropriate action
I'm sorry,
taken place.
my question, going back to the beginning part of the question, was about whether or not you've got specific plans or initiatives that you're working on in this space.
Well, look, certainly, I think it's toward a total quality management improvement. I mean, any organisation should always be looking and going ways to improve their workplace and the workplace culture. In terms of specific programs, I'm happy to defer that to the Secretary or the Commissioner, but certainly I said it is a complex work environment, but we're always finding ways to ensure that it's a safe and
Since becoming the Minister for Corrections, have you had any briefings on the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody?
Commissioner?
Yes.
No, sorry, Minister, I'm asking if you've had any briefings on the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. Have you been briefed?
I'll take that one on notice, but I would just say that I'm not aware. It's certainly not in my mind, but I'll have to take that one on notice.
Are you aware of the report?
The report that did Aboriginal deaths in custody, I think generally yes.
You're aware? Have you read any of the recommendations?
No, I haven't read the recommendation, but I'm certainly looking forward to any advice that the department may provide to me on how we can actually reduce deaths in custody and Indigenous deaths in custody.
Ask them for a brief.
I note that New South Wales has still not implemented all the recommendations. This is a report that was done in 2018, and New South Wales is well behind getting all of those recommendations done. Do you have a timeline on when you will get those recommendations through in New South Wales?
I suppose that, you'd almost ask the question, Chair, why the former government didn't act on any of this report.
Sorry, Minister, I'm asking you now as the Minister that's currently in the role.
Sure.
You're not aware of the report or the recommendations?
I think, that's right. So I think certainly I'll be discussing and liaising with the Secretary and the Commissioner as to find any way. Look, it's in general, any initiatives, any programs that improves the corrective services, and we will consider. I mean, you'd have to ask yourself. 2018 was when the report was delivered.
And
so 5 years,
percentage.
nothing was done before we arrived.
It was the first one, but the first report was in. Look, my understanding is.
Well, that's I'm aware of that.
And look, a certain percentage of the recommendations have been put into place, but now that you're the Minister responsible, I just want to get your confirmation that any other resolutions that haven't been put into place will be put through in your term?
Yes, of course. The government will always consider the recommendations and go
consider
through
or that you will implement them?
I have got to consider the recommendations first, and obviously conduct a thorough analysis of how it's going to be implemented. Like I think no organisation stands still. We can't be static in it. We need to make sure we find any avenues to improve the way organisations operate. In this case, on what is a very complex, volatile work environment.
As Minister for Corrections, are you part of the discussions around raising the age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 14?
That's a matter for the Attorney General, who I understand is here on Friday.
I did speak to the Minister for Youth Justice, who told us that a variety of ministers would be involved in this and discussions around it. So are you saying that you won't be part of that with the Attorney General and the Minister for Youth Justice?
No. What I'm saying is that those specific questions around raising the age is a matter for the Attorney General, and of course, where.
So my question was: are you part of the discussions around it? Because I understand the Minister for Youth Justice is part of the discussions, the Minister for Police and the Attorney General, and so my question to you, as the Minister for Corrections, is: will you also be included in the discussions?
Look, certainly, if I can play a role in this policy discussion, I'm always happy to contribute.
Have you met with any of the organisations behind Raise the Age campaign?
I'll take that on notice, but not to my knowledge.
And also, could you take this on notice if you've met with any of the legal, social, medical or community organisations that have signed on to the Raise the Age campaign?
Well, I've met a number of social and community groups regarding the correction facility, as I mentioned before.
In regards to the Raise the Age campaign? In regards to the Raise the Age campaign, have you met with them?
Well, I met with these community groups. Now, given the number of discussions, I have to take a notice whether these were discussed or not, but I have met with a number of social and community groups.
I just wanted to know in regards to this Raise the Age campaign. Just going back to some of the questions asked by Ms. Sue Higginson around security cameras, have you been briefed on the issue around security cameras, particularly in women's correctional facilities and the concerns there?
Commissioner?
No, sorry, Minister, my question was, have you been briefed?
Look, I'll take that one on notice. Yes, there's a lot of our briefs that come across my table, but certainly any ways so we can improve the correction facility is something the government will always consider.
Given the questions that Ms. Sue Higginson asked and some of the context around that, as the Minister, do you feel comfortable with the level of security cameras that are currently in correctional centres throughout New South Wales?
Well, look, I think, whether it's security, whether it's programs, we're always looking at ways to improve how corrections
Do you feel
operate.
comfortable, though, with the level of, with the number of security cameras and the level of security cameras currently in the centres?
Well, I think I think certainly, I think I'm open to ideas and suggestions which can improve our correctional facilities. I mean, this is a complex.
But do you feel comfortable with the number that are currently in place, or do you have concerns?
Well, sorry, can you repeat that question, Chair? Sorry.
Do you feel comfortable with the number of security cameras, or do you have concerns?
Well, look, I would be concerned in any situation where the correctional facilities and the safety and well-being of inmates and staff are actually at risk. I mean,
so you are concerned with the concerns that have come forward? I'm
concerned about any situation which would jeopardise or would put risk and cause harm to everybody involved in our corrections facilities.
An evaluation of the New South Wales Domestic Violence Electric Monitoring Program published by Boscar in May 2023 found it is associated with significant reductions in the probability that an offender reoffends or is imprisoned within a year of release. Given the success of this program, are there any plans to expand the program further or to make this option available in more cases?
I'm happy to take that on notice, but I think any programs or any ideas that improves our corrections, we're always open to.
Thank you. I now throw to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, just two quick questions. Given you've spoken about connecting founders across New South Wales in virtual place-based ways, have you advocated for internet connectivity to form part of requirements for new builds and precincts with the Planning Minister?
Oh, well, I discuss a range of issues with my ministerial colleague, the Planning Minister.
Have you done any advocacy work on that issue?
Well, on the advocacy, the Minister and I, the Planning will always advocate for things that improve New South Wales.
But have you advocated for internet connectivity to form part of requirements for new builds or new precincts?
Oh, you mean, so just let me clarify that question. Are you talking about new builds as in buildings? What are you talking about?
Yep, absolutely. New builds. I mean, as I'm sure you know, lots of founders are working from home, not just in co-working spaces and startup hubs. So I'm asking if you have advocated for better technology to form part of a planning strategy, given that's the people that you're representing as part of your ministry.
Yeah, look, I'm always had to advocate for things that improve the whole ecosystem.
Okay, will you take that to the Planning Minister?
Well, I'll take any idea to any of my
ministerial colleagues. I'd love you to take that idea to the Planning Minister, please. Thank you. I just also wanted to ask quickly, what happened to the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner?
Well, given the fiscal difficulties that we inherited, don't forget, as I understand it, the position was only funded for a year by the former government. But what we've done in this manufacturing space...
You're in government, so you get to decide what the budget is.
What we've done is even reinforce how important manufacturing is here in New South Wales by elevating this position to Cabinet. My colleague, Minister Housos, is the Minister for Procurement for the Minister of Manufacturing. Well, I reject that question. So what I said, we've elevated this to Cabinet to ensure that manufacturing has a place at the Cabinet table to ensure that industry is better. Because don't forget, we've got a suite of policies.
I think
a suite of policies
we don't know what happened to the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner.
That reinforce how important manufacturing is to New South Wales.
Just not when it comes
our
to
local contents,
modern manufacturing.
Our tender waiterings, our value for money framework. I know my colleague, Mr. Housos, is actually currently doing an inquiry to see how procurement can actually stimulate the manufacturing industry,
Thank you very much.
grow jobs, and ensure that we skill up our workforce for the future. And I'm proud of our
Thank you, Minister. If I could turn your attention to the Rental Commissioner. How was the Rental Commissioner recruited? And by that I mean, was the role openly advertised and available to anyone to make an application?
Yes, the appointment of the rental commissioner was a decision of the secretary.
Of the secretary.
That's correct.
But sorry, what was the process?
I understand. I recall there was an advertisement that was actually put out by the secretary.
So it was a public advertisement?
That's correct.
And did you recommend anybody for that position?
No.
Do you know if any of your colleagues recommended a specific person for that position?
Well, you'll have to ask those questions to them. I can only answer from my perspective.
Throw
the
them under
no.
the bus now.
Pardon?
You're throwing them under the bus, right?
No,
okay.
like I said,
limited
you're
time.
welcome to
Let's
ask
go.
them.
Let's
And
go.
is the
Keep digging.
Sorry, the current commissioner was a CEO of Homelessness New South Wales. Does she have any connection with the Tenants Union of New South Wales?
That's a question you should put to her when you see her this afternoon.
Okay. And
But
so
can I just say on that, I'm delighted to have that the Secretary has appointed Ms Trina Jones, a voice for renters that's been missing for 12 years.
Can I just
Given the
ask more
size of the
specifically,
number of
Minister?
population that's
We're just
actually in
talking about
renting-
the process at
Yeah,
the moment,
I'm
Minister.
happy to get
So
that, but
could
I
I
think it's
please
important,
could
yeah.
I please ask a question about the process?
Yeah, sure.
So were you aware of the background and qualifications of all the applicants before making a decision?
Well, the decision was made by the Secretary.
So you weren't involved in
Well,
any
it's
way?
a public service appointment that's made by the Secretary.
and and you said the appointment was signed off by the cabinet.
No, the appointment was made by the Secretary. It's not a cabinet appointment.
Okay, right. Sorry. Yeah. And can you tell me what is the remuneration of the rental commissioner?
Look, I think I'm happy to take that one on notice, but you're welcome to ask it. But I said the appointment of Ms Trina Jones as the Rescue Commissioner, I think, has been a really positive step to address some of the policy and difficult policy reforms we want to do. I mean, more and more people are renting,
Yes.
given the housing affordabilities that we're challenging, given the lack of supply that's been built up for the last 12 years.
Thank you, Minister.
Putting
So-
significant pressure on rental prices. So
I-
we really want to get forward.
I understand
with this
that,
policy
Minister. Thank
agenda.
you.
And I have to say, the feedback
You've
that I've had
answered
from
my
Ms.
question,
Trenton
so
has
if I
done
could
an
just
excellent
move
job in
on.
this space.
And you kind of outlined a little bit, but I wanted to know, with regard to the role, what are the specific responsibilities and what are the powers of the Commissioner?
The powers of the rental commissioner are all the powers under fair trading. She has the resources of fair trading and all the powers under the fair trading. She'll work across the whole network. In terms of her role, it's one of community engagement with range stakeholders, policy reform, policy advice, because it's important, given the fact that this space, given the importance, has been missing for 12 years. We wanted to ensure that we continually engage with stakeholders, given the polarising nature of property, as we all know. Nothing
understand,
stimulates
Minister,
discussion in
thank
Sydney
you.
more than actually. So I think
So,
that's.
so why weren't any of these the role description? Why hasn't it been gazetted?
Well, it's a public service appointment by the Secretary.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And who does the Commissioner report to?
She reports to the Deputy Secretary.
Okay.
And also the Secretary.
And how will the Commissioner's success be measured?
I think we've really great success, the fact that we've already appointed a rental commissioner, which has been missing for 12 years. I think this is a really positive move. In terms of her performance, that'll be a discussion between her and her superiors in the department.
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like, an impressive title, but rather tedious. Okay. Well, how about we move to rental reform then, because that seemed to be another topic that you were talking about just then. In relation to the recent rental law consultation paper, I'm just trying to find out what are the outcomes?
Well, the outcomes of that is that, first of all, we want to make sure we engage with industry, with a variety of stakeholders, given some of the contentious discussions that naturally happen when you're trying to do significant reform. I mean, in all fairness, I wish this had been done in the last 12 years, but it's not.
Yeah.
But we're going to move forward, given the level of urgency that it requires, given the impact that it has on so many people here in New South Wales, across the age groups, across the income bands, and we want to make sure that we do a thorough consultation process and not get to the situation which reduces supply to the market, which would only ever increase rental pressure for tenants, and more importantly, we want to make sure we get a balance right that doesn't pit tenants versus property owners. There's a balance I believe we can get here, and the work of the Rental Commissioner, her technical roundtables, her consultation, trying to bring people on the journey is an important part of doing reform, that's actually going to make such a significant difference to the people of New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister. And is there a time frame for results here?
Well, I think that was asked earlier.
Had lots of consultation.
We're going through the consultation process. I said this is a very contentious area of policy reform. I wish it had been given a level of urgency and importance in the last government, but it's not. But what we're going to do is develop a package of reform. We have a suite of election promises. I said around mending no grounds evictions. Early this year, we moved the portable bond scheme, which is an important part of reducing pressure for renters. We've stopped solicited rent bidding to close that gap in the legislation to ensure it applies to tech platforms and also to actually direct property owners. These are things that we've moved forward, which are so important.
Thank you, Minister. I think you've answered that part of the question.
Which we know is really impacting on
so
many
you say
people
there's a
in New
need
South
for
Wales.
rental reform, but and you've said it's taken a long time. I don't understand. Nothing has happened so far. Why is it taking so long now?
Well, it's not going to take 12 years, if I would say so myself. What we're going to do is move as quickly as we can, but in a careful and methodical way, given the contentious nature of this particular topic. I mean, 12 years of silence, but we're going to give it the level of urgency. We're going to give the level of urgency and importance and attention this particular area of policy and reserves. I said 1/3 in New South Wales are renting. In some metro areas, it's closer to 1 in 2.
Minister,
broadbands,
you said that you've moved on. Sorry, Minister. You said you've moved on portable bonds, but has anyone? What have you done?
Well, look, as you would appreciate, the portable bond scheme is actually a quite complex system in terms of determining what the rules are, and also create the IT system. Well, you know what? I've done more in the last 9 months, more than that was done in the last 12 years in this particular space.
But what have you done, Minister?
We are developing a range of rules around the portable bond scheme, investigating.
Where are they? Why hasn't anyone heard about them? Are you consulting?
Well, I mean, we did a media release about it. I did a number of media events on portable bond schemes. So I don't know what
media
what
isn't
the
policy
issues.
making, Minister.
But what it is that
you do
given
media
the
releases
different
when it suits you.
given the different aspects or categories within the rental reform space, we'll move on them and not be idle.
Sorry, Minister.
And not be indifferent to the so many people who are renting in New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister.
12 years of silence is not going to be fixed within a few
and
months.
now you have your chance. So what is the timeline for delivery to this community?
Which are you talking about? The rental community?
The
Absolutely.
portable.
These are the third
portable
people
bond
in New
scheme.
South Wales.
Yeah. So you've said you want to get on
sure.
with moving on it. I want to know what the timeline for delivery is.
Well, that's correct. So that's why we are moving and working with industry as quickly as we can, given the contentious nature. Well, what I know is this, Chair. 12 years of indifference has meant so many
9
people
months of inaction from this minister.
Indifference and insensitive to the needs of 1/3, in some places, 1 in 2 people who rent. I mean, I said this is a contentious policy space, and we'll continue to work with stakeholders
I get
to
it
move
that
forward.
you don't
on
actually
this
have a
policy.
timeline.
Well, no, I said we'll move things as quickly as we can, given the consultation
not a
we've
timeline.
proposed. Well,
Let the member ask her next question. Stop it.
No, I think it's important. I mean, I'll tell you what the timeline is. It's going to be shorter than 12 years.
Oh,
Is
that
the
was a real clanger. Oh dear, oh dear.
Is the government looking to bring in longer-term standard lease agreements?
Well, look, the government will consider all the policy options that are available. We'll consider all available.
What's the point of
to
being a
ensure
minister?
giving certainty to renters.
Sorry, Minister, there's been a point of order taken.
Run that cover.
Chair, the Minister was asked a very sensible question by the Honourable Eileen McDonald, but then that was immediately followed up by a different question from the Honourable Bronnie Taylor, and then the Honourable Jackie Munro asked a third question.
You can't keep up with us, can you?
Over the top of those first 2 questions. I mean, there should be one person asking the questions and then the Minister answering.
Look,
and
it is the opposition's.
opposition
It is
order.
the opposition's time, and they can spread amongst themselves where those questions sit.
Keep up. We should be barristers, all 3 of us.
The Honourable Aileen McDonald has the call.
Yes, Ms. McDonald.
Okay, I think I'll move on to the strata portal.
Sure.
Do you know how many strata schemes are on it?
I think I recall it's probably about 85,000. I think.
85. So what percentage of strata schemes in New South Wales would that be?
I think that's actually 85,000 in New South Wales, if I'm not mistaken.
And are there plans to strengthen or improve the portal?
What portal are you referring
to? Strengthen it to.
Are you talking about reforms in general in strata? Is that where you're?
No. The portal itself.
Oh, the strata portals. Look, I said, firstly, as we all know, so many of our people in our community will be living in strata. Strata reform is important. What I would also say is that the former government didn't move on the statutory review of strata reform, but we actually have. There's a current bill before which has passed the upper house, so I thank my colleagues in the upper house for passing that, and that'll come down to the government in the lower house in the next sitting session of Parliament. We've moved on those statutory reviews by implementing 30 out of the 139 recommendations on that review, and that'll be phase 1 of the legislative reform. But phase 2, which contains a number of more contentious issues,
you're going to strengthen it then.
What we're going to do is move urgently on the statutory, which I think should have been done in the last former government, but nevertheless the situation that we've got here is that we've moved the first tranche, and of course phase 2 is something we'll be doing more consultation with industry and with stakeholders to ensure we get a
Thank you, Minister. I think you've covered that. I was just wondering, look, with the cost of living crisis, we've got media reports of owners' corporations bankrupting owners who are in financial distress. What steps are being taken to assist these people, particularly, as we're going through this cost of living crisis?
Well, that's correct. I think certainly strata reform will look at these issues, given the significant number of people who will be living in strata. I think by 2040, Ms. McDonald, 1 in 2 in Sydney will be living in strata. That is a significant number of people in this living housing arrangements. The government has a housing agenda determining about density in and around metro areas, in particular around public infrastructure, which would mean that as there are more moving into there, what we want to do is to have reform that is fit for purpose, that is contemporary.
Minister. Can I just draw your attention now,
statutory
Minister? I'd just like to pivot and draw your attention back to Junee. I'm told that Junee has 1 contracted psychiatry service, 2 mental health nurses, 2 Aboriginal health workers, 2 Aboriginal liaison officers and 3 psychologists. So can the Minister guarantee that when it is taken over by Correction Services New South Wales, that inmates will receive better treatment?
I think they will receive much better treatment under Justice Health.
Okay, so currently, when you talk about that, currently new reception inmates at Junee are seen within 24 hours by their doctor. In contrast, in the public system, they are seen within 14 days. Minister, how is that a better outcome?
Well, look, it's a better outcome because changing the operations of Junee will deliver a much broader outcome. The access, I think, to the clinical expertise of Justice Health, working with our Indigenous Affairs Department, and also working with the wider...
So now it takes 14 days as opposed to 1, and you think that's a better outcome? That is unbelievable. Thank you, Minister.
The work of Justice Health is important as part of our very complex corrections system.
Thank you very much. So your colleague, Minister Housos, has actually said that you're largely responsible for domestic manufacturing. So I'm just wondering which department supports you on domestic manufacturing work?
Well, the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade reports to me. I'll be working closely with my colleague, Minister Housos, with her new portfolio responsibilities, and also with industry policy. We have
how many staff are looking at that from the department?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
And also in your office, how many staff are working on domestic manufacturing in your office?
Well, I have my office, so we all work across the different portfolios. We all work together well. I'm delighted to have the staff that I have.
So you don't have any policy experts on that specific topic area?
Well, I have the resource of the department to provide me with that advice.
Okay, right. So do you have 4 full-time staff in your office at the moment? Is that accurate?
Let me...
Because that was at 30th of June. Your office had 4 full-time staff.
Just let me do the quick calculation. Yes, I've got that. I've got I think I've got 5 now.
You've got 5.
4 and 1 part-time.
Right. And so has there been any turnover in your staff since you became Minister?
No.
And given your office has a number of significant portfolios, we obviously haven't really been able to get to all of them today because there's been a lack of detail in the responses. So do you believe that you've got an adequate number of staff to respond to the issues and work with stakeholders in a timely way?
Sure, look, I'm really excited with the suite of portfolios that I've got.
Yeah.
There is significant reform that we want to do, both in the building space,
But do you
in
think
rents.
I understand,
I'll
but
get to
do-
that. Yeah, sure, I think
But it's a very specific question, Minister.
Look,
Do you
I've
feel
got the
like
resources of my office, and I've got the resource of the department.
And you
I've
think
got the
that that's
resources
the
with
adequate-
engaging
you're
with community
comfortable with
stakeholders.
that?
Well, look, I'm just excited with the work that I'm comfortable
great.
with it.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to move to,
Yes.
we've seen media reports of buyers' experiences at auctions
Yes.
where properties sell for well over their advertised price guides. How much of this is genuine competitive bidding or merely underquoted?
Yeah. So you assume you want to focus on underquoting, is that right, Mr.?
Still
Well,
a question,
underquoting
Minister.
is an offence under the current laws. We do have various laws around this to ensure that where instances are made around underquoting, fair trading will investigate and take the appropriate action. For those who are caught underquoting, you can receive a $2,200 on-the-spot fine, and if you are further prosecuted, it's a fine of up to $22,000. I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary to provide more technical details, but if you have instances, or if you're aware of instances, please let us know.
It looks like
I'm happy
you
to
haven't really
investigate
done
it.
anything in that like you've had media releases on it, but haven't really gone after anyone.
Well, we conduct investigations on and on. If there are instances that you're aware of, please let me know. I'm happy to investigate that for you. We have currently existing laws around underquoting. If that needs to change, then we'll always consider ensure that our regulatory framework is fit for purpose and is contemporaneous. But if you want to know the specific details about it, I'm happy to ask the Deputy Secretary of the Fair Trading Commission to answer those questions.
I just have one final question, Minister. In relation to the definition of local content, what do you understand that to mean? Is that New South Wales, Australia, New Zealand? What does that include?
Local content, it depends on the local content under government. It's about Australia and New Zealand as the broader definition.
Okay, so not just New South Wales.
Well, I think we would always preface New South Wales. This is where that's possible, and that's where we've gone. But
you've acknowledged that local content.
Well,
is
that's
Australia
the
and
general
New Zealand.
definition that is
Thank you.
used,
Thank you.
and in industry.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We now move on to crossbench time. Minister, what role do you see the New South Wales Rental Commissioner playing in regards to animals in rentals?
A very important role, Chair, because as part of her consultation process, as part of her advising the government on the reform that's required in renting, which covers, as I said, things around no grounds, about the portable bond scheme, about privacy and data, which is part of the government's election suite, and also about having rentals in pets as well. She will play
Sorry, my question was just
role.
about the animals in rentals.
Yeah, of course.
What you envisioned her role will be in that.
It'll be part of her role to ensure that any aspects of the policy space that to do with rentals is actually included. So she's working very closely with the relevant industry stakeholders and the RSPCA to ensure that the policy reforms and the legislative arrangements that we arrive to take all those views into account.
You've said a few times that that this is a contentious area and that's why it's taking so long to develop the legislation. I'm just wanting to understand a bit more. We've got 82% agreement, including the majority of landlords that want to copy over the Victorian legislation. I'm just wondering what groups are lobbying you that are heavily against these laws?
Well, look, nobody has personally lobbied me against these laws, but we are going through a proper consultation process to ensure that we arrive at a package that is going to be workable in New South Wales. Do we look at what's happening in other jurisdictions? Of course we would. I mean, it's part of the institutional
If you don't have
learning,
anyone, Minister, lobbying against the laws, I'm just wondering why you're saying that it's contentious when we've got an 82% agreement in the population.
Well, I say that it's contentious in the whole property space and certainly rent what we've seen in the feedback that we've had, whether it's...
What feedback have you had specifically with animals in rentals?
As part of the survey response that we've had, certainly we've had a divergent set of views about policy implementation or policy ideas, and that's why I say
in regards to animals in rentals.
Well, in animals in rentals, but also in the general.
I just want to ask
space.
about animals in rentals because
Sure.
that's where obviously that statistic of 82% agreement comes from, and so I'm just wondering, just that word contentious. Has something come up in your consultation to lead you specifically to believe it's contentious when there is such strong agreement?
Yeah, look, I think the Rental Commissioner is best to answer those questions, Chair, given the number of conversations she's had with all the stakeholders in this space. This is an important area of reform that the government is committed to delivering, and we want to make sure we deliver.
So you, as Minister, haven't seen any evidence to suggest that it is contentious?
Well, I said my word contentious was used in a much broader thing in terms of property and renting, of course.
But not so much in regards to the animals in rental.
Yes, that would be a fair assessment. But certainly, what I'm saying is that when it comes to property reform, I think it always delivers a rather divergent set of views, and we just want to make sure that we bring a package that is balanced, that is fair, and that actually improves
Thank you, Minister.
Everybody involved.
Minister, New South Wales has a great opportunity to be a leader when it comes to the production of cell-based meats. Cell-based startups have actually told me, though, that they're feeling forced to leave New South Wales due to the lack of regulatory and financial support available to them. The previous government gave a $25,000 grant to a New South Wales cell-based company, VOW, in 2019, but I understand that there hasn't been any funding made available from your government. Is there any funding currently available to support cell-based meat startups in New South Wales, or is that something that you're willing to explore?
Well, I said in terms of, there are a couple of components to that question, Chair. I think in terms of the cell-based production, that I suspect would mainly deal with the Minister for Health. So, I encourage you to.
Sorry,
but
Minister.
In terms of the startup,
sorry, Minister. The previous grant was given for innovation, science, and technology.
I was getting to that too. Like I said, in terms of the regulatory framework, certainly the Minister has a role here. But in terms of the grant itself, then obviously we'll have a competitive and open process for any applicant in any industry where they've got an idea which they believe will deliver great outcomes to make forward those submissions.
And why do you feel that it would go to the Minister for Health instead of the Minister for Innovation and Science and Technology when we're talking about...
What I'm saying, in terms of the startup application, certainly that would come to me. Mm-hmm. But if we're talking about health-based issues in the regulation of producing
that's right. So my question is more about the funding and the fact that there was $25,000 given by the previous government. Do you or are you advocating for any further funding within New South Wales in that space?
Well, I said we've got a program of the innovation grants that we put forward, given the very difficult few situations that we've got, and I encourage any startup, any idea who wishes to make an application to do so.
Are you willing to meet with any of the cell-based meat startup companies in New South Wales who are looking for grants to discuss those opportunities?
Well, I said certainly anyone's welcome to contact me if they've got an ideas.
But would you meet with them?
Well, I'm happy to consider any request for a meeting.
Thank you. Are you across, or have you had any briefings around the animal programs that are often used for inmates in New South Wales correction centres?
No, I haven't at this stage.
Okay, so have you met with or have you spoken to Greyhounds as Pets program, or are you aware of the Greyhounds as Pet program in the jail system?
Look, I'm not aware that the association has actually contacted my office.
But are you aware of the program itself that is running through the
as the technical aspects, no, I'm not. But certainly, I'm happy to defer to the Commissioner if he's aware of these programs happening in our facilities.
Yes, we do have these programs operating, Minister, and one's in Dilwinia, and the last one I saw was also in Hunter, but I'm not sure if that one's still going.
Thank you. What about the thoroughbred rehabilitation program run with Corrective Services New South Wales? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that specific program, but the Commission might wish to add on that.
Yeah, that's operating in St Heliers, and we have about, at the last count, about 80 horses involved in that.
Thank you. Minister, given there's quite a few different programs with animals that are running through the jail system. I'm just wondering if there is, if the sentence, anyone that is actually convicted of animal cruelty offences, and obviously it's incredibly rare that somebody is convicted of an animal cruelty offence is actually in a correction centre. But I want to know if these programs are open to anyone that has been convicted of animal cruelty, or would those individuals be excluded?
Look, that's a very I'm happy to take that on notice if that's okay.
Thank you. And this might be another one for on notice, but I know that inmates are often part of a day work release program, and a lot of those day work release programs includes work inside slaughterhouses. Again, are there exclusions to ensure anyone convicted of animal cruelty offences are not involved in day work releases to slaughterhouses?
I'm happy if I can just take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Something that's been raised with my office quite a bit over the years is that there's no specific rehabilitation for animal cruelty offenders. Is this something you're interested in or open into looking into?
Well, that's a general principle, Chair. Like, I'm always open to ideas that actually improve the whole corrections network. I think there is certainly an area of reform that the government will always, not reform, I suppose, any ideas that improve the whole network, I think is something we should always be open to. We can't be static about these things. We've got to make sure that our policies, our framework is actually contemporary and fit for purpose.
Thank you. In the US, they have a program called the Benchmark Animal Cruelty Rehabilitative Curriculum. It's an online course that cruelty offenders are often sentenced to, which teaches the offender about respect and care for animals. Have you heard anything about those sorts of programs in the US?
No, I'm not aware of those specific programs in the US.
Are you willing to meet with the organisations that actually run those programs to see if that's something that would be suitable here in New South Wales?
In general, I mean, I'm always open to any ideas that make an improvement for the people of New South Wales. And as we all agree, the corrections portfolio and the work environment is extremely complex. And yes, certainly.
Thank you. I might throw to Ms. Kate Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fairman.
I just wanted to turn to the new position of Strata and Property Services Commissioner. I'm interested in the position more broadly in terms of whether there is terms of a reference or for the and a budget and powers. If you could just elaborate on that firstly.
I said the Secretary appointed Mr. John Minns to be our Property and Strata Services Commissioner. I think it's a great appointment. He comes with great credibility, great experience and great knowledge of the industry and the reforms that we actually need in strata. He will have access to all the resources of fair trading and also work closely with the Building Commissioner and also across Better Regulations Division. His role is one of obviously policy development, policy advocacy, engagement with the various stakeholders within the strata space. So I'm really looking forward to continue to working with Mr. Minns on this important area of policy reform.
So that seems to indicate then that it's existing resources to deal with all of the issues in relation to strata and all of the incredible difficulties that people have who have already tried and are every day dealing with fair trading. So is there going to be any additional resources, any specific strengthening of strata skills, experience, numbers within fair trading, if that's who the Strata Commissioner is working with?
Well, look, certainly in terms of the access to resources, you said the Strata has access to all of those of fair trading and also the Building Commission as well. But in terms of future resources, of course, the government will consider
when you're
that
saying
as
that
part
the
of the
Strata
budget
Commissioner
process.
will have access to the resources that the Building Commissioner has?
No, we'll have access to the resources of fair trading and the powers of fair trading as well, with the whole department.
Okay, so...
But he'll work with the Building Commissioner and all the other units of the department.
Is it your expectation then that we're aware that there's the strata, there's the bill before the Parliament now. We've been promised that much of the bigger and possibly you could argue, or important reform is still coming. Yes. Is it your expectation that there will be additional resources? And I'm specifically referring to the fact that there's not enough resources now within fair trading to deal with the extraordinary number of strata complaints and issues in relation to strata. So simply appointing a strata commissioner without additional resources isn't going to fix that problem. So when will more resources come?
Well, the government will consider its resources as part of the normal budget process. But
so no more resources?
Well, the government will consider in its next year budget of resources across the whole of government to ensure that we have the resources that we
Okay, so Mr Minns has just been appointed the Strata and Property Services Commissioner. Is that right? The Property Services Commissioner, is that correct? I mean, that's the change?
The Property Services Commissioner with the work appointed by the Secretary.
Strata's in there.
Yes.
So Mr Minns goes to fair trading and says, okay, where's my team, my resources? Who am I able to direct? How many staff do I have? How many staff am I is all all mine? What does that look like?
Well, that's, as I said, they have access to the whole of fair trading network.
So he can just walk in there on Monday, whenever he's been appointed, and ask for a whole floor, ask for 50 staff to sit down and do basically everything that he requires and says needs to be done in Strata. Is that what you're talking about?
Certainly, the Property Services will report to the Deputy Secretary of the Fair Trading Commission. I'm happy to ask her to elaborate further, but certainly he has access to the resources of the department to undertake the important policy reform in this space, and that any resource requirements will be naturally delivered as part of the budget process.
So in terms of, and we can come to that maybe later in the day as well, I appreciate that, but in terms of the kind of terms of reference and powers, so for example, in regard to dispute resolution via fair trading, mediation, what are those powers of the Strata Commissioner? Are they outlined anywhere?
Well, the role of the Strata Commissioner is it will have all the resources and all the powers that are currently within fair trading, and that's in terms of the technical legal powers of the Strata. I'm happy to ask the Deputy Fair Trading Commissioner to answer those questions for you, Ms.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. So the answer to the question, I think there's two questions that you've raised, and maybe I'll take them in turn. The first question was around how will Mr Minns work with the resources of fair trading in doing his job, and the answer to that, I can give you a practical example, is we have a policy team that is currently supporting, a policy team in fair trading that is currently supporting Mr Minns to work through some of the strata reform. So he would draw on the fair trading policy people to assist him with that. If there is an issue in the sector, for example, underquoting, Mr Minns will draw down on our inspectorate in fair trading to help him with that issue. So that's the answer to your first question. In relation to the second one around powers, there's a raft of legislation that sits within fair trading, as you know, and if you actually look at the Act, all the powers are vested in the Secretary of the Department. So the powers sit with her, and then what will happen is she will then delegate those powers as is appropriate. So at the moment, those powers are delegated to me as Fair Trading Commissioner in the most part. John does have some powers that have been delegated to him under the Property and Stock Agents Act, so he's able under that legislation to set professional development requirements for agents and also to set the rules, the supervision rules for agency businesses. So I think down the track we will look at, do other roles and responsibilities under that legislation need to be delegated from the Secretary to Mr Minns.
But that's not, thank you. So that's not in the current legislation in terms of, or regulations supporting that legislation in terms of ensuring that that new position has those parameters now, Minister? Because I've got key stakeholders asking, what are the terms of reference, what are the powers, what's the budget? So it's either potentially a communications issue that people who are dealing with strata issues need to know this.
Yeah, look, certainly, working with different industries will be an important part of the strata.
So there are no additional terms of reference, is that what you're saying?
The role of the Strata Commissioner will have, all the powers and resources of fair trading.
Is that outlined somewhere? Is it outlined somewhere for people to see?
I'm happy to take that one on notice. I'm happy to take that one on notice, but I gather
maybe some
because
advice,
it's a public service
it would be worth doing if it's not already outlined.
Yes.
Can I just quickly, in the time I have remaining for a couple more issues, I just wanted to, this is a broader issue around building defects in high-rise apartments and the role that you as Minister, the Building Commissioner, plays. I note that the government is very intent on building high-rises around train stations, what have you, yet we have seen the extraordinary statistic around building defects in those high-rises. 4 out of 10 buildings, I think, is one stat. What is happening to ensure that this... I mean, it's kind of the worst possible thing to do in some ways if you look at the evidence of those high-rise buildings in New South Wales, yet government policy is pursuing high-rise buildings right now. What are you saying to the Premier and the Planning Minister about the risks in relation to putting all our eggs in the high-rise basket?
No, thank you very much, Ms Pham. Look, certainly bringing back trust and confidence in Class 2 or high-rise buildings or density buildings as an important part of the government's housing agenda. Now, there are a number of reforms that the government will be embarking. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the work of the Building Commissioner and trying to really accelerate the work that he's been doing, working with industry to change the culture and to change the standards. Some of the reforms we're looking at are including decennial liability insurance. For committee members, you may be aware, decennial liability insurance is a 10-year warranty on the
Minister,
building.
So but do you have concerns, let's just go down to the quotes, but do you have concerns about if, for example, we see around all of these high-rise buildings being built, if that is the policy of the government, are you concerned that, in fact, we don't have the level of skills and experience needed in this state to build those high-rise buildings without defects, and that we should actually you should be talking to the Premier and the Planning Minister about the risks involved in so much high-rise?
Look, certainly, Ms. I'm continually speaking with the Premier and the planners on this issue because the risk, in particular, the greatest risk we see in this house space as people move from Class 1 going to Class 2, that is those who are building up to 3 stories, then trying to fight. That's where the greatest skills gap is, and that's why the legislation, which is before the Parliament, which the Upper House has passed, which is greatly received, will actually allow the building community to take proactive and preventative inspections, in particular those Class 1 builders,
to
ensure they
of you, Mr. Chandler.
So they get upskilled, and that as they move into Class 2, they have the necessary, not only the technical skills, but also the corporate skills as well. But some of the reforms that we're moving in around ICERT ratings, which is also very important, working with market to ensure that we assess, and also the DLI and other building reforms that we'll do next year with the Building Act. I think that there's a lot of reform in this space.
I'll come back and maybe ask some questions of Mr. Chandler.
There's a lot of reform in this building space. We know how important Class 2 buildings will be in terms of the government's housing agenda to ensure that we build not only the number of houses, but the quality of those dwellings in the locations that are actually going to benefit the public investment, or significant public investment that's been made in infrastructure.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, how many potential breaches of ticket scalping laws have been investigated by Fair Trading since you became Minister?
Well, look, ticket scalping is it's just an awful way to fleece, and particularly young people or others who are actually going to a concert or
Minister,
an
I'm
event.
aware of what ticket scalping is and why it's bad. That's why I'm asking how many have been investigated.
I said the Fair Trading will always investigate any instance of ticket scalp or any contravention of consumer laws.
I'm happy to take
that on notice in terms of the specific number.
Could I please also ask you to take on notice? Minister, could I please ask the next question since you've said you'll take this on notice? Minister, of these investigations, how many have resulted in compliance action and what actions were taken?
Well, the Fair Trading will always take the appropriate action for those who are
Will you take that on notice? It's a very specific question.
I think what I'm saying
how many have resulted in compliance action?
I think any instances where people have broken consumer law will be
Minister,
properly investigated.
I'm aware of that. That's why I'm asking the question about how many have actually occurred.
Could
you please take that on notice, Minister, if you don't know the
specific
number?
numbers, so the Fair Trading Commission is happy to answer that.
Okay, well, I'll ask in the afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Mahan. Thank
to
you.
the Fair Trading Commissioner.
Thank you. So, Minister, are you aware of proactive enforcement operations that Fair Trading take?
Well, of course, but Fair Trading will always take action, proactive or reactive, to ensure that consumer laws are done.
So what operations? Are there any planned?
Yeah, look, in terms of operations, I'm happy to ask the Fair Trading Commission to answer those questions.
Okay, well, again, I've asked you, Minister, and I'm happy to ask Ms Mann in the afternoon. Yes. Thank you. So do you think that Fair Trading has sufficient resources to stamp out ticket scalping? Because the Premier has spoken at length about this issue, and you're obviously responsible. So do you take the view that Fair Trading have sufficient resources to conduct these investigations?
Well, look, Fair Trading in its budget allocation, I think, works on a budget of about $525 million. That's obviously not net cost of its revenue that it has. I think certainly in terms of the operations of what Fair Trading conducts and what it does, I'm happy to defer to the Fair Trading Commission.
So you don't have a view of whether Fair Trading has sufficient resources or not?
Well, I think Fair Trading do great work.
But do you think they have sufficient resources to do that work?
Resource and budget allocation is a matter of deliberation, which the government will always continue to consider.
So you're not going to take responsibility for the budget of Fair Trading?
Well, I am. I'm taking.
So you do think they have sufficient resources?
I don't think you should put words into my mouth, and that's not.
Well,
true.
I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you maybe let me finish, because all budget allocations will go through the normal budgeting process.
Okay.
And Fair Trading do great work, trying to protect consumers on a range of issues.
That's not an answer to my question, but thank you for providing some further information about your lack of view on that question. So the current prohibitions only apply when the ticket terms prohibit resale or restricts resale. Do you think this needs to be extended?
Well, like I said, the government will always consider any proposals that improve consumer law.
But do you, Minister, are you aware of this issue? Do you think it needs to be extended? When you've been given briefings, do you think...
in general, is that what you're talking? Are you talking about ticket scalping? Right. Yeah.
So, but surely you've got information about this matter and you have a view of whether it needs to be extended in terms of the...
Extended in specifically
the current
in
prohibitions that apply when ticket terms prohibit resale or restrict resale.
So, like I said, there are laws in place to prevent ticket scalping. I said in any regulatory environment, you can't be static.
Okay.
So if there are ideas or proposals which we can improve the work of Fair Trading, the work of course, the government would consider all of them.
Okay. It must be difficult to make decisions and form views as the Minister, and also to take a view to Cabinet and the Premier when you're not actually sure of when these breaches are occurring or how many are being followed up.
Well, like I said,
so
we
I can understand why you don't have a view if you don't have that information.
My view is that we should ensure that our regulatory framework continues to evolve to ensure that our consumer laws are up to date and consumers are being ripped off, whether it's scalping,
thank you, Minister.
underquoting, or misinformation.
Could I please just move to a question just to follow on from Ms Hurst's question? Are you aware that companies are moving to Victoria because of more generous schemes that are being provided by LaunchVic, the $2 billion investment arm? Businesses are literally moving their operations interstate because they are worried that the New South Wales government is no longer a stable and secure and reliable partner. Are you aware of that?
Well, certainly when the former government cut significant budgets from the innovations program.
These are decisions that businesses are making under the watch of your government. You are in government now. So will you take responsibility for the businesses who are moving interstate? It's a yes or no answer.
I won't take responsibility for the cuts that were made by the former government.
Let it evolve.
Minister, nobody buys these talking points. I've already read out the budget papers. It's just unbelievable.
Thank you. It's now crossbench time, and I turn to Ms. Higginson.
Thank you.
Minister?
Yes.
Will you please make the commitment here and now that you will receive a brief on the report into black deaths, Aboriginal deaths in custody, that was first tabled in 1991, and there are still outstanding recommendations?
Well,
Minister,
yes.
will you commit here and now?
Well, look, I'm happy to receive any advice from the department on a range of issues, which, if that's kind of sure.
Thank you. So that's a yes. You will commit to...
I'll commit to getting the advice.
Even just...
I'm getting the advice.
Minister, even just Google the report. Just Google the report and have a look at the hundreds of... Thank you. Thank you. Minister, does Corrective Services right now have a statewide alcohol and drug strategy in line with other jurisdictions that you're aware of?
In the strategy for inmates or for what?
Like a drug and alcohol strategy that is a Corrective Services one. Inmates, everyone.
Yes, I am aware of that because when I visited Parklea, I also visited some of the health centres around this, and even in parts of Silverwater, I visited there also the work of Justice Health. So certainly issues around substance and alcohol is part of the rehabilitation program that Corrections actually delivers.
Thank you. And so there is a strategy in place now.
I'm happy for the Commissioner.
All right, so you're not sure.
I said I know we have a range of programs about rehabilitation, it's in behaviour, and to any substance issues to ensure that those inmates while they're serving time are rehabilitated, so that we can actually, reduce recidivism when they finish their sentence.
Thank you. Are you aware that inmates that leave Corrective Services are suffering a high rate of homelessness? Is that something that you're aware of?
Well, look, certainly as inmates leave our facilities, there are a number of challenges that they will face, and we want to make sure that as many programs as we have to support those as they transition into the community.
So do you have an exit scheme for making sure that people, when they leave a corrective institution, that they have somewhere to go?
Yeah. Look, in terms of specific programs, I'm happy to take that on notice, but certainly, in the corrective, it's a multi-portfolio, multi-faceted area of social policy.
Yes, but remember, Minister, you have a duty of care from the minute somebody enters your facility and to the minute they leave. Do you accept that an inmate leaving a correctional facility, that it's part of the standard within the duty of care that you owe, that you are assured that they have somewhere safe to go and sleep the night that they've left? Do you think that's part of your duty?
Well, I think it's all part of your duty to make sure that inmates, when they come out, get the level of appropriate support that they have as they transition into the community. I mean, the whole aim is to reduce recidivism out in the community, and whatever programs we have post and pre are actually will always be considered by the government.
Minister, are you enjoying being the Minister for Corrections?
I think it's great. It's an area I think that is undoubtedly complex. We have to think of, there are so many aspects of the social policy space. We have to try to get a better understanding of how preventative measures we can do to reduce inmates in the first place. So there's a whole suite of policy areas which needs to work together to ensure to make improvements to them. I think it's a great portfolio. Thank you.
Now, I'm not asking you to disclose anything that you can't, and I know you wouldn't, but can I ask, and I think it's okay, it's within the parameters, are you an advocate within Cabinet to reform and invest more in our corrections system at the moment?
Well, I'm an advocate, of course, for making any positive reforms that makes a difference to all my portfolios. I really think the report of Mr. McClellan will be instrumental to determine. But
Minister, just on that point, the terms of reference for Justice McClellan are not to look at the entire prison system and how we reform them. He's got terms of reference, and yes, there's one that can be broadened should he see fit, but that's not what he's looking at. So you're telling me that that's what you're relying on, are you?
No, I'm not only relying on that, but I think certainly the work of Justice McClellan will be so important to determine what recommendations he might want to make, and that's a decision for him. But in terms of advocating for any reforms in our corrections system, of course I'd advocate, because I know the social benefit and the economic benefit.
Can I ask one final thing? My time's run out.
Sure.
Minister, are you cognizant of the other models, international jurisdictions, other models of corrective services like the Nordic models and all of those? Are you aware of those?
Yes, I am aware of those. The different systems that are in place, but we'll consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the government?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, could you just remind us when you were sworn in?
Just in
Can't remember.
April.
April. And can I ask you, how many meetings did you engage in or have between July and September 2023?
I did 69 meetings with our stakeholders.
69.
He knew that one.
69. And Minister, can you tell me in the same period for the previous year, that is 2022, how much would the former Minister, Bronwyn Taylor, how many meetings would she have engaged in?
You I think it's actually 22.
Terrified of me.
So only, only a fraction of the engagement that I've conducted.
22.
You guys, when you fail, you get personal.
So the previous line of
Point
questioning...
of order, Chair.
Well, I mean, I'm asking valid questions.
There's been a point of order. I'll hear
I'm very happy for this to get ventilated, Chair, but the entire time when the Labor Party is under pressure, they like to get personal against me.
Is this a statement or a point of order?
Me, it is a point of order until the Chair decides that it's not. But now you're going against something and you're making it very personal, and that is outrageous.
Well,
and
to
that
the
is
point of order, Madam Chair.
That is unparliamentary.
To the point of order, there was a clear implication that the Minister was abrogating his responsibility for stakeholder engagement.
You're better than
I am
this,
asking
Mark.
the Minister a direct question about the proportion of meetings that he's engaged in compared to the previous Minister. I don't see how that's irrelevant at all.
A member of your party's been doing to me.
Chair, this is completely irrelevant, this line of questioning.
Oh, really? It was relevant enough for you to imply that the Minister wasn't engaging with his stakeholders, but you don't like it when we do the same thing.
Order.
Glass jaw.
Order.
Oh, careful. Be very careful.
The reality is, Chair, that this Minister's job is the subject of budget estimates, not anybody else's job. And I ask the honourable member to desist in that line of questioning.
Thank
you. To the point of order, may I simply say that one of the ways of assessing if someone's doing their job is by comparison. Okay, and I think this is a valid comparison.
Look,
you're in government.
The government has their chance to ask questions. However, I do encourage the government not to take shots at the opposition just to try to sort of fire things up. If they have questions to clarify some of the answers, then they have the floor to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Minister, given the proportion of meetings which you engaged in that same quartile as the previous Minister, that is a ratio of over 3 to 1.
I must be good at my job.
Do you think you've had sufficient stakeholder engagement relative to the previous Minister?
Certainly. I mean, all morning I've been peppered with who I have met, and I've met 69 stakeholders in 3 months, which is more than 3 times the former Minister. So if you want to talk about stakeholder engagement, I'm always willing to meet with her. I think it's so important that we hear from your stakeholders, and I think
how many ministries
nothing
do you
like
have?
killing the kettle black here. I mean, you make criticisms of me if engaging with stakeholders when the facts are actually put before the committee, that I've engaged with 3 times the number of stakeholders which you, Ms Taylor, engaged with, and now you're sensitive to and now you're sensitive.
There's been a point of
order.
Order, Ms Jackie. Order, Minister. Sorry, there's been a point of order taken. Ms Jackie Munro.
This committee has to engage in reasonable conduct that is fair and respectful, and I put that, unfortunately, the Minister has strayed from that ruling.
Yeah, look, Minister, I encourage you to, in your answer, talk about who you have met with, your stakeholders, rather than comparisons with other members of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's right. Look, I mean, I reject the assertion that Ms Murray said I've been disrespectful, because that's not true. What I'm clearly articulating is that in the 3 months, from July to September, I've met with 69 stakeholders across all my portfolios to ensure I hear firsthand about the issues that are important to them, the policy reforms that they would like to see, and engaging in a space to ensure that I get a broad perspective on the variables in all my portfolios. And I think this is such an important part of doing good policy work, good legislative reform, when you meet with stakeholders and you hear with them, you hear what their thoughts are, and rather than you can't engage with industry, you can't hear their views if you actually haven't met with them. So I think it's really important for me
in some of the policy reforms that we're looking to embark, that we actually continue to, and I'll continue to do it.
And Minister, can I just ask a follow-up on that? Can you just, for the benefit of the committee, remind us how many portfolios you've got?
I've got 5 portfolios and plus and Sierra, and I have to say what an exciting time it is to manage this portfolio.
Five and Sierra, so that's by my count that's 6, and I understand that the previous minister had 3 portfolios. And yet you attended 3 times the meetings.
Portfolio of women isn't significant.
So look, I said my portfolios have varied, and I think it's such an exciting time for me to be in this portfolio, to understand the different policy areas that are important to each portfolio, the complexities that involve, meeting with a range of stakeholders and their views. I think it's so. It's just a great opportunity for me, and I'm delighted to have these portfolios.
Thanks, Minister, and thank you for all your hard work. The figures speak for themselves, so really appreciate the answer. Thanks.
The answers speak for themselves.
Is that all the questions from the government?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our time with the Minister. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
We will now be breaking. We will now be breaking for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Thank you.
We'll see everybody in the.
I'll throw straight away to the opposition for questioning.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to having a really nice afternoon. Can I just direct my question to the secretaries, because there's multiple secretaries at the table, right?
Yep, three
secretaries, yes. Thank you. So can I please ask you, has a minister or ministerial office to whom you report to ever requested specific public servants to fill DLO positions in their office? And just to be clear, I'm asking about any minister the secretary is responsible for, not just the minister relevant for this budget estimates session. So do you want to start with you, Secretary?
Yes, no, not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Same, no.
Yep.
Not to my knowledge.
Dr. Dodd, would you like to take it on notice, or you want
I'll double check, but not
okay.
to my knowledge. Yes. I have asked, no.
Okay, thank you.
I would be most surprised if I, as a matter of course, would not have been advised, but should my negative response be subject to any reason to change it, I'll advise the committee.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, I think so. I want to go straight on to corrections. So that will be you, Miss. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of you there. Please, can I ask, Secretary, was there a brief provided to the Minister's office on GEO, on the takeover, deprivatisation? I'm not sure what the correct word is, but was there a brief provided?
There was as there would always be, a series of incoming government briefs, and in that context there's a total profile on each prison and each facility, including the three private prisons.
I understand. My question to you was very specific. Was a brief requested and sent, so requested by the MO, requested by the Minister's office on June and the deprivatisation of that?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm happy to...
Sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask you to be a little bit closer to the mic?
Yes.
Thank
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
But can I just supplement? So no, not to my knowledge, but happy to take it on notice. Certainly the rest of the process, there of course was a decision by Cabinet.
So, Secretary, did you provide any information, was any information requested of you as to the performance of the Junee prison?
Not that I recall.
So, Secretary, were you or the department aware of the intention to... I'm sorry, I don't know if deprivatise is the right word. Does anyone...
Nationalise.
Nationalise the prison. Thank you, Abigail. Nationalise the prison before the announcement.
If I may...
Of course, Secretary.
Seek the Commissioner's confirmation of our knowledge of this.
Yep.
Clearly there was knowledge of the contractual arrangements and the fact that it was coming to the end, and that a decision would need to be made.
Commissioner, did you have anything to add?
Yes, this particular facility was up for market test, and a decision had to be made by Cabinet as to how that would progress. So all options were put forward in the paper to the Minister to take to Cabinet.
So, Commissioner, those options then, I presume, would have been sort of about perhaps having a competitive tender process?
Correct.
Right. How many options were put forward?
Well, there's two options.
Two options.
Go out to market or return to the public sector. Well, not return to the public sector because it's never been in the public sector.
Did GEO ever request to not be considered to further operate this prison?
I never knew about that. If they did, they certainly didn't do it to me, and I meet with them very regularly.
Secretary?
No, not to my knowledge.
I'm not sure if this is for the Secretary of the Commissioner, but what is the operating budget of the Junee prison?
that figure for Junee is commercial in confidence. So
well, it has been mentioned in the media.
A figure was mentioned in the media, and it's not the correct figure, but.
Is it more or less?
So, can you take that on notice? I mean, the government said it's going to cost $75 million to nationalise the Junee prison. And the situation is that, what's been said is that actually that current operating budget is much less than that.
The current operating budget is based on 910 as opposed to the full capacity of Junee.
So can you tell me what the current operating budget of Junee is?
Well, it's commercial in confidence.
Do you understand that? And Commissioner, I'm just asking the questions. If you don't want, please. I really respect what you do, and I will behave very differently. But so don't you worry about a thing. But Commissioner, can you? I understand that it's commercial in confidence. So I suppose what I'm trying to ask you then is there a difference between the cost of running the Junee facility in its current form compared to what it will be when it is nationalised?
We anticipate that it will be less under the public sector.
Right, to operate it. And is that because you'll be having more people?
No. Operation will be the same. Cost will be less.
And you'll be having less services?
No, we'll be having the same services we have in every other public sector facility.
So, Commissioner, if you say that, now I'm going to have to say this to you. At the moment, as I said to the Minister, that currently new reception inmates at Junee are seen within 24 hours by their doctor. Yep. In contrast, in the public system, they're seen within 14 days.
Well, that's the maximum period that they can be seen. Most would be seen by Justice Health on the same day as they are received as part of the process, but there is a period that we've got that they have to be seen by. But that is really a question for Justice Health.
Yeah. I mean that's a pretty poor outcome, I'd imagine, Commissioner. I also too actually know what that contract is worth for GEO, and that contract is worth $50 million, and yet the government is saying it's going to cost $75 million. Which was mentioned in that article in the Sydney Morning Herald. So I don't understand. I'm not very good at maths, but I don't understand how that then makes sense.
I think that figure was for the operation of the facility if it was fully occupied. At the moment, there's only 910, and I haven't got the figure in front of me of what the full capacity is, but I think it's around about 1,400.
Because what really concerns me, Commissioner, and you would understand this, and I'm a regional person, is the cost and the fact that we're hearing one thing and yet it's another. But I appreciate that you can't tell me any more, but I am aware of that figure, and I will be continuing to prosecute this going forward.
Well, we will see when we take over. We'll be able to make sure that figure is public, as opposed to commercial in confidence.
Do you feel confident that you have the amount of staff to be able to take over that centre?
Yes.
You do? And how many of those jobs will be staying locally?
The jobs in Junee, well, we'll be going through a process over the next 17 months where we engage with staff, and we're still to work out how we can transfer those staff into the public sector. But we plan to go down there as soon as possible once we get that information and have staff meetings with all the staff. And
so is it your intention to keep all of those staff members living locally?
I can't say that.
But is it your...
Because we still haven't identified the mechanism for transfer over to the public sector.
It's really the wrong way about, isn't it, this? When you're talking about people's jobs, you're talking about the really difficult jobs that they perform under very difficult circumstances. I mean, I take my hat off to anyone in correctional services. I really do. But I just I don't understand how you can you know, you can say that, I mean, this is a really serious issue for this community.
It certainly is, and you know, obviously it couldn't be announced prior to the cabinet decision being made.
Sure.
So we have to then, you know, once the cabinet decision's made, then we have to.
When did you find out that this was happening?
Shortly after the cabinet decision was made.
Shortly after? Can you give us an idea? Was it a phone call? Is there a brief, or did you wait for the cabinet papers to come out?
I think I was told by Deputy Commissioner Taylor.
Right. Okay. Because I'm advised that the Public Service Association were advised of the government decision before Corrections New South Wales. Would that be correct?
I'm not aware of that. The Public Service Association.
Public Service Association. They knew more than what you did. Yeah.
Well, I did.
Well, point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. With all due respect, the opposition is now making inferences to try and verbal the witness. The witness clearly stated that they weren't aware of the timelines of the various communications. So I ask that...
I'm happy to move on. I accept. Commissioner, I just wanted to ask you, and Secretary as well, and I'm sorry to do it to both because I'm not sure which one is the appropriate one, but were there ever any, like, have there been, was GEO not meeting its KPIs?
No, GEO was doing a good job down at Junee.
Yeah, because that's honestly what I've heard, and I've actually spoken to an ex-inmate and who has rehabilitated amazingly well.
Yes.
So they were meeting their KPIs. They're doing a good job. They're good social corporate citizens of the community, pouring millions of dollars into it.
Yep.
Why are we getting rid of them?
It's probably not a question for me.
Secretary, have you seen this before? I understand if people aren't performing and KPIs aren't being met, and if there's serious issues within somewhere, then you would look at things and you'd interrogate it and you'd wonder, but if you're doing a good job, you're having good outcomes.
Can I raise a point of order? And
Yes.
I'm reluctant to do so, but I think we're skating very close to asking the public officials their opinions on matters of policy.
And further to the point of order, Chair, the Minister made it clear that this was a make good on an election promise and part of the government's philosophy of public ownership over privatisation. I think it's unfair for the bureaucrats to try and make informed commentary on government policy.
To the point of order, Chair, I understand what the government is doing, but I have a job to do in opposition, and that is to ask questions. These are very experienced public servants. If they choose not to answer that, that's really up to them.
Yeah, well, further, if I may, just in terms of the procedural fairness resolution number 10, public officials will not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy.
Haven't asked an opinion.
Yeah, I think the point of order is validly made. I think we're getting close. I think the honourable member is going to just stay shy of asking for that opinion. And I also think the witness is incredibly competent. So how about we carry on? Yeah. Is that you're satisfied with that? Please stay.
Well, I'll make another point of order if I'm not.
Okay, please stay on the right side of the rules.
I try very hard to stay on the right side at all times.
You do.
So I'm sorry if I've strayed.
Particularly in the afternoon session.
I'm so progressive, as you know, Abigail. I can hear you smirking there. Secretary, maybe I shall rephrase the question, and then I'm sure Mr. Primrose will tell me if I'm not right, and he does know more about the rules than me, I hate to admit. Secretary, have you seen before, in your experience, a service provider performing a good job, meeting KPIs, doing all those things, to not have their contract renewed? Is that?
That's a legitimate question.
Oh, look, through the course, so DCJ is a large department, and there are movements with contractors over time. I think the most helpful thing I can reinforce to the committee is that within the bounds of integrity and the law, what we are charged with doing is administering the system within the policy positions determined by the government and the decisions made by government, and that's what we do, whether it's GEO or whether it's public sector.
I think that's a very, I think you've answered. So basically, it's not based on. It's just a political decision, and then your job is to actually do what the politicians tell you to do. Yeah. You guys should think about running sometime, I think. All right. Thank you very much. I think that's about me on Junie. Do you want to have a?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry if I placed you in a difficult position, but it's my job.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. And I'll start with, I think this goes to Professor Durant-White about how much money has been budgeted for the Office of the Chief Scientist in 2022-23 and also 2023-24, please.
In 22-23, 47 million. In 23-24, 55 million.
Thank you. And in Investment New South Wales, perhaps Ms. Knight, the same question, please.
Sure. Investment New South Wales for 23-24 has a budget of 355 million in recurrent expenditure and 24.9 million in capex.
So, sorry, that was for 2023-24. Yep, and the figure for 22-23?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just to clarify, Professor, the first number was for 23-24 and the second number was for 22-23?
No.
Other way around?
The other way around.
That's fine. Yeah, got
perhaps
it.
a little surprisingly, the budget's gone up.
Thank you. And perhaps again for Ms. Knight, on the Sydney Startup Hub, are you aware of the funding for this year and last year?
Yes, I am.
Could you please?
So for 22-23, the funding available was 17.4 million, which included rental expenses. And for 23-24, the budget is $11.8 million, which includes rental expenses.
Okay, thank you very much. And could you please let the committee know how many staff have been let go since the announcement of the 23-24 budget in Investment New South Wales, and how many you're planning to let go?
Sure. I'll speak to that one. So we are in the middle of a restructure, and so at this stage we're still in a process of reviewing applications, and there'll be no changes to staff until December this year.
Okay, and so is that for Investment New South Wales and also for the department?
Maybe I can speak to that.
Yes,
there's
please.
two separate processes. So Investment New South Wales has, as Katie said, been going through a process of consultation with staff on a new structure and placement into that structure. The broader department is not going through that same sort of review at the moment. We are in other parts of the portfolio looking at policy first, and then over the course of next year we'll see how we resource that. But Investment New South Wales is in quite a separate process at the moment.
Okay, and just back to Investment New South Wales, what is the nature of the restructure in terms of, say, is it looking at middle management positions, or how is that restructure occurring?
I might start on that one,
of course.
Again, just because it does cut across the department as well. So as a consequence of a few things, some of it was outcomes of the budget, but also the commitments to public sector senior service reductions. We have implemented a review of Investment New South Wales to make sure we've got the right structure to deliver on the government's priorities as they now are. It was actually complete. It wasn't sort of with any particular piece in mind. We looked completely at the whole structure and what our priorities now were to redesign it. We also made some other changes in that process. For example, the Office of the Chief Scientist came out of Investment New South Wales and now reports directly to me. And there's other parts that we've also taken out of Investment New South Wales to make them central resources for the whole department. So some of it is about reducing resources, but others is actually about moving them around the department to set us up for the forward.
Okay, and do you think this will impact on the department's ability to deliver programs with the expertise that has been built up through the department and Investment New South Wales?
It shouldn't, because we have designed around the programs and the priorities we now have. Some of it I hope will actually better position us, as I said, pulling resources out that are of value to the whole department and putting them in a central position, making sure the teams we have in Investment New South Wales are focused on the priorities we now have.
So which policy programs are you letting go since the budget?
Which policy programs? It's more that there are new policies being developed in the investment space. Next year there will be work done on an industry policy and the innovation blueprint, as I think the Minister talked about this morning. There's also a bit of a review of a trade strategy going on. In the meantime, we're confident we've got the resources to deliver on the priorities we have and to do that policy work together with Cabinet colleagues. And then next year we'll have another look to see if we're set up to deliver on those new policies.
So which programs, and perhaps this is a question to Ms Knight about grants, maybe this is a longer question that I'll ask you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to all of you. I actually wanted to direct my questions to Mr Adam Dent, if he wants to come forward. Sorry. Excellent. Thank you, Mr Dent. I wanted to start by asking you, there's a particular case with Ms Maloko involving, I understand there was 2 women involved in this, but a particular employee of CIRA, Mr Darren Parker, was alleged to have acted inappropriately in relation to sharing information to people he shouldn't have in relation to those 2 people. This is a long-running saga, which I know you're aware. I understand that the matter was referred by you to PwC for investigation in this year.
Not quite,
okay.
Correct.
Can you
the
explain?
matter was referred by me to the Secretary as it involved a public service senior executive. The Secretary has the employer role. So the Department of Customer Service then led that process and in so doing requested PwC to undertake a part of that work.
Is that, I'll come to the sort of the more substantial bit, but I'm interested, does PwC get appointed to do a lot of those kind of investigations? Is that
I don't know. I don't appoint those investigators on behalf of the department. I would suggest they would have a number of providers they might use.
Ms Hogan.
So on occasion we will appoint an external independent investigator to matters. I don't have my notes on this specific case with me, but I wouldn't say that we appoint PwC regularly. They might have been appointed in this instance for a level of independence.
Okay.
And that would have been in line with a panel that we would have pre-organised of people that we can call upon to perform that kind of work, and it would have likely been done through our HR team.
Okay, thank you. The findings of the investigation and the report had never been made public, and they haven't been provided to the 2 women who had made the complaint. Will that be provided to them at some point?
It would be, I imagine, highly unusual that a HR complaint handled by the department would be made public. Certainly wouldn't think that was appropriate in any way, shape or form, particularly given the amount of personal information that would have been contained in that report.
It's not good when your personal information is shared without your consent, is it, Mr Dent?
Correct.
So in connection with this particular issue, has any action been taken against Mr Parker and his inappropriate disclosure of information?
The outcome of the investigation were a number of administrative actions within the department, some of which included improving some of our own policies around how we deal with people who make complaints to the organisation and how we manage that through social media. So CIRA found opportunities to improve our way. We now have new policies in place, and the appropriate administrative actions were taken in discussing
the
that matter
action
with Mr.
taken.
Parker.
Yeah. Okay. The issue and the actions taken by Mr Parker in this case led to significant re-traumatisation of these women. Has any action been taken against him?
I think it's fair to say not all that was alleged was fully substantiated in the investigations. That's, I think, the first thing I need to say. The administrative actions internally have been of a performance nature, and yes, they've been taken.
Do you regret any of the communications that you sent personally to these women?
I had a very small number of communications that I sent, and the reality, the 2 people you're referring to were informants into the DCS investigation. I received a large volume of correspondence from them. I probably provided 2 or 3 responses throughout the course of that investigation.
On the 28th of March, you sent an email to both of these women saying that CIRA does not intend to respond to any further correspondence, and you'd like to reiterate what was said in your previous email. CIRA will no longer respond to future contacts. So basically saying, that's it, this is the end of your matter, we will not be responding any further. Why was that action taken?
Those individuals had continued to correspond with CIRA around a range of issues that had been finalised, and over a course of a number of years, including my predecessor, had provided final correspondence and said that no further, those matters would not be further corresponded with unless there was new information. At that point in time, the correspondence I was receiving involved previously closed matters as well, and the role that was being played at that point in time was to provide advice into an investigation as witnesses who provided a point of view. The outcome of that, as would be with, I imagine, almost any investigation into a personnel matter within an organisation, isn't necessarily going to be further disclosed. I was making sure that it was quite clear that we would not be providing any further advice on the outcomes, and that we had received their information and it was now part of the investigation.
Did you dismiss these women as being known eye care detractors and just basically problem people?
Not at all. I've never used that language.
Was it thought within your organisation that they were contacting you more than was warranted for their complaints?
Yes, given that we had on a number of occasions advice and that the matters that they had raised historically had been closed from CIRA's point of view and there was nothing further that we could do for them, we had said that there was no capacity for us to continue corresponding. Those individuals did continue to correspond with us, so to that end we had in our mind completed the matters and could note there was nothing of further value in relation to those historic issues we were able to provide them that would have satisfied them.
You don't think that they might have wanted to know why, you know, they weren't being told what had happened in relation? If you had gone through what they've gone through, and you've had your information disclosed without your consent, you've made complaints to an organisation, and then that organisation just says, that's the end of it, thanks, we're not corresponding with you anymore. Can you understand why they might wanted to continue to get updates from you?
Yes, Ms. Boyd, absolutely. What I would respectfully say, Ms. Boyd, is that wasn't necessarily the question I was continually receiving either. The decision we made to discontinue correspondence was around the fact that a number of historical issues continued to be raised that had been closed from CIRA's point of view. In relation to the outcome of the investigation, I can appreciate that they certainly would have liked to know what might have happened as a result of that, but I don't think it's appropriate that some of that information was shared and that the allegations made were not all substantiated to the extent that they were first made. There were matters that were raised that were of value and that were investigated.
Are you aware of a letter that was sent from Mr. Richard Harding of iCare to Ms. Moloko on the 8th of September 23?
I couldn't say for sure. I have, in the process of this scene, because it was provided to me, I believe, at some point by one of the individuals you're discussing, it probably wasn't appropriate necessarily that that was shared with me, but I do remember seeing a letter, but I couldn't tell you it was the 8th of September or be sure of its content.
It's an extraordinarily apologetic letter. It's probably the most apologetic letter I've ever seen from a government department to somebody who has been raising complaints. Now, in this case, she's been raising complaints for over 3 years at this point. This letter says, quote, "You were subject to poor decision-making, inappropriate conduct," end quote. Another quote, "I acknowledge the poor case management and complaint handling practices had a negative impact on your experience." Goes on about these impacts may have affected your treatment, health outcomes and ability to return to work. For this, I am truly sorry. And another paragraph, "I apologise that in our internal communications you've been referred to as a known eye care detractor. This reference is deeply regrettable." This letter indicates that these women had an absolutely bruising experience
within, let there be no doubt,
within eye care, and then subsequently with CIRA. Do you believe that the way that you handled their matter was appropriate?
First, may I go back? Let me say there is no doubt in my mind that the experience of the claim and the case was a very difficult and horrendous one at various points in time. Some of those matters raised that Mr. Harding apologised for did mean that those two individuals had a horrible experience of the workers' compensation scheme. There is no doubt about that. The claims handling was problematic at times. The manner in which...
It was exacerbated, though, by CIRA.
That is the allegation, absolutely.
Yes.
As a regulator, it wasn't our role to necessarily deal with some of those individual matters, and that's why I think...
But the matter involved a CIRA employee.
And again, this is where the historic matters and that particular individual issue conflated. So I certainly agree that as the regulator, we were not able to assist with a number of the issues that were being raised. It wasn't our role. In relation to the allegation made about the CIRA employee, that particular approach was unfortunate, absolutely, and we've dealt with that quite separately.
Can I ask you, did you refer to your appearance at the Public Accountability and Works Committee hearing as, let me find the quote, scuttlebutt? It says, questioning directed to you at the PORC hearing, a scuttlebutt? Did you refer to it as scuttlebutt in a staff meeting?
I'm afraid that is not a word I would have used, no.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Higginson.
Thank you. This may be a question for you, Commissioner Corcoran. Are you aware that in August this year, inmates at Juni were enabled access to content from the Daily Telegraph on their tablets?
Yes.
And is that the case for other correctional facilities?
Yes, that was the case, yeah.
And is it your understanding that as a result of that, there may have been an ability for inmates to look at other inmates' offences, and now there's been a spate of violence and retribution?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And is that just isolated to Juni, or is that in other? Is the case more spread?
I think it might have happened elsewhere. So we took action to suspend a number of news websites until we can upgrade the security on those websites.
Do you know which other correctional facilities are in your mind's eye?
I have to take that on notice. Sorry.
Do you think it's all of them, broad spread, quite more than half of them?
So everybody would have had access to that website. You know, there's about 11,000 tablets. So information does get around about how to I guess, come up with a mechanism to access the search function, which we weren't aware of when those websites went live.
And so, what are we looking at? I mean, I've been informed that the violent attacks have included bashings and stabbings. Would that be accurate?
I'm not sure about the stabbings, but certainly there's been violence perpetrated as a result of that.
And that, is it your understanding that there are a number of inmates across the state that are requesting that they be locked in their cells for their safety?
I would say they requested protection.
And what happens when somebody requests protection?
We would generally assess that request and place them in an area where other protection prisoners are placed. So they wouldn't be necessarily locked in their cells, but it may be that they were locked in their cells for a period of time until we could transfer them to a facility that could accommodate them.
Do you think it's possible that some inmates may have been locked in their cells for 18 days?
I would find that difficult to understand why that would happen.
But it's possible?
Well, it could be possible, yeah.
If somebody is locked in their cell and they don't want to come out because they're frightened to come out, what happens do those people still get services such as, do they still get access to have clean clothes or wash their clothes, that sort of access?
Well, generally that would be the case. They would get food, medication, access to the clinic, change of clothes, change of bedding.
Thank you. And so what are we doing? What sort of, how are we managing this going forward, given there's clearly a very volatile situation that we've caused, and that people are in serious fear and obviously high risk?
So we have a classification system, a case management system and an intelligence system. And all that information feeds into those systems so that we can manage people at the appropriate locations, with the appropriate classifications. And, if they are protection inmates, we would place them in areas where they would be safe.
And do you have a degree of, what's your confidence at this point? Is it still an active situation that you're managing?
Well, at this point in time, inmates don't have access to those websites, so they can't do those searches that were occurring before. And, we will not activate those websites until we are 100% certain that sort of search function can't be activated in the future. There's three websites that we've had to turn off.
And what are they?
One's, I only know two offhand, but one's BBC and one's the Daily Telegraph. Oh, hold on. And
thank you.
The other one is the Australian Electoral Commission.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Perhaps that relates to the denial of being able to vote if you've got an...
Well, I imagine that the Australian Electoral Commission would have been there so that they could register to vote.
Yeah.
But if they can activate, the certain other parts of the website, then they might be able to search for people or something of that nature.
And so what are we doing? So that's one part of the redress, but what about the harm that's now been done? Like this, there's clearly people now with knowledge about other people that they wouldn't have had before that is now placing those people in serious risk of harm, and harm's already occurred.
Yes. It's really unfortunate that harm has occurred, but as I said, we have very robust systems in place to look after people who are at risk.
I'm being told that, people are very, very frightened. They're frightened that somebody's going to end up dead as a result of this. So do you have, what are your extra systems in place that would deal with this?
Yeah. Well, I guess the most critical one is the fact that we can place people who require protective custody into particular areas.
But what if somebody doesn't know that they're the target? How do we do this? Like, is something happening within the prison where people are talking about what's happened? And
as I said, we've got a whole range of mechanisms inside a prison, including our intelligence system. So if we find out about things, we're able to action those things very quickly. So if people are at risk, we can identify it, we will move very quickly to ensure their safety.
Okay, and so then if somebody feels that they are unsafe, then or at high risk, then they report to
our staff.
To your staff.
There's multiple means of reporting to the staff. Through welfare officers, SAPOs, custodial staff, psychologists.
Do you have any fear that, and particularly in relation to Junie, it may be further afield, but do you have any concerns that there may be a sort of vigilante or thug mentality that's now grown, and there's a degree of confidence in that, and that there's that's not currently under control by the current managers within Junie?
I've only recently been briefed on this, so I haven't personally spoken to the general manager down there, but from my perspective, I'm very confident. Sorry? I'm very confident that that is a person of great experience and knowledge in the correctional system, and I'm very confident in his abilities. Even
though that person knows you do, and are you confident that the transitional arrangements in the future management, that wouldn't be impacting on how any response is happening now? You've got systems to make sure that's the case?
Yeah, we do have systems to make sure that's the case, and we've got very experienced people who monitor these centres, and as I said, I am very confident in the management of that centre, and the transition that will occur over the next 17 months will be managed really professionally and very effectively.
Okay, and so with the you're looking at ways of allowing inmates to have access to newsworthy information.
Yes.
But doing it through a safer way. Where did the error happen in terms of, was it just something we didn't think of? I know I probably certainly wouldn't think about it, but...
No, we have got the ABC News is still there, so they can't, do the same thing that they did with these other websites with the ABC. So there's some sort of mechanism, hasn't been fully explained to me, that they were able to utilise to get a keyboard up, which enabled them to do the searches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly going back to the staffing levels in the department, you said that none have been let go, but have any left since the budget?
Yes, we've had some natural attrition.
Have they been replaced?
No, it depends on the role.
If I could just maybe correct you, I don't think we said no one had been let go. We have actually started reducing staff a little bit, but in the Ms Knight's patch, we haven't. We're sort of still in the process of consulting and filling the structure.
Right. So how many people have been let go?
In terms of how many people have left the department since...
So in Investment New South Wales, how many people have actually been let go and how many people have left and with no intention of replacement?
We might need to take that on notice because we're sort of midway through a process that hasn't, it's changing.
From what date in
particular? From the budget.
From the budget.
We can take that on notice.
Yeah. That would be helpful. And also, if you could perhaps take on notice how many you intend to essentially cut by December, please.
Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the Tech Central accommodation rebate. I was wondering why the department chose to progress some of the applications and not others after the announcement of the comprehensive expenditure review.
So, at the date of the comprehensive expenditure review, the date of the pause.
Mm-hmm. What was that date?
We notified applicants in programs that were funded from the Future Economy Fund on the 22nd of May.
Yep.
Towards the end of May, that those programs were on pause.
Mm-hmm.
In relation to the Tech Central accommodation rebate, that was not a program that was funded from the Future Economy Fund.
Mm-hmm.
And that program closed on the 16th of June.
Okay. But there was some concern by some of the applicants that there was essentially an unfairness in the process, that some people progressed through the application process when others didn't, even though both parties had abided by the rules. Are you aware of those concerns?
I have been made aware of concerns from a couple of applicants, but I can confirm that we did not continue to assess applications after the 22nd of May.
Okay. So, at what date were you informed of the comprehensive expenditure review cuts, essentially pauses?
I can probably answer that because it was communications via the Secretary.
Yep.
Soon after the election, during probably April, secretaries were verbally informed that there would be a process of a comprehensive expenditure review, and then we were, I certainly received written notification in early May or mid-May.
Mm-hmm.
And in relation to our programs, as Ms Knight referred, in relation to the FEF, it was clear that we were to pause applications. It didn't say the programs had been stopped, it just asked us to pause. And in relation to other programs, such as the one you've just been discussing, we had to consider it on a case-by-case basis. So we then did the work over the next couple of weeks to work out how to proceed.
Okay, so the case-by-case basis, how was that determined? How was that process determined?
We were asked to consider each program and to look at where it was up to in terms of application processes and funding available, and then make recommendations, discuss them with the Minister, settle it with the Treasury Secretary,
Okay.
and then proceed. So we did go as fast as we could to get clarity on each program.
Right. So the Minister was the one who made the decisions about which programs to pause.
We consulted with the Minister, but in the end, I think the approval process to go ahead was via the Treasurer.
Okay. And could you please explain, all these programs that were paused, could you please confirm that they were actually budgeted for in the previous, in the 2022-23 budget?
So in the budget last year, yes, they were all included, but over the course of 2022, some of that funding had been reduced. So there was a difference between what we actually had available as funding and what was in the budget papers last year.
Was it a $700 million difference?
If you give me 1 second, the original, the figure of 700 million that you're referring to was...
It's a bit above 700 million.
Yeah, it was the original FEF figure.
Yep.
We received, and I had it out, I will find it in a second. We received a couple of reductions to that during the course of 2022. I've got mine here. And so I think the total reductions to FEF were, let me just see. So to FEF we had received, it was originally announced at 3.4 million. During 2022 it was reduced by 263.1 million, and then in the pre-election budget commitment 153.8 million was reduced, and another 15.1 million. And then in non-FEF funding, there were other savings applied during 2022 in November, 52.8 million, and in the pre-election budget commitment, another 127.3 million. I think all those figures total up to somewhere near 650.
So those figures from the Future Economy Fund and then the figures that you just read out, they're all a part of the grants and subsidies line in the budget of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I did want to ask actually about the, there's a significant jump in the revenue, the investment revenue, between 2022-23 and 23-24. This is page 8.2 of the budget paper 2, agency financial statements.
We'll just get it.
Do you want one of those?
So page 82, was it?
Page 8-2. 8-2.
Yeah.
So if you look on the revenue half, bottom half, and then to investment revenue, the investment revenue between 22-23 and 23-24 is fairly significantly different. I'm just wondering what accounts for that difference.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, and if I can get you an answer this afternoon, I will.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Thanks. I also wanted to ask, so Ms Knight, you've said that the New South Wales Government support for the sector needs to be grounded in a strong evidence base, and then you look forward to working with the innovation sector, including our universities and industry to deliver the government's innovation blueprint. The committee earlier already heard about numerous detailed reports that your staff have conducted, which are of excellent quality, and they're really detailed and extremely helpful in understanding the landscape and the strategy and what needs to be done. I'm just wondering, from your quote, it sounds like the government hadn't been working with the innovation sector or universities and industries prior to this new government coming in. So I just wanted to clarify that you were in fact working with universities and industry under the former government.
Yeah, we work with the sector and with universities all the time in the innovation space, including those Innovation and Productivity Council reports that you mentioned.
Yeah. And in terms of the direction of those Innovation and Productivity Council reports, obviously they were done in conjunction with Investment New South Wales. Who determines the focus and priority areas for those reports?
Yeah, that's the council members.
Yep.
So we meet quarterly, and I'm the only government member of that council. And the committee together determines the work plan for future reports.
Fabulous, thank you. And when will the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade annual report be published for this year, Ms Mildwater?
Very soon, I would expect. I have signed off on it.
All right, fabulous. And will there be a separate Investment New South Wales annual report this year?
No, so it's now part of the department.
Yeah, okay. I did want to ask about an update on the Carla Zampatti Fund. It was obviously a big announcement last year, but understand that there hasn't really been much action on that, and wanted to understand how that was progressing.
So that program will not be proceeding. It was one of the programs that was not yet open and was in planning stages, but we do provide a number of other programs for female founders in the sector. We provide the Female Founder Program, we provide Social Impact Accelerator, and we provide a number of other programs for women at the Startup Hub.
Have any of those other programs been given more funding than under the last government, or are they receiving less funding now?
Well, the Female Founder Program will now provide access for 300 women instead of 150 women as with the last cohort.
Will it be of the same value though? Like in terms of the value that the 150 women were getting, will the 300 women be receiving exactly the same program?
That's right, they will be.
Okay.
It's being run by Tech Ready Women, so it's the same program now rolled out for 300 instead of 150 women.
And I understood that the $10 million for the Carla Zampatti Fund was actually offered by Carla Zampatti as an organisation, so it wasn't really costing the government that $10 million in terms of a fund. So why is that not proceeding?
That's not my understanding. There was a government-sourced program.
Okay, so there was no financial investment from Carla Zampatti?
Not so far as I'm aware.
Okay, that's interesting. It's not my understanding, but
we can confirm that, but my understanding is that it's
okay.
Not my understanding.
All right, thank you. I referenced earlier that the amount spent on grants and subsidies alone last financial year is now the entire budget for the department. I just wanted to understand what is being cut to accommodate that.
Well, there are a number of programs ongoing.
Yep.
And they include MVB Ventures, which we've talked about today. Boosting
At a
business.
significantly lower investment from the government, though.
And Boosting Business Innovation Program. There's some programs run by the Office of the Chief Scientist, the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Program, the Biosciences Fund, and of course we continue to provide other programs at our hubs, including the Health Tech Hub run by Cicada at Westmead, and a number of other programs at our various hubs.
So are any of the grants, I think what I'll do is put a list of grants and supplementary questions just to ask more specific details, if that's okay, given there are quite a lot. I'll defer to my colleague. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. My questions are to the Building Commissioner. Sorry. So, with consultation on the housing targets, did the Premier consult you or seek your advice about whether you think that the new housing target of 377,000 homes per year is achievable? Before the New South Wales, before the New South Wales government agreed to this target at National Cabinet on the 16th of August.
I was consulted on the industry's capacity and capability to deliver on that target, not necessarily the planning department side of could they get that many apartments through their system. So my consultations have really been around, does the industry have the capacity and capability to deliver? And my response to that is that I think we'll need to build capacity over the next 5 years. particularly at the entry level of multi-unit apartment buildings, because when you upscale and you bring more people in, we need to look at where they're likely to come from. And as the Minister mentioned earlier today, is that they're likely to come from the Class 1 detached housing sector. And what we've seen is that there's quite a significant capability gap in people coming from Class 1 into Class 2.
Can I just clarify on that, Mr. Chandler, that your advice was sought by the Premier?
I've been in a number of conversations with our Minister where the Premier's office has sat in. I have had one or two brief conversations with the Premier where he outlined the targets that he had in mind, and his advice that he was thinking from me was around the capability and capacity of the industry to deliver on those targets. So I'm not going to really comment on the role that planning can make in actually delivering the pipeline of consents that are needed. My focus is, as the regulator, to say, can we see where the industry's capability and capacity is coming from? And just to confirm, so that was prior to the announcement of the targets from National Cabinet, or was that subsequent? Look, it wasn't really around that conversation. It was really just talking about what the role of the Building Commission might be in the budget process. So really my conversations have been more in the budget process rather than dealing with the conversations with the national targets. Okay, thank you.
And just following on with that question, so what do you see as being the capability gap?
Look, it's hard to say, but looking at the number of smaller scale development applications, I'm estimating that we probably need somewhere between 50 and 100 new enterprises each year to come in. And now they're not big enterprises, they're small to medium-sized enterprises. And again, that's a really positive news story, because if we actually start to bring the next generation of constructors in, but they're going to come out of largely the Class 1 sector.
But
so
you must have been concerned then about the ASIC reports that actually construction and building companies are collapsing in record numbers since 2015.
I wonder at times where ASIC, whether they go to work at all, because they don't do much about it. I mean, there's a number of serious insolvencies that really I haven't heard ASIC do anything about, so I don't really want to get into that conversation if we could, but let me stay with the fact that building the capability is that we have an emerging strategy now to build that capability, and it will be available for public view probably in the next few months. But
so before the end of the year?
No, it'll probably be available in the first quarter of next year, because the most demanding task at the moment is getting set to stand up a building commission on the 1st of December. So we're pretty occupied on that at the moment. But I'd say in the first quarter of next year, and I can tell you that it's really going to be involved around how do we do things to enable people to come into the industry? How can we provide the skilling capabilities for them? And just bear in mind that most of the people that are going to come from Class 1 into Class 2 have been in the industry for up to 20 years. So it's not a case of putting them back through TAFE or any other form of education, because most of these people haven't done any progressive career education.
So do you think it's realistic, that 50 to 100 number?
Yes, sorry. Which question would you like me to answer?
That one.
We all picked up on the same question, given, I mean, it sounds like a very large number, and as I said, ASIC's reported these collapses, so is it actually a realistic goal?
Maybe if I may just split your question into two parts. First of all, I do believe it's realistic. We're working with the industry associations to actually identify the numbers of potential what I would call migrants into Class 2 and how we can actually upskill them. So we have a strategy which I'm happy to talk about next year. In terms of understanding the things that what we would call create resilient construction enterprises, we did some research back in 2021 to actually understand the nature of all of the people that are in the pyramid of the industry, so from the apex players all the way down to the bottom. So we've got a pretty good line of sight to what are those things.
Is that public?
Yes, it's been on our website for nearly 2 years. So if you have a look at the digital survey, we did a survey to look at the digital maturity of the designers and building practitioners
Thank you.
And so I'd point to you that. But in the early part of that, you'll look at, there's a table there that shows you the curve that many startup companies don't get through the first 5 to 7 years of their journey.
Mm-hmm.
So we're actually having a look at what can we do to help them better prepare for that journey. But most importantly, we have a view that we need about 100,000 new constructors to come into the industry by 2030, and attracting them is important. Now, we think that we can do that as well, but the most important element of that is that we create a workspace and a work journey for them that gets them both to come into the industry and stay in the industry. So we're doing some work around that as well.
Thank you.
And I'll just follow on that question with regard to building the capacity. Can you hear me okay? Over 5 years. And I hope I'm not straying on to opinion. Yeah. Sorry. Over the 5 years, do you think with that target that you'll be able to reach that within the 5 years?
I can't really comment on whether we're going to see the pipeline of development consents come through. That's a matter for planning. But I feel pretty confident that that the Building Commission can work with the industry to actually build that capability. I feel very confident that we can do that.
Thank you. I just wanted to start with some questions to Ms. Trina Jones, the Rental Commissioner. Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to know and get a bit more of an idea about your role, particularly in regards to the animals within rentals regime.
Thanks very much for your question. So I was delighted to commence in the role as Rental Commissioner on the 7th of August, and I work within fair trading to advise government on risks and opportunities to improve the quality and supply of rental homes. But I'll also be involved in providing oversight of tenancy information and support, the portable bond scheme, bond management, education services, dispute resolutions, investigations, prosecutions and compliance. So basically the rental regulation within fair trading. I'm very focused on reducing harms and identifying opportunities for improvement relating to residential renting in New South Wales, and that includes making it easier for renters to have pets.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm very much focused on that reform right now.
Thank you. And the Minister said that you had asked for an extension on the time around those reforms. What do you sort of envisage the timeline to be now?
Right now, I've been consulting after the formal Have Your Say consultation, where we had 16,000 surveys, 400 long form submissions. I took it upon myself to then dig deeper into those findings. As the committee could appreciate, we got such a diverse range of feedback. We really had, on so many of the issues, one view on one side of the room and the other view on the other. So what I set about to do was to engage with technical experts, with renters, with landlords, with people like the RSPCA, specialist organisations like the Women's Housing Company, Homelessness New South Wales, the Tenants Union, Real Estate Institute New South Wales, people like the larger real estate and property managers, and industry experts, as well as academics, thought leaders, and even institutional investors. So my goal was to say, who's working in this industry, what do they think about these issues, and how will it impact their lives and their livelihoods? What surprised me was what I thought would be the difficult one to really get across the line around no grounds eviction and what that would look like. We actually are making really good progress there. But pets brought so much passion and interest of diverse views from people. And what they were bringing was really their own cultural experiences, their personal experiences, and not necessarily looking at it from the perspective of the renter or the landlord. So much of it is actually about individuals' experiences, whether they like cats or dogs or what they think is suitable. And so that's why it's very important to me that we speak to the experts. When we think about suitability of pets in rentals, it's not for an individual person to decide whether that breed of animal is suitable or not. We need to make sure that we have experts at the table. I'm very encouraged by the RSPCA's willingness to work together in partnership. We want to promote rights and responsibilities for the welfare of animals and their humans, but also make it easier for people to have pets in their homes. So I've recommended that we take the time to get it right, because I don't want to end up with a list of changes that could have loopholes that would prevent the intention.
Thank you. I had heard that legislation was going to come this year. I assume with the extension, the Minister sort of said early next year. Do you think that early next year in that first quarter is possible with the amount of consultation you're doing?
This is absolutely the number one priority, ending no grounds eviction and making it easier for renters to have pets. What I'm very focused on is putting together a package of reforms that can really make a stride in improving renting in New South Wales. And as I've said, pets is at the top of the list, and the meetings are ongoing, but I'm confident that we're getting closer to a better outcome.
Thank you. And you mentioned quite a few different organisations that you're including as part of that consultation. In regards to the animals in rental accommodation, are you also talking with Lucy's Project and Domestic Violence New South Wales, given there's that real link between domestic violence and animal abuse?
Absolutely. There is an enormous link between people who are at risk of experiencing domestic violence and also those who are experiencing domestic violence, and also people who are at risk in experiencing homelessness. I haven't met directly with DV New South Wales yet, but they're certainly on my long list of people to consult with. And now that Lucy's Place is on my radar, I'll make sure to touch base with them.
Wonderful. Lucy's Project. Yeah.
Lucy's Project.
And they work specifically in the space of animals and domestic violence.
Yeah.
So they'd be good to talk to as well. In regards to the consultation that Labor originally put out, there'd been some suggestions around imposing conditions on renters. Have there been any decisions made around this, or do you have any understanding of how the model is forming? I know there's been a lot of concern that New South Wales will lean quite similar to the Queensland model. Are we at too early stages for that, or do you sort of have an idea around some of those conditions?
Look, we're very interested in what's happening in other jurisdictions, and I've certainly been talking to my counterparts in Queensland and Victoria to see what are the pros and cons of their models. I think we need to get a version of our own model in New South Wales. Our settings are different. We do have very different processes to our fair trading and the way that we regulate the rental market. So I don't think either of those is going to be the right fit directly for New South Wales. So we're trying to learn from their experiences and I guess take a hybrid model for what will work here, but that shouldn't slow the process down. We've done that analysis and we're progressing with the work further.
And with the no grounds evictions, I mean, how far along are we with that? Are we going to see all the reforms at once in one piece of legislation, or where are we up to there?
No grounds eviction is absolutely the heavyweight change that needs to happen right now to improve renting in New South Wales. We know that so many renters are living in anxiety because of this, and so for that reason I'm recommending that it goes together as a package, and that reform package would include ending no grounds as well as making it easier for renters to have pets.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I'll move on now to animals in corrections. And I was speaking earlier today with the Minister about the animal programs that are currently in corrective services in New South Wales. I know that the Minister sort of took on notice about whether or not people who have been convicted of animal cruelty would be involved in those. I was wondering if you had any further information on that.
No further information, sorry.
No further. Okay, that's all right. I was just wondering, in regards to some of the rehabilitation style programs, what safeguards are actually put in place to ensure that the animals are kept safe as part of these programs?
So we engage in these programs with external bodies. So we have the program at St Heliers, where Racing New South Wales is involved and does quality assurance on the program. The same applies to the greyhounds that we rehabilitate in a number of centres. We also do work with the RSPCA out at Windsor and get dogs ready for rehoming. And we're looking at expanding that program down to the south coast as well. And we're having discussions with RSPCA about that. We also have a program up in Bathurst, which is a Defence Dogs program, where we train up dogs for veterans. So inmates train the dogs and we have people from the Defence Bank who assist us with it. So they're the people who do a lot of the training and the quality assurance there. So.
And in regards to the thoroughbred program and the greyhound program, that's the safety of the animals is left to Racing New South Wales. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
On the website, in regards to the thoroughbred rehabilitation program, it states on the website that the program will decrease the number of unwanted thoroughbreds disposed of in ways unacceptable to animal welfare groups. Can you explain what's meant by that?
Well, what we do with these horses is train them up for use as pets, for people, or sometimes they go to being that police greys or something of that nature. So rather than them being disposed of, as you say, they are rehomed and trained up and rehomed, because my understanding is when they arrive at the facility, they are pretty skittish, and have been they're not used to being involved with people in a way that a normal horse as a pet would be.
You might need to take this one on notice, sure. But I was wondering if you had any statistics around the number of horses that have actually come through that program, and also how many have been successfully rehomed through the program.
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Great, thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd?
Thank you.
Chair, sorry. Ms Boyd, I'm not sure if you're about to call Mr Dent, but he's asked if he can have a moment to correct the record on something that was said earlier. Yeah. But it's directly related to the questioning
I was going to do a different question and then go back to Mr Dent. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Great. Thank you. I think, Ms Hogan, I'll direct this at you. I'm not sure who is the best person, so redirect if necessary. There's been a long-standing issue where New South Wales has refused to sign on to the minimum accessibility standards under the National Construction Code.
Yeah.
I understand, I think, that the government's position has not necessarily changed, but has there, from a department perspective, been any work done on ways to implement some sort of mandatory accessibility standards in line with the NCC?
So I will throw to my colleagues, but whilst I don't want to speak for the Minister, I do believe this issue has been raised with him and he's taking a look at it, but I'm not sure how far he's gotten into it.
John Tansey's probably best to provide.
JT, is that correct? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Tansey.
Yeah, look, we have been doing some further work. We, at the Minister's request, we held a forum with various stakeholders in middle of October. That was really directed at getting an updated view on and perspectives from both those advocating for those change and those raising some reservations about it. Part of the reason for that was conscious that the original decisions around including those standards in the code were made by ministers in 2021, and a fair bit of water under the bridge since then. So that was yet an active attempt to kind of update our perspectives so that if government wants to consider its view on this time, we've got more current intel to share with them.
Great. I know that the Disability Royal Commission, I think it's recommendation 7.35, recommends that the minimum accessibility standards be adopted in every state and territory. Is that something that has gone into the considerations so far, or is that too recent?
No, we were aware of the progress of the Royal Commission and aware that that recommendation's been made.
Okay, thank you. That's really useful. I will now go back to Mr. Dent. Please, you had a correction.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Boyd. First of all, so we checked the transcript in the gap there, and While I didn't use the word scuttlebutt to describe my appearance, it was used in the context of saying once we got past the scuttlebutt of the session, I was able to convey a range of important matters. It's an unusual word for me to use and regrettable in the circumstances. I certainly took that inquiry very seriously, as I hope you noted on the day, and I agree.
It doesn't sound like it, Mr. Dent.
No, look, Ms. Boyd, I really regret that because we have worked very hard to reduce our use of consultants as an organisation. There was certainly the references to my previous employment were difficult conversations, and in my attempt to convey the good work my staff were doing, I had attempted to minimise the focus that was on me throughout the course of that hearing and focus on the good work that my organisation had done.
Unfortunately, as a senior official, Mr. Dent, you are subject to higher levels of scrutiny when it comes to accountability.
No, I accept that, and your questions were very relevant and appropriate. It didn't make them necessarily not difficult.
I can appreciate that, but I understand that you made those comments to an all-office
It was in our town hall, yes.
Yeah,
and
so
the
about
focus was
400 staff.
And the focus was to update the. I went on to talk about the work we had done to insource a range of parts of our capability.
Do you accept, though, that you had conveyed a form of disrespect to the parliamentary processes in front of 400 staff by referring to the proceedings as scuttlebutt?
I didn't refer it was absolutely not my intention, Ms. Boyd. And to that end, I deeply regret that occurred. It was not my intention.
Thank you. Can I ask you, I understand, and I know that we asked some questions in the context of the consulting inquiry on this, but they weren't really directly relevant to, or at least they didn't turn out to be directly relevant to the consulting inquiry, in relation to the amount of venue hospitality and ICT costs for CIRA events. There's been a lot of talk about different events being held by CIRA. We talked about the Higher Innovation Forum in the questions and answers for the consulting inquiry. There's also, I understand, 2 functions, one at Daltone House in Hyde Park, another one at Daltone House in Darling Island. The Innovation Forum, which we've talked about, and then there was another function for around 250 members of Parliament House. There's been concerns that this is quite a lot of expenditure by CIRA on events. What has been the total spend on those sorts of venue, hospitality and ICT costs for CIRA events over the last 2 financial years?
I would need to take that question on notice, Ms. Boyd. Though the events you refer to were all staff meetings. We were able to, for the first time since COVID, get our staff together. So the 2 Daltone House events were all staff meetings where we used them as a combination of a communication event and an education forum, if you will, for all of our people. We don't have access to spaces within government buildings big enough to do that, so those venues were chosen through a process of trying to work out which was big enough and which was affordable relative to each other. But I'll take the question on notice around the exact expenditure related to those events.
Thank you, that'd be really useful. Are you still holding monthly meetings with CIRA staff in Sydney and Gosford offices?
Those meetings are broadcast as live stream type meetings. They can last for about an hour, and we tend to use them as a sort of monthly update communication forum.
Thank you. I asked you during the consulting inquiry about a number of errors in CIRA's annual reports. At the time, this was news to you, and we also talked about the EY contract being understated by I can't remember what the
I think you said 9,200%.
Yeah, 9,200% understatement of the contract value, which was I think a record nationwide. What have you done since then to ensure that those sorts of errors don't occur again?
So we've worked with DCS Procurement, who manage the contract register. So if I can take that, probably a couple of component parts. The first being around the declarations. We did go back and check that it was in fact a human error, that it should never have been declared as 132,000, I think was the number that was used. And we've worked with DCS now to ensure that that team also has uplifted their understanding of how to deal with the standing order arrangements as opposed to individual contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had an assurance from the Chief Procurement Officer that the team had looked into that and now understand that. So first and foremost, I think those type of errors in terms of our tender publishing should be addressed. Given the inquiry put a very sharp focus on some of the accounting issues that might have existed, we discovered and have published our annual report that will be tabled includes a statement whereby there was one number, I think it referred to $180,000 or $185,000 that was awarded to Ernst & Young. That was actually awarded to Taylor Fry under that contract, not Ernst & Young, so we've published a correction in the annual report. It's in the addendum, so not the audited financial statements. So I think that's really important to separate that from the audit office point of view, those audited financial statements were accurate. The disclosure of which of the organisations had done that contracting work was an error, and that will be corrected in this year's annual report. Internally, and I mentioned briefly in the Public Accountability and Works Committee hearing, but internally over the last year and a half, we've actually implemented a far more detailed process of checking whenever any actuarial orders, and again, given that's the bulk of our consulting spend, when those actuarial orders are made, we have a catalogue from which they must be chosen, so it's really clear that they're actuarial or not. And if that work is not in the catalogue, it cannot be procured using our actuarial arrangement and would go through a normal procurement arrangement for a consulting or professional services agreement under the scheme. So that tightening up and checking of those orders has been in place, and as a consequence that also means we're checking how they're recorded in the finance system to make sure they're accurate, so that we can at the end of the year report appropriately on what's consulting actuarial, what might be consulting otherwise, and what's professional services. So a good amount of focus has gone into making sure those procedures are in place, many of which were in place at the point we had the conversation, but weren't in place perhaps at the point in time that annual report had been.
During the errors. Yeah. In the questions, the answers to questions on notice, I also asked you about the negotiations around that Taylor Fry and Ernst & Young contract. I know that you said because of your previous employment with EY that you had put yourself out of that process when deciding between those two organisations. One of the questions I asked you in that in the supplementary questions, though, was whether you had any direct instruction or any influence over the CFO's decision to exclude Taylor Fry from the negotiations when they came in at too high a price. You said no, but I just want to ask that question again to make sure that we're talking about having no influence at all over that decision.
I obviously went back to that matter and found there was an email from the CFO to me that had indicated that the contract negotiations had not been going well and requested my permission to terminate the negotiation. So I authorised her decision to terminate. I didn't ask her to terminate. So I maintain that I hadn't made a decision or had directed the CFO to do that or tried to influence her decision.
You understand, though, that they... Sorry. Just apologies just with this last one.
We've only got 5 minutes for the opposition. We can come back to the crossbench for another 5 minutes. But I will go to the opposition now.
Thank you. And if the Building Commissioner again, just on building capacity and capability, if we can go back to that, how many electricians will we need in New South Wales to meet the housing target that has been set by the government of 377,000?
We'll break that down when we come up with a plan in the new year, so I'll take that on notice and make sure that I can specify a number. But we're certainly going to need many skills across a range of sectors, including management. So management's going to be a big piece of that. And could I just reference the fact that we've just finished probably one of the largest women in construction surveys, and we'll be publishing that in December. But it does really create a very clear message to employers that if you want to attract women into this industry, we're going to really have to lift our game and create a much better workplace. So you'll find that report of great interest. But we had 1,800 women respond to that.
And sorry, with the plan that you're putting forward, when did you say that was?
In the first quarter of next year.
First quarter of next year. So I had some other questions, but I might wait till...
Sure. But in the interim, please feel free to send me any questions, because it would be it'd be useful for me to be conscious of the sorts of questions that you might like answered. So please, in the interim, feel free to share those thoughts.
All right. And I have a question for for corrections. So corrections isn't just about the custodial setting, it's also about in the community. So I wondered how many, or the number of offenders that are being supervised in the community.
It's around 35,000 at the moment.
35,000. And of those, so it's about, I think, behaviour change and diversionary programs. Are you able to tell me how many are being supervised as a result of domestic and family violence offences?
I think we'll have to take that one on notice, sorry.
And one of the measures that we have for managing offenders in the community that have domestic and family violence offences is domestic violence electronic monitoring.
Yes.
How many of those, and I know that there are assessments, so not everyone's eligible for to be fitted with the anklet. So how many are there in the being supervised with DVEM?
Apologies.
So
I'll just see if I've got 26. Oh, it's all right, mate.
Well, can I ask something while you're getting that information? Because I know that domestic DVEM is only one part of the solution. There also has to be, because that's part of like the compliance side of things. Are you complying with the conditions of your order? There should also be programs and intervention. So what kind of programs are you doing to assist with behaviour change, and what are the consequences if they don't participate or complete a program?
I might have to defer to Deputy Commissioner Taylor for the answer to that first question.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So DVEM has been around since 2016 now, so we have a little bit of history with this program and success, notwithstanding COVID in the middle. So, we have 226 DVEM participants at the moment, and Boxar recently evaluated that program and had some really good results out of that program. Not sure if you saw their evaluation, but over the 12 months, the people that were on domestic violence EM were more than 10% less likely to commit a new offence, being participants in the program, and significantly for victims, they were more than 30% less likely to commit a new DV offence because of the participation in that program.
12 months of being fitted, and then after they've...
yeah, it's depending on their order. So many of those people are on intensive corrections orders, and they have different periods that they're subject to those orders. They are all offenders that are assessed at a medium to high risk of reoffending, and they have a ADVO with a no contact restriction on it. So.
Thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd. Sorry,
thank you very much. Sorry, Mr Dent, we can come back. Thank you. Mr Dent, you were saying in relation to the Chief Financial Officer that she asked you for permission to terminate negotiations with Taylor Fry, and you gave your permission?
Yes.
You understand that then led to the only other party involved in those negotiations being your former employer, EY?
Yes.
Getting a $12 million contract.
And as I possibly indicated to you, I was no more pleased about that than anybody. The intention was to try and have 3 actuaries on our panel and use them as a combination of peer review actuaries and primary actuaries across our 3 schemes. That was how I had hoped things would play out, but in the contract negotiation, it did result in EY being the only organisation appointed under that contract.
So the questions that you were asked from the Public Accountability and Works Committee that you answered, your answer when you said you didn't instruct the Chief Financial Officer to cease further negotiations with Taylor Fry, and you've said no.
That's correct. I didn't instruct she sought The CFO had made that conclusion in conjunction with the DCS Chief Procurement Officer.
So you were waiting for me to come and ask you, okay, you didn't instruct, but did she ask you for permission and you've said yes? This is not really a fulsome answer, is it, Mr. Dent?
Well, yeah. Well, the question was, did I instruct her? And the answer is no.
No, but you knew what was being asked. Like
That
you
we can cease
gave her
contract
permission. So did you instruct her to cease further negotiations? No, but she did ask me for permission and I gave it.
Yes, that's right.
Right, but you didn't say that last bit.
Well, that wasn't wasn't the question. I'm sorry, you're asking the question now, so let me be clear.
Yep.
I did not instruct the CFO. The CFO was working with the Chief Procurement Officer of DCS on that contract negotiation. They formed the view that they could no longer continue the negotiation with Taylor Fry.
Right.
And then, as the delegation holder, I was asked, is it okay if we cease negotiations? Now, the outcome of that, of course, was that there was now, and I think my email in return said something to the effect of it was a disappointing or regrettable outcome.
Yeah, was there a management process for your conflict of interest? Was there some sort of a document drawn up or a...
No, there wasn't a formal document. It wasn't, quite honestly, at the time it hadn't been considered a conflict of interest. I worked for EY for 1 year in 2016.
But when the decision was made for you not to lead those contract negotiations and you were at pains to point out that you had not been involved in those negotiations. Was that not for conflict of interest purposes?
Well, I'm not involved in any of our procurement negotiations generally. As the delegation holder, I authorise procurement to be undertaken and provide the budget authorisation to the relevant officer. So I particularly wouldn't have wanted to be involved in that one, but I'm not involved in any of our procurement contracting processes outside of being the authorised delegate that signs off on the financial expenditure.
Can I ask, so Ms Hogan, was that you leading those negotiations?
No, it would have been, what I was going to say is that we have a Chief Procurement Officer who would have provided support and independent advice as to that particular process.
Okay.
So it's not, it is part of our processes whenever we're doing procurement of that nature to have procurement involved to ensure that independent policy advice is provided or that independent assessment is undertaken.
Would it have been usual for that person to have been consulted, and were they consulted in relation to ceasing negotiations with Taylor Fry?
My understanding is that was through the CFO working with the Chief Procurement Officer that they reached that conclusion. The procurement was over $1 million, so concurrence had to be achieved through the department. CIRA is only able to procure up to, I think it's $680,000 on our own. So yes, they would have been involved.
So from an outsider's perspective, if you were looking in, you've got somebody who, I know you're at pains to say that you only worked there for a year and it wasn't, but it was as a basically a government lobbyist within
No,
EY.
I totally reject that.
Okay, what was your position? Government?
I was I was the Director of People Advisory Services, and the title we used was Government and Public Sector Advisory.
Right.
I was a consultant, not a lobbyist.
Sure, okay. But in the government sector, that's fine, consultant in the government sector. You are in a position as the Chief Executive Officer at CIRA. A $12 million contract is signed as a result of a permission that you gave to stop negotiations with another entity. Just let me finish. Just let's build the picture. We then have the amount of that contract disclosed on e-tender at 9,200% under what it should be. It comes up as, a couple of 100,000 as opposed to the 12 million. What does that look like to the average person on the street, do you think?
And I think I said to you on the day, Ms Boyd, I completely understand why you would have raised that concern and were right to. And on that particular day, I learned that it had been inappropriately disclosed at $132,000 and said I had questions about that too. So I can see the picture you're trying to paint, and I don't disagree it's a picture that could be painted. What I'm trying to say to you, it's just not what actually occurred. And that's the fact. The fact is it was disclosed by human error by our department, not CIRA, by the department. That's now been corrected. And the other point I wanted to make is it's not a $12 million contract per se. There's a $12 million committed spend. It's a standing offer whereby we can offer any or no work as a result of that.
You've got no one else to offer it to. Thank you.
We can go to market. Chair, if you don't mind, we can go to market to use other actuaries if we choose to. And for example, Taylor Fry have conducted work for us. Deloitte are conducting work for us, and we're about to go to market for a peer review actuary as well. that is not EY. So we can use other actuaries, in fact, and do. The primary contract was only able to be awarded to EY.
Thank you. We now just have a very short break, and we'll be back at 3:45. And I will throw straight to the opposition for further questioning.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's back to me again, I'm afraid, but I'm just going to be very quick. Mine will be again for the Secretary and possibly the Commissioner. I'm just interested in, say, I'm going to talk about June again, sorry, just to be consistent. The quality support services that might go with the nationalisation. So I take, for example, food services. So those will, I imagine, all go from the local community because you'll centralise that?
Well, it's interesting you ask, because that's exactly the sort of thing that we need, I think, to speak to the Minister about during this period of 17 months. Because, as you say, it is a substantial proportion of money that's going to the community then.
Yeah, I suppose that's what I'm finding really hard to get my head around,
Yep.
because we're saying that we're going to keep the jobs and the intent is there, and I 100% believe your intent. I don't necessarily believe the Minister's, but, you know, we look at support services like HR, like compliance, like vocational services, food services, and that's not only the people providing the food, that's the shopping at the local supermarket.
Yep.
Because I presume it, and I don't know a lot about corrections, thank probably good. Really. But I know within health, like when we centralised all the food, like that means those local jobs and local services.
Yeah. Look,
if I can just, sorry, in terms of broad principle, and then I'll refer to Commissioner Corcoran. In terms of broad principle, I think it is the case that, so there are 36 prisons distributed across the state. It would be the case that there are some services that are centrally provided by the department, effectively from the city.
Understood, yes.
But it is also the case that a number of those regionally based facilities would procure locally and contribute to the local economy. I think it goes to the question of...
So it hasn't been decided yet, is what we're saying.
Well, what actually happens is all those services, buy-ups and food, are centrally provided to all facilities apart from the private sector facilities.
Yeah, okay.
They may wish to engage, us in buy-ups and things of that nature. But this is something I think over the next 17 months we're going to have a close look at. What happens in June.
Pretty important, I'd imagine.
When we go over to
I mean, I know what happened in Cooma when the jail was shot. And then, anyway, I'm also further advised, this is just my second question, that the likely unlock hours for the inmates will reduce from an average of 8 hours to between 2 to 4 hours per day, because that's what's consistent with Corrections New South Wales model?
No, that wouldn't be the case. What we were looking at was providing exactly the same operation at Junee as occurred now in terms of hours out of cell.
So your unlock hours would be what?
Well,
what's the standard?
if you look at our standard in maximum security, we're up around, just shy of 8 hours around the state, higher in minimum security. Some maximum security facilities are up very high, but it depends on, the staffing levels and so forth. So what we would be doing is replicating, what is going on at Junee at the moment.
So, Commissioner, when this happens, and over the next 17 months it's taken over, then we should absolutely see that the average of 8 hours for unlock hours for inmates will continue at Junee. That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah, that might come down a little bit because, there's the private sector have a capability of having different shifts than the public sector, but in general would be very close to that 8 hours.
But I'm sorry to press you on this, Commissioner. I really actually do understand the position that you're in, but I need to ask the question.
Sure.
And the question is, can you guarantee that those unlock hours will remain the same after it is nationalised?
I can't guarantee 100% that they will, but we will get as close as possible to that figure given our shift configurations that we've got.
And I suppose my final, just to wrap up, and Secretary, this might be more appropriate for you, but I think some very, I don't want to I think serious concerns have been raised. That's not meant to be an opinion. That's meant to be a statement of fact. And then I think that when we're asking these questions about staffing, about food services, about HR, about vocational services, and then about hours of being locked up as opposed to not, you know, how will the New South Wales Department of Corrective Services guarantee that these prisoners, the community of Junee and everyone are going to be better off? Because I can't see any evidence of that.
Can I answer it this way? The accountability to the oversight bodies, so the Inspector of Custodial Services, the Ombudsman, as well as the benchmarking and the data and a series of measures from across the system, those things are monitored, and they are comparatively monitored, and that will be the case with Junee to ensure that in terms of standards and care, that all of the evidence points to the prison working as it should be.
But Secretary, your job, as you said, will be to implement the government of the day's decision, and so then I suppose my question to you is that you have a job to do and you have a directive to take, but this is going to be a very difficult thing to guarantee, and this is going to be very difficult on a community. And for example, my question, Secretary, is can you guarantee that under the state system that there will be the same level of investment in things like, you know, building and funding a new dog park and other social investment infrastructure, that this company, who has been by all intents and purposes a very good global citizen and a very good citizen in Junee, will those things continue under this nationalisation for this community?
It would be irresponsible for me to make any guarantees, and I refer to my previous answer.
Okay. All right, Mr. Secretary, I guess what I'm really struggling with, and I really do genuinely appreciate the position that you're in, and I don't mean to be at all, you know, difficult, but it's just very, very difficult to see why we are trying to fix something that clearly isn't broken. But thank you.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. So, perhaps this is for Ms. Mildwater, just about the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner. What work had been undertaken by the Commissioner over the last 12 months or so?
The Modern Manufacturing Commissioner started in around September last year, 2022. Since then, what she had been doing is getting out consulting with manufacturing industries and starting the early work on a modern manufacturing strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Her appointment was one of the actions taken to follow on from the Modern Manufacturing Task Force work last year.
Mm-hmm. And that strategy work, has that been published anywhere?
No, the strategy work hasn't been completed. She has done early work on it, and it will now feed into our broader industry policy in the middle of next year.
Okay, so her work will be captured in that strategy?
Yes.
And what kind of, when you say she was consulting, what did that look like?
She actually went out and met with a lot of modern manufacturers around the state.
Mm-hmm.
She set up some, got them better connected, set up some networks for them. Some of that work will continue now, but is handed off to other organisations.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of the work that she did, as well as just gathering information about modern manufacturing around the state, and working with colleagues in other parts of government on particular pieces of procurement, such as in transport, which is now being carried forward by transport.
Okay, and those stakeholders that she was engaging with, will they have a single point of contact now, or how does that work?
So the manufacturing focus of our work now is slightly different. Obviously, Minister Hussos has now been appointed with a focus on procurement, government procurement and domestic manufacturing, and we will support her in that, but she has other parts of government supporting her as well. We're also in the restructure of investment. New South Wales, Ms. Knight was talking about, we have a team focused on industry support, and that will include people who focus on manufacturers across the state.
So have those stakeholders been informed that the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner is no longer acting in her role and there will be no role, and they've been given someone that they can get in touch with?
I believe Ms Emerson has been in contact with those stakeholders, yes.
So she was responsible for telling everybody that she's...
she wanted to lead her own stakeholder communications, and so she did that.
She sounds like a fabulous commissioner.
No, we did some other work. We did some other comms, but she wanted to be the one to let stakeholders know. So yes,
that is very good, very professional. And will the work that she did be credited in the strategy?
How do you mean?
As in all the work that she's done over the last 12 months that goes into that wider strategy. Will her work be specifically credited to her?
We work in teams. We don't actually have individual people write reports unless it's an independent report. Her work was done alongside other people, so we will definitely use that work.
Yeah.
But how it appears in the final stage is a few months away.
Okay. But will she be acknowledged, for example, in a report?
It depends on what the form of the final report is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Moving to, I guess, similar matters, you obviously referred to Minister Housos there, and she, in her budget estimates, was saying that actually some of the questions that the opposition was asking would be better directed to Minister Chanthivong. And I just wanted to understand why that is. What's the separation of responsibility there?
Between the two ministers?
Yeah.
I can certainly explain it as it has been communicated to us.
Thank you.
So Minister Housos is focusing on the government's procurement activity mostly, and so how to stimulate domestic manufacturing with a government procurement focus. That does mean she'll also be looking at how that procurement in particular can be used to create jobs and stimulate industry, whereas Minister Chanthivong comes at it from the policy end, so leading industry policy, identifying target sectors under that and what we might do, and then any industry interventions that are needed following on that. So any programming, that would be led by Investment New South Wales and by Minister Chanthivong.
So essentially Minister Chanthivong would kind of be directing Minister Housos?
No, they're focusing on different aspects of manufacturing. Minister Housos is driving on the procurement lever, and Minister Chanthivong is leading from the policy end and programming.
Okay, understand. So how are you working with Treasury to develop those plans or undertake this work?
Well, everything we do, we work with colleagues across government. In particular, on the policy work, we work with the Cabinet Office, who now lead policy, but Treasury is a key stakeholder.
So it's more with Cabinet than Treasury
on broader
this?
policy. Well, we always work with Treasury, but if it's a policy piece of work, then it's the Cabinet Office who are now sort of the lead partner agency in that.
Was that always the case?
Well, it's been the case since Department of Premier and Cabinet moved into the Cabinet Office and Premier's Department.
But prior to that, the work was with DPC, or was it more with Treasury?
Treasury have always been involved and still will be, and on the procurement piece, for example, they'll be a key, a lead in that. I think it's been in the reshaping of the Cabinet Office and the Premier's Department that the focus on policy out of the Cabinet Office has
been more centralised.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So who are those relevant senior officials in your department that are dealing with the industry policy? Perhaps just their job titles.
So we are still in the process of obviously rejigging both Investment New South Wales and a central policy team. But,
it'll be the Executive Director of Industry and Investment.
Okay. But that position hasn't been formally created yet?
It has been created, it has been filled.
Okay.
Has it been in it? I'm not sure.
We don't normally announce.
We're sort of mid-appointment process, if I could say that.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the discretion. So In terms of investigating the ways of implementing the government's policy commitment to redefine value for money to better capture wider economic benefits, job creation and industry development, what work has the department done to align with that election commitment?
Well, I'd say that's probably, I know Treasury are looking at the procurement guidelines, and the value for money framework forms part of those guidelines, so that's probably a question really for Treasury. Okay, yeah, and I suppose that probably the same is true of putting into law mandatory requirements about tender weightings for local content. That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Did you want to?
I can. Yeah. Yep. So if I could.
Thank you.
Sorry. Ask the building commissioner again. Sorry. So you have a budget, I think, of 27 million to establish the commission. How is that going to be spent?
23.8 actually.
Oh, okay.
So it's not 27. There's a list of published items, and I can just refer to those by breakdown with you. So that is going to fund additional people. It's going to fund the building of additional capability in digital, and it's going to support the next phase of Project Intervene. You need to see all of that in the context of the fact that there's about 410 people coming from fair trading into the Building Commission, so they're bringing their funding with them. So the Building Commission will have about 450 people in it from the 1st of December onwards, so there's additional funding to stand up some additional capability, but the lift and shift will basically be about 410 people coming out of fair trading, bringing their budget with them.
Oh, bringing it, so it won't be a temporary allocation, it'll be...
The 24 million is what's called the down payment on setting up the Building Commission, and I think that's a viable amount, because really we'll have between December and June next year to put those measures in place. And of course, the next phase of that will be the 24-25 budget. So we'll start our preparatory work on that. But I think the big task we've now got is to absorb 410 people.
Yes, it's a lot of people.
Work out how we're going to better utilise those people and actually go through line by line and have a look at the expenditure that comes with them. So this will be an opportunity to do a roots and branches review of A, what people are doing, and B, what's being spent.
And do you expect with those 410 people, would they be existing staff that are seconded, or some from fair trading, or newly recruited? And how long will they be employed for? What is their tenure?
These are permanent public servants, so 410 will be moved across the Building Commission.
Yep.
Of course, at any one time there are vacancies, and so I think they're sitting in the order of about 40. So we'll progressively backfill those, but it'll be just a case of taking the existing public service fair trading inspectors and staff related to building and moving them from fair trading into a Building Commission. So
absorbing, not additional.
Sorry?
So absorbing them, not additional. They're actually existing FTE that
correct.
You're absorbing.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's my view that when they're in the Building Commission, we'll probably restructure our strategic priorities, and I want to make sure that we can extract the best outcomes from those resources before we go back knocking on the door for more money. I think we really have a duty to say, are we deploying? Can we get better outcomes? And so I wouldn't be saying that we need more people at this particular juncture.
So restructuring strategic priorities. So that means you're going to, and sorry for my basic language, you're going to absorb all these positions into this next silo. So same number of positions, same amount of FTE, and then you're going to restructure and reorganise. So you might be getting rid of some of those people.
I
You
don't see
might
that.
be restructuring or changing their job description? So if they don't like what they're doing, then they go, but you'd replace that?
The position descriptions already exist, and so people are being matched in fair trading to all the position. Most of them will carry their existing position descriptions with them, but there is an opportunity for us now to use the legislation that we've been benefited with over the last 2 or 3 years to actually become far more front-end focused of where we apply our resources rather than back-end. So really the RAB Act and the Design and Building Practitioners Act, the Building and Developers Certifiers legislation, all of those things have occurred in the last 2 years. And I think what we've got an opportunity to do is to take an organisation that's really been doing business as usual prior to that legislation and saying, we now have these new powers and these new capabilities, so let's just align ourselves with those. And I'm quite certain the outcomes are going to be quite different.
Thank you. I've just got some further questions about animals in corrections. We were talking before about the Greyhounds as Pets program. I just want to know how that works in practice. So, where do the greyhounds actually live? Do they live on site or are they brought in?
Yeah, they do live on site. So there's a kennels on the site at Dilwunia, and I'm not 100% sure if they're still at Hunter. There was an incident there involving a greyhound, so biting someone.
Right, and what happened in that incident?
The dog bit someone. So
Right.
I'm not sure about that program, whether we are still running it there or whether we just put it on hold for a little while. But there's certainly kennels inside both those facilities.
Okay. Would you be able to find out for me what's happened with that program?
Sure.
And did that also, I know you said that that the safety of everyone's under Racing New South Wales in these programs, whether Racing New South Wales had any kind of report from that incident or follow-up?
Okay. Yes, we'll take that one on notice too.
Thank you. And if there is a report, if we could have that tabled to the committee, please. And I've got the same question around the thoroughbred rehabilitation program and how that works in practical terms.
Yes, we can take that one on notice as well.
Oh, okay. Are the horses on site?
Sorry, the horses are on site, yes. So it's a large farm, and the horses have got their paddocks that they run around in.
Okay, thank you. And who is, are the inmates full-time caring for those horses and greyhounds? Or
Yes, and we have officers that are there full-time, and they're the ones that interact with Racing New South Wales personnel.
Okay, and are they in charge of caring for those animals when Racing New South Wales are not at the facility?
Correct.
Thank you. In regards to research, earlier this year, Corrective Services New South Wales called for expressions of interest regarding a prisoner-accessible digital platform that's being established in New South Wales correctional centres with the ambition of transforming prisoner rehabilitation. Can you tell us a bit more about this work and what's hoped to be achieved through it?
I guess you're referring to the tablets that we have in the correctional centres?
It was just called the Accessible Digital Platform. I assume obviously it would have to do with the tablets, but I'm not sure if it was broader than that.
You know? Yeah, I'm not familiar with the term, sorry.
Okay. So it was something that came out through Corrective Services New South Wales. There was expression of interest that closed in June 2023. Maybe take that one on
yes,
on
we'll
notice.
have to take that one on notice.
Great, thank you so much. That's all right. My question is, can you let me know a little bit more about the work and what I hope it achieves? But also, has any further work been progressing on that project or any funding distributed for the work as well?
Okay, we'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll turn to Mr. Higginson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioner Corcoran, can I ask, what does happen at the Special Program Centre, the Long Bay Correctional Complex?
Yeah, that's a particular facility where we house people are under witness protection generally.
Okay.
So they're not identified by their names
Thank you.
in that facility.
Can I ask how many people are held there at the moment? Or, approximately this period of time?
Yeah. So it has a capacity of 60.
Right.
And at the moment, as of 1st of October, there were 37 people in there.
Thank you. Can I ask you, just in relation to access to programs within the corrections facilities, there's a lot of advocacy around having access within cells to psychological program assisting programs.
Yes.
And one of the resources available, I know that corrections offer programs, and often though that those programs are delivered in groups and with correctional services staff. Has corrections looked at the program's MindSpot? Is that one that you are familiar with and that you've assessed?
I'm not familiar with it, but what would be good if we could get Deputy Commissioner Martin.
Yeah, thank you.
Who is certainly expert in this field.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your time has come. Thank you very much.
Yay, I get a question.
Yeah. Oh, it's just, it's such an important topic, and would really appreciate it. Are you familiar with the program MindSpot?
I'm familiar with MindSpot, yes.
And is that something that you've assessed as whether it would be appropriate, or is there a comparative system service?
We've been looking at a range of different external agencies. MindSpot's one of them that we've been looking at in terms of how they could be made available to people in cell. And definitely we also need to look at what additional supports might be in place for such a service being made available into the future. Information from groups like MindSpot is available, but we're not having a service through tablets at this point in time. It's something for the future that we'll consider.
And so on that, how far into the future, and what's the sort of criteria that we're working on to assess when or if that will be available?
So some of the things that we consider with all the services and education on the tablet devices are security related, in terms of access for a service to be beamed in to a cell. We also need to look at should any conversations occur with the professional in a cell cause trauma, distress, anxiety. What are the wraparound support services available at that location to be able to assist the person, because that might be available at any time of day or night. We need to look at that too, to ensure that other risks aren't inadvertently raised that can't be responded to.
And so in terms of MindSpot, there's what in terms of so is MindSpot something you are considering?
MindSpot and similar agencies are things that we are considering.
Okay, and because I know that there's organisations that have done really, really comprehensive and good audits of these using expertise, and that MindSpot has some sort of what might be referred to as the passive resources, where they're locked in, you can't there's not any dangers in terms of external access. When you say into the future, what sort of timing are you looking at to assess whether something like that could be used and rolled out to tablets to individuals?
I can't give you a specific time at this stage. I can say in terms of the passive responses or interactions that you've referred to, during COVID, we did have information like that made available in cells through the tablets. So that includes different physical exercises, relaxation, meditation, generally coping with anxiety from an educational point of view. But we don't. I'm not aware of a specific timeline around bringing those in right now.
So if we had them during COVID, why can't we have them now, those sort of more passive ones?
Oh, I'm talking about not through the internet or beaming in a professional service. When I'm talking about those education materials, they're still there on the tablets. They're still there. What I'm talking about is the internet access beaming in professional service delivery.
Yes. And so is there anything... So at the moment, there's no direction on you as corrections to say, hey, by this date, we should be looking at having this to deliver to inmates. Is there any framework like that at the moment?
There's a whole wealth of information available on the tablets, and the scope of future services sits under Deputy Commissioner Luke Grant, who's not here today. So I'm not personally aware of particular timelines, but we can take that on notice.
That would be great, because I think, it's... No disrespect, obviously, to anybody in this room, but I feel like I know I was asking similar questions at budgets last year, and I know the person who was in my role before me was asking the year before, and I'm just wondering whether the future is beyond my lifetime when we will have these things. I'm sure it's not, but thank you. And so... I asked the Minister earlier, I'm not sure who this is most relevant to, but I asked the Minister earlier about whether there is a statewide alcohol and drug strategy for corrective services. And there was a report apparently compiled by an Alison Ritter and Liz Barrett, and that was a stocktake of all of those services offered by Corrections and Justice Health. And where there could be improvements. And I'm just wondering, is that something you're aware of? Is anybody here that's aware of that work that was done and where that got to or where it was up to?
Not aware of it, but Anne-Marie can give a rundown on all the programs and initiatives that we've got operating in the correctional centres at the moment.
Thank you.
So I'm not aware of that particular report.
Okay.
I do know that we are currently working with Justice Health around a collaborative strategy going forward. In terms of the particular initiatives available to people in custody, there's a number of those. Obviously, we've got the Compulsory Drug Treatment Centre. We've got our intensive alcohol and treatment programs, the IDAP program that's available to women as well as men on the Windsor complex. The Sydney Drug Court expansion is another initiative that's rolling out. Amongst our particular criminogenic programs, our programs that target the areas that have led to offending. We've got programs specific for alcohol and drug use, including a program for people on remand. We also work closely with Justice...
Sorry, can I just interrupt? With the remand program, is that new?
Oh, that's been in operation now for a couple of years, actually.
I wasn't aware of that.
It's a little bit different because our criminogenic programs generally require somebody to talk about their offence. So we haven't offered them as a whole for people on remand. But often people that have abused and misused substances have engaged in that behaviour for a large period of time. So we can talk about trends and drivers without asking them to talk about a particular offence and cause issues in the court process.
And what do you assess in terms of the uptake? Is your understanding that the uptake is high? Is it good? And what are the factors that drive inmates to uptake those programs?
The number of hours for our high-risk offenders participating in treatment has increased. I do understand in terms of the cognitive behavioural, the programs targeting behaviours and thoughts associated with behaviours has reached a large number of people. including over 10,600 people in the community over the 22-23 financial year, as well as over 3,200 people in the community. So it's continually to be pushed out and being made available.
Great, thank you. I briefly touched with the Minister earlier about what we do when people are leaving custody, and particularly in terms of a safe. Am I still in my time? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Particularly in leaving to a safe place of shelter. Is that something? Where are we tracking with that across the state?
Well, obviously it's not something that's our responsibility,
No.
but we are actively looking at that from a whole range of perspectives, and there's a number of programs that are in place. What number is that? Have we got that number? But we're also looking in our long-term planning at having an enhanced case management program pilot occurring, where we will be looking at working with people in custody to look at what their housing situation, employment situation is like, tracking them through their custodial journey into the community corrections space and beyond, utilising possibly NGOs. We're just going through that process at the moment to determine what it's going to look like in our final design bureau for that pilot. But we hope to have around 300 people on that pilot with a control group as well, so we can really establish how effective that would be. And we've been looking at what's been happening in places like South Australia, for example, with some great success that they've had in that area. So it's something that's very much on our radar.
What do you think, which is good to know,
Yeah.
what do you think about, do you have any way of knowing now, as a snapshot, what it looks like in terms of people exiting? Like, is there a question asked? Do you have somewhere to go? Do you have secure housing? And what do those stats look like at the moment?
Yeah, I couldn't give you those stats right. I don't have them here, but we're certainly are very aware of people coming into custody, whether they're going to be homeless, when they leave custody because of their situation. We're also engaged in a project to provide digital IDs to inmates as well, which has been something we've been working on for many years, but it's only just starting to come to fruition now with the, customer service and transport being our main allies in that very, very difficult space about getting ID for people coming out of prison. Almost 50% of people are leaving prison without an ID in their property, so it makes it very difficult to access any services. So we recognise that, and we're actively, trying to make sure that we can upgrade the number of people leaving custody with ID.
And so, do you collect all that data? Obviously, what does that look like in terms of? I'm really interested in how many people we think leave when in fact, how many people do we need to improve their position on leaving than in terms of where we're at now?
Well,
so I think what I'm trying to find out is, do you know how many people, say over the past 2 years, have left a correction facility and will be homeless, and how many of those have left without an ID, for example?
Yeah, well, we do know, as I said, there's about 50% leaving. We do know, I think last year there's something like 39,000 people left the prison system, so you're looking at 70 or 80,000 people that we would have to track in terms of where they were going.
But I suppose, so you ask the question, do you, when somebody's leaving, do you have somewhere to go, or do we just open the door and say, see you, mate?
Yes, that's probably closer to the mark.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, but it's something that we are really keen to understand. For example, in John Moroney, we have a situation there where it's mainly a remand centre, and we have a 5-day induction process, so that we really try to understand what's happening with that individual and what we can do for them to link them up with services. A lot of people, they might not be homeless, but they might be couch surfing, for example, and.
So why is that? So at John Moroney, why do you pick that one? You say
I picked that was because that was one of the centres that we market tested against the private sector, but we won that. The public sector won it, and we won it, I think, primarily on some of the innovative programs and that we were looking at there for remand inmates.
But is that because we were in a comp to win and we're not doing? That's what I mean. So if we're benchmarking John Moroney as well, that one won. What are we doing to bring up to standard all of the others? We've got a lot of them. There's 30 of them. We do have a lot of them, and a lot of them are mixed, sentenced, and remand. So when you look at John Moroney, not only are we doing a lot of the programs, those remand programs that Anne-Marie mentioned, but we're also employing a large proportion of those inmates in jobs that wouldn't normally be the case in a remand centre. Yeah. So it's quite a different, approach to remand facilities. But obviously, it's something that we will be looking at rolling out in other areas down the track. But I'm going to run out in 1 sec. An inmate asked to put my office phone number from Lithgow on their thing, and they were denied. Is that something that would surprise you?
Well, I don't know of any policy issue that would deny them. What, are you aware of that, Anne-Marie?
I am aware of that.
I'm sorry for all the letters, by the way. No, I'm not sorry, actually.
No, I am aware of that, and there were some concerns around the broader implications should that be moved across the system. In terms of being able to appropriately respond and give information to deal with concerns that might be raised. Happy to further review that. If I know that the time has run out, but if I may add on to a couple of the comments that the Commissioner just made in terms of the needs on release, I will just say two things. One is that upon intake into a correctional centre, we ask a series of questions. One relates to housing, which then triggers off a whole service and communication around whether that house can be maintained or not. The other is at the back end of a custodial sentence, we have an initiative called Nexus, which provides conversation around a range of needs in terms of housing, finance, employment, supports, a range of specific substance abuse type treatment needs. And then the person in custody then has follow-up conversations around how to have those particular needs met.
Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back to the funding for the startup hubs. I just wanted to understand the budget for the Western Sydney Startup Hub as well, if that's okay.
I can confirm that the Western Sydney Startup Hub has ongoing funding of $2 million over the next 4 years.
Okay. And what's that comparison to the previous? That was $2 million.
Well, it's only just opened actually, so but we fund that out of our OPEX budget.
Okay. So when was that announced? That was announced though under the coalition, the Western Sydney Startup Hub.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
The opening of the hub, yes.
Yeah. So I presume there was some money that was put aside to fund that setup?
Well, it's just part of our operational expenditure budget for Investment New South Wales.
Okay. So the Sydney Startup Hub has cuts that are essentially worth a third of their budget, and I was just wondering how that will affect their operations.
Sure. So there'll be no change to the hub opening. That we will continue to provide that affordable accommodation to our founders, our startups, and to the existing tenants we have in the building. So Fish Burners, Tank Stream Labs, Stone and Chalk. Yep. And what we will need to do is just be a bit more targeted with our programming that we provide. But we'll continue to provide the tech-ready women's support I talked about earlier, and the other programmatic support that we have.
So, do you know which things won't be available?
Well, we're looking at the moment for our forward plan on the programs that have been announced and that are ongoing and contracted will continue. There's no change to those. But with respect to our future programming, we're currently looking at that because a number of our programs go over 2 years. So we're looking at, the future plan.
Okay. I mean, $6 million is quite a lot and a third of that budget, as I said. So I just am trying to understand what the actual impact for founders and startups actually is of that $6 million loss.
Well, the decrease of 5.6, I think, will still allow us to do quite a lot of work with our founders across the Tech Central Scale-Up Hub as well.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm just trying to understand, as I said, it's quite a lot of money. So what happened with that money that won't happen now?
I mean, I honestly can't see too much of a change to the programming budget at this
So
time.
what was that $6 million doing?
That money was used for programs and events and providing accommodation to our startups, but we will just provide a little bit less of that.
So like essentially a third less?
Well, we'll still continue to cover the things that we have agreed to cover and announced. They will still be ongoing.
Okay. I'm just not really understanding how $6 million won't have a material impact on the programs and the services that are provided there.
I think the other thing to add is the budget's relatively new, so we're still working through across Investment New South Wales and across the 4 years, how we'll deploy that budget. So it might be that we can't give you specifics right now.
Okay. In terms of the grants process in general, would you acknowledge that there's been a lot of industry confusion since the government came in about what grants are available and how much and when they are closing and opening and how application processes are working?
I don't think I'd characterise it like that. I mean, the programs were put on pause and we've just reopened MVP Ventures, as you're aware.
Okay. So do you have a complaints or concerns process that you're kind of tracking at all?
Look, we received correspondence from the market, from industry, around various programs. And we also received lots of positive feedback, but we don't have a complaints handling hotline.
Okay. Do you think it would be useful for the Department or Investment New South Wales to have essentially a tally or some sort of record-keeping mechanism to understand where and when founders aren't actually very satisfied with what's going on?
Well, we have listened to the feedback of the founders, and you'll note that the MVP Ventures, the guidelines, the way that the applications are working going forward has changed as a result of the feedback we received. We now have a 2-stage process, which would hopefully reduce the administrative burden on applicants. But yeah, we continue to receive that feedback and incorporate it into the way we do things going forward.
Okay, but there's no actual understanding of how many concerns are being raised or about what programs or any sort of quantification of how founders are feeling about their dealings with Investment New South Wales?
Yeah, look, we interact with founders in multiple ways, at events, Spark Festival, at the Innovation Oz Award, in lots of sorts of environments, and in forums, and also by email. So look, there's lots of different avenues, and we deal with that feedback as and when it comes in. Okay,
but you're not really worried about any trends or finding information that kind of...
I think that's a bit of an unfair characteristic. We're not talking about millions of applications here. As Ms Knight said, we take quite seriously the feedback we get, and we have teams that are very outward facing every day. So we do take quite seriously the feedback that we've been getting, and we have adjusted our processes where we can, and we'll continue to make recommendations based on what we hear.
But doesn't the fact that those programs have been changed suggest that the feedback that's been provided is less than fabulous?
You can always improve grant programs and grant assessment processes. As Ms Knight said, one of the pieces of feedback we've taken very seriously is how the level of work required by a startup to put in an application, and we have heard that.
Yeah.
And so to the extent that we can continue to communicate with applicants and we can make it easier for them, we have been doing that, and we'll continue to take that feedback into account.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it does seem fair to me that an application process would be simpler given the grant value itself is possibly almost a tenth less than what it was previously. So I do appreciate that, and I'm glad you could clarify that for me. I just wanted to ask about this Innovation Blueprint Ideas Summit and really try to understand what that process is. What's the work that's going on behind that at the moment? I mean, what is the Ideas Summit and why can't it happen in a month's time, or why couldn't it happen in April? Why does it have to take 12 months?
Well, I can't speak to the 12-month period, but I can let you know that we want to do this properly. We want to consult in a meaningful way rather than doing it in a really short space of time.
So what does that consultation look like?
So the Idea Summit will be in February, and it will
Yep.
be the first of the engagement, the first of this series of engagement we had with the various parts of the sector, whether it's academics, whether it's founders, incubators, accelerators in the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
And so the plan is to bring everyone together, and then we'll share with them, a lot of the work that's already been done,
Yeah.
and then break off into various groups depending on the stakeholders involved.
Okay. And you said that the Ideas Summit is the first in a range of stakeholder engagement processes. So what are the other processes that are suggested?
In connection with the Innovation Blueprint.
Yeah.
So it's all tied to that.
Yeah.
We're still working through the planning stages for that, but it will be hopefully a really meaningful process for the community to get involved and hopefully bring everything together and look at a range of ways to support the innovation sector.
So the delivery of the Innovation Blueprint and that plan hasn't been finalised yet?
We're working on that now in the next couple of months, but then we head into Christmas and January, the shutdown period. So February is really the first available time that we can hold the summit.
Okay. So usually budget proposals by departments are kind of getting prepared really in October. You really want them to be in pretty early in the new year, at the latest, really.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you planning as a department to actually put proposals forward to the budget process when this Ideas Summit Innovation Blueprint situation is blowing out to apparently well after the next budget?
Well, we're still able to work on budget proposals now before the summit takes place, and we're working on those ideas and on areas that we may put forward for budget submissions.
So what are you basing those that budget proposal on?
As I said, we're working through those at the moment. We have a number of programs, in the market. We've got some great data, and that we'll continue to put forward for budget submissions as required.
Okay. I think my colleague has some questions.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I think it's to the Building Commissioner again. So during the election, the government promised to introduce, and this is to do with building certifiers, new stricter requirements on certifiers, limiting their work from a single building or developer to 50% of their total income. Have you been given any indication of when these requirements for stricter new and have been will be legislated?
Well, a lot of things get discussed during an election.
Of course.
And of course, when policies come forward, they come forward for advice from the officials. So in regard to private certifiers, we've really had to make it very clear that the performance of private certifiers has come a long way in the last 3 years, and that we also have gone out of our way to disabuse local government of the fact that a return to local government for certification is not practical or viable. So there's a capacity issue again, that if you sort of tried to put those constraints on, you'd have a capacity issue. We have also done an audit of 25 local government certified projects, and I can tell you that the results of those have been somewhat disappointing. So we've taken that up with local government. We're working across the whole performance areas of certifiers. I just wanted to say to you, though, that there's been really quite a significant shift in the role of certifiers in New South Wales. They really are focusing on the game much more than they perhaps were before the reform started in New South Wales.
So just on that, how many complaints in relation to building certifiers have been received and then investigated, and in that compliance action as a result?
Most of the certifier performances actually come from our own investigations and our own referrals to internal investigations. I just can't tell you how much the depth, when we're lifting and shifting these people from fair trading, we bring a lot of momentum across with us at that time. So since the RAB Act started in September 2020, there's been 446 audits affecting 29,000 apartments. And since the DBP Act, there's been 101 audits affecting about 10,000 apartments. All of these have been the basis of informing a completely new cohort of certifiers we'd never seen before. And I can tell you that there's quite a number of certifiers that are currently being performance reviewed, and you will have seen regular reporting on the Fair Trading website that in fact an increasing number are losing their certification. But I don't want to hit all of the certifiers on the head when they've misstepped, because some of them are very, very talented and they've just simply lost their way. So I'd rather reset them rather than push them out of the industry. But please be aware that there's been a huge amount of momentum built. So when we lift and shift these people from fair trading, they're well into building the momentum, and we'll build on that going forward.
So just on that question, can I open it up? Would the complaints also go through fair trading and then be referred?
So if I just deal with that, all of this is currently in fair trading.
Yeah.
So this will all come across to the Building Commission. So don't forget that we've had our staff in the Office of Building Commissioner of sort of under 20 for the last 4 years. And so really we've been an influencer, but now we'll be running the show in terms of the Building Inspectorate. So this is bringing together, I guess, a concerted effort from both the Office of Building Commissioner and the momentum that's been built up in fair trading over the last 3 years. So it's been, and the results are coming through, so I can tell you that there's been a significant shift in the number of reported defects in new bills since the legislation has come through. So we'll talk more to that in the coming month, but I can tell you that the work that's been done by these folk that are coming across has really started to change the dial.
And so do you know when the strict requirements will commence?
Well, the first thing we did back in 2021, I believe, is that we got Michael Lambert to come in and completely review the Certifier's Practice Standard, and we've produced a Certifier's Practice Standard, which is now the standard against which all certifiers are held accountable. Now, that's created a new performance benchmark for all of them, but that's been very well received and it's had a significant impact. Up until then, there hadn't been a standard. There is now. We've just extended that standard from Class 2 into Class 1. So I expect to see the same sort of rolling impact of that into Class 1.
Okay, thank you. Because I've got limited time, I wanted to now turn to corrections. And I see from a Boxer, like, little graph. So prison population has reduced by 1.4% from, say, September last year to this year. But what is concerning is that the remand population has increased, and so has the First Nation population. So I was just wondering, with the remand population, and you mentioned programs before, because when a person is in the community and subject to a sentence assessment report, they can go out and voluntarily engage with different service providers. How can someone who's on remand engage with, so that they can address some of their behaviours?
As I was mentioning before, we have to be really careful with people on remand that we don't ask them to talk about matters that are before the court.
No, but if they were, knew that something like, say, alcohol or drugs or mental health or any of those areas, do they have access to services? Like, someone in the community can go and voluntarily, but they can't when they're on remand.
Yeah. So when a person comes into custody on remand, that's the group we're talking about now, or everybody that comes into custody is seen by our services and program staff as well as Justice Health. Right? As a result of that, they identify some immediate needs as well as longer term needs that the person might have. Some treatment available through our colleagues in Justice Health related to alcohol and substance abuse include pharmacological treatments, say for somebody that is dependent on opioids, for example. I mentioned the Addictions Remand program before. That is something that we do offer. We do have psychologists employed by corrective services that are available. People on remand can volunteer to participate in work, and we've been seeing some great results by participating in vocational training and work, including a Boxar study on that, which has identified some significant findings associated with that. So in terms of allied health services, remand, substance abuse, willingness to engage in employment, work, and associated training with that, they're available to people on remand.
Thank you. And in terms of Aboriginal or Indigenous male, where that, what is corrections doing in closing the gap? And it might be something that you can't address because it's prior to them entering custody, but I'd like to know in terms of when they're in custody, what's happening.
Welcome. Oh, sorry. No, you go.
I was going to suggest that Mr. Thomas, you're available. So Brendan Thomas is the Deputy Secretary for Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes. His role extends arterially right through all of the services and the activities of DCJ, including corrective services, and he works very closely with the Commissioner.
Yeah, your observation around the trends in prison is right. So the Aboriginal prison population has grown through the course of the year, and 100% of that growth is remand. Mm-hmm. The likelihood of people being sentenced to prison following a conviction has actually dropped.
Yep.
So over the last 2 years, there's been fewer people sentenced to prison, and through that time, we've seen an increase in the number of people prosecuted by police to court. So that decline is actually bigger than it looks. But there has been a reasonable increase in the number of people on remand. There's a whole program of work going on to try and close that gap of people coming into the prison system through increasing ranges of diversion, particularly drug treatment and mental health treatment at courts. Mm-hmm. So access to drug treatment programs like Merit have expanded. There's expanding mental health liaison services at local courts, and we know they're diverting Aboriginal people from court at 3 times the rate of courts without those diversion programs. The drug court has doubled the number of Aboriginal people participating in it over the last 12 months, and that's a significantly important program that keeps people out of prison but reduces reoffending. The work the Commissioner spoke of earlier that corrections are doing is really heavily focusing on how to prepare people better for release and support them once they are released. The return to prison rate in New South Wales is considerably high. And for us to close the gap, we really need to bring that rate down.
Yep.
And just in conclusion, so one of the key factors that has led to the increase of the prison population in the last 10 years has been people sentenced for breaches of court orders.
Sorry?
Breaches of court orders, ICOs
yep.
and parole orders. And there's a significant body of work happening in community corrections, looking at all of their policy and procedure around how they manage offenders, and really managing offenders in very different ways that directly engages family and community to try and keep those people from breaching their orders. Yep. And I meet regularly with the Deputy Commissioner of Community Corrections every couple of months, and we track the performance by each Comcorp office about breach rates, looking at how we reduce the breach rate, increase the number of people successfully completing those orders. If we can really crack that, we'll have a good shot at closing the gap. But the big growth area is in remand.
And have you briefed the Minister?
We've provided written briefings to the Minister on closing the gap, and there is a meeting with him on Monday about it.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Just with that, Mr. Thoms, if you're happy to stay there, that would be great. Just in terms of, at the moment, across all correction centres, is your view that there are accessible, culturally appropriate programs for First Nations inmates?
There's a range of programs available variously across different correctional centres, and Assistant Commissioner Martin can give you some more detail about which ones are available where than I can. Part of the Closing the Gap plan is to increase the level of participation in those programs from Aboriginal inmates in two ways. One is to increase how many people are getting into those programs, and then to make sure they're successfully completing those programs. There is a way to go to make sure there's more people in those programs than there are at the moment. As we mentioned earlier, a big challenge is the remands population. So about 40% of the Aboriginal people in prison are on remands, and just under half the Aboriginal women in prison today are on remand. That cohort of people comprises people that are in there for reasonable periods of time, and people that are only in there for short periods of time. And often it's not known when a person is going to be released, when they may make a successful bail application, and they're kind of out of prison before, in really short periods of time without a lot of preparation being able to happen. And there is a challenge of those people getting into programs. We're working with Justice Health to make sure that there are better health services and diversion services available at the point of bail application, so that we can try and get more people appropriately out on bail and into programs at the start. Our colleagues at the Legal Aid Commission have also established a fast-track Supreme Court bail service for Aboriginal women to try and get more people appropriately out on bail. And we've got a task force about to start in the coming weeks looking at all Aboriginal women in prison and their housing circumstances. So a task force of corrections staff, some of my staff, housing staff, lawyers and social workers to say, what's the circumstances for these women upon release? How many have difficulties accessing housing, either from housing-related debts, black bans and those kinds of things, and to try and resolve those things prior to those women getting out, so we can get as many people out successfully and housed as we possibly can. That's about to commence in the coming weeks.
So with First Nations women and remand, are we seeing that, obviously sensitive to the issues around, disclosing information and putting those women at risk of incrimination, etc. Is some of the gaps, are they questions of resourcing in being able to better assist those women on remand? Some of the things obviously you're talking about are very good. Do we need to increase those things, or are there barriers to, for example, saying every single First Nations woman on remand is getting all of these things as a minimum? What are the barriers to that?
Part of the task force that we're talking about setting up is to do exactly that. So what are the needs of those First Nations women who are currently in custody, not only those remandees, but those who are sentenced looking at getting out? And what can we do to make sure that they get the services that they need, particularly around housing and supports on release? There's increased services in women's prisons for those women who have children in out-of-home care. And that service has been quite successful, and it's predominantly providing a service to Aboriginal women. But there's always more we can do, and the work the Commissioner talked about that pre-release program, which is hoping to commence next year, we'll do a lot of that work.
And so are those services that are they mainly Aboriginal controlled organisations, or are they not? Is there a kind of absence of them in the space, or?
It's a variety. A lot of in-house correctional services are the services at the moment.
How many First Nations people are employed currently in corrections?
Well, 3.2% of our workforce. But in our strategic plan, we hope to increase that to 8% by 2030. So we've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, is it a good goal? I'm curious, genuinely. I know that is a goal of every workplace, and it should be. Is there anything, has the work been done around the cultural appropriateness of increasing the work, the percentage of First Nations people in the custody system?
Do you want to respond to that?
I was just going to say it's a tough place for Aboriginal people to work.
Absolutely.
The prison system is very tough. It's tough personally, it's tough from a community pressure point of view. We do have hundreds of Aboriginal people in the correctional system at the moment, And correctional officers are only one of the careers that they're involved in. We've got lots of program-related staff, professional staff. You know, I think there's some psychologists and others. We've even got some senior executives. I think there's 3 Aboriginal governors at the moment.
That's right. Yeah.
So making sure that those employment opportunities are broad and fulfilling for people is really an important part of recruiting more Aboriginal people into the correctional system. But it is a tough place to work. Yeah. And it's hard to get large numbers of Aboriginal people to want to work in the correctional system because of the historical experience people have.
Yes, it's something that we need to work with DCJ, because talent acquisition is a DCJ function, you know, the shared corporate services. So that's something that we're really going to be focusing on over the next few years to make sure that we have appropriate ways of getting people into the workforce, culturally appropriate ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of the, is the overarching objective as you as Commissioner ultimately to be looking at how we can close parts of our prisons down because we don't need them anymore? Or is that something that is just out of your control because you just have to deal with what comes to you?
Well, you know, we do have way more beds than we require at the moment, so you know we have to keep those facilities operating. I think, you know, in case we get that surge in numbers that Boxar predicts over the next 5 or 6 years. But nevertheless, you know, ultimately our goal is to reduce reoffending, and that would mean, you know, reducing the numbers of people in prison.
And I think last time we spoke at one of these places, we were talking about those Victorian era facilities. How are we going with those? Are we still giving them resuscitation and keeping them going, or are there parts of those that we're closing down or restoring? Or
at this stage, they're operational, and I have close certain parts of the prison system because, for a variety of reasons, just to make sure that we've got enough staff to run other parts of the system.
I think we were, that we were talking about, and you were acknowledging some of the terrible circumstances around the facilities at Goulburn, I think it was.
Yes.
Have we changed that? Because, I mean, I think they were pretty horrendous.
They're still in operation.
Wow.
Yeah.
And are we still talking about one toilet outside and that sort of thing? It's still a similar situation, or have we improved anything?
Showers, you mean showers?
Yeah, showers,
outside?
yeah.
Yeah, there's still showers outside.
Okay. Thank you. And so at the moment, there's still, we're hearing inmates complaining about the shortage of clothing. Is that something that happens still?
It shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the case, then, you know, we would like to be in a position. We certainly have mechanisms for inmates to report that sort of thing through, and for us to take action as an agency to make sure that those things are rectified. So we do have a corrective services complaint line that the inmates can access.
I was going to ask that. So what is the current complaint system, both for, you know, for an inmate and an officer? What's the procedure and how do you deal with those?
Well, there's a number of ways that inmates can complain to confidential sources, through official visitors, through the Ombudsman, the Commonwealth Ombudsman. And we've got this complaints line as well, which they can complain to. And
so that's what I mean. So the complaints line, like, if I'm in Lithgow now and I'm really impacted, what would I do if? And I felt that I couldn't tell the staff that I'm seeing on a daily, weekly, monthly basis.
Well, those are the mechanisms that I talked about. But we're, you know, as an executive, looking at how we can improve the capability of, you know, staff and inmates, you know, putting complaints forward about what's happening in facilities. As you would be aware, we've got that inquiry going on. We're actively, you know, listening to everything that's happening and thinking about how, as an executive, we can respond to that as quickly as we can.
So at the moment, if I'm in Lithgow, other than write a letter to my office, what could I, which genuinely, what could I do? I would have to tell somebody in the facility, the correction prison would know.
Mail, for example,
Yeah.
that goes to certain areas is not able to be opened. They can also talk to their legal people, to legal advisor, which wouldn't be monitored, and they could get messages through that way.
Yeah. And what do you do, like, what do you do in the circumstance? So if there's been circumstances where I've received a complaint and I've then written to you or the minister, and then I've heard that person got punished for making that complaint. How do we address that? What do we do?
Well, those sort of things would normally be investigated. That's definitely not what we want to occur.
So we just have to kind of go through that process and follow it up, and
follow it up. But as I said, as an executive, we're looking at ways where people can complain without retribution. That's definitely something that is very much on our radar at the moment.
Because it's happened on a number of occasions, and it gets to the point where you feel that, advising the inmate to go through a particular process, I feel negligent. I feel like I'm causing harm by using these systems. Then we start to lose trust in those systems.
Yep.
I'm suggesting to you that, that is still happening.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what to do about it, other than to keep going and have to live with the fact that I'm probably causing harm to somebody trying to help them.
That's the last thing that any of us want. We would like to make sure that complaints are treated appropriately and dealt with appropriately at every correctional centre. We've got a program, another program that we're looking at the moment is having a look at how we can change the way relationships occur within correctional centres between staff and inmates, between inmates and inmates. And
sort of more like cultural reform?
Yeah, cultural reform. Yep. And we've got about 6 centres at the moment that we're working on to really supercharge that.
Can I ask which those 6 are?
Yes, those 6 are. Where are they? Lithgow.
Yep.
Goulburn.
Yep.
Dilwyn.
Yep.
Hunter.
Yep.
St Heliers.
Yep.
And MSPC out at Long Bay.
Thank you. What does the current stat look like of the number of officers upon inmate assaults complaints at the moment?
So that's assaults on
inmate
inmate on
staff
on inmate. You say.
Officer upon inmate assault, and then vice versa.
Well, let me see. It is somewhere in here. Ronnie, have we got...
It's reported in books, but they don't even report the serious ones.
Right. So we haven't got them in here? Apologies, I don't have that there. It's on ROGS, but we will get back to you with the data.
Thank you. And I don't, honestly, I don't think anybody expects you to always have all the data we ask for. It's such a random thing sometimes, isn't it? And we apologise for that at the outset. It's a strange process. But if it is possible to take on notice,
yes,
what and perhaps what the number looks like now compared to similar time last year, and how we're tracking. So, and both ways, assault complaints on inmates and assault complaints on officers. Thank you. I would just like, if it's possible, when somebody comes in the intake process, what are the sort of things in terms of the the criminogenic kind of aspects that we're assessing when somebody comes in? Is there a psychological assessment for every intake?
Yeah. Look, I might just get Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
So in terms of, thank you for the question. In terms of assessments on intake, the assessments are undertaken dependent upon the service or the need that a person has. So it's different for a person on remand versus a sentence cohort. Right? For a sentence cohort, we undertake assessments that look at general risk of reoffending. So areas commonly looked at within that in terms of past offending, did that involve somebody that they know, the pattern or the history of prior offences, did it involve an element of violence, do they generally have a criminal sort of social lifestyle prior to coming in, what's their levels of support.
And so does every single person go through
No.
this? No. Okay.
Not for every single person. So in the first instance, I'm talking about people that receive a custodial sentence, right?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I mean every single person that is not on remand. No.
No.
Yeah.
So then it also depends on the length of the sentence that they get.
Yeah.
Because for most of our programs, we'll need at least 3 months
Yeah.
in order to deliver that in totality, right? So generally for a person that has a custodial sentence of less than 6 months, they get more of a service plan around education and linking them to particular services versus longer. They can get access to the broader programs that I mentioned before. And the type of program is dependent upon these particular general and specific assessments that are undertaken.
Thank you. So if somebody somebody is coming in for a 3-month sentence for the first time ever, they would sort of slip in and slip out within the 3 months, do you think?
It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. So it would depend on the type of offence that they're coming in for. That's one thing, and their history that would influence when they go in.
So who sets that criteria? When did that get set, and who set that? Those, like, are they a bit like sort of standard operating procedures? Is there a thing that?
Yeah, so in our services and programs area, there's a whole triage and framework that enables pathways depending to sentence length as well as risk for a plan to be developed.
Okay, thank you. And so before, when you were talking about the programs, and there's a suite of programs, how they're clearly not available to everybody. So what would you? How many people do you think access programs, or what percentage of the entire prison population that wants to access a program gets to access a program compared to those that there isn't a program available to them?
Okay. So firstly, it's not really about wanting to do a program, because we know from the research that, for lower risk individuals, if you put them into intensive programs, it can actually cause more harm than good. So it is really based on the level of assessed risk, and there is an element of judgment around that. I'll need to take it on notice in terms of the actual numbers, in terms of demand supply around the question that's been asked.
Because I get a lot of, I really wanted to do this, I wanted access to that, and I just couldn't, and it goes on, and year after year, and somebody just can't access something that would appear to be quite basic, or not, well, I shouldn't say basic, something that would seem that they ought to be able to access. I asked the Minister, I've got like 10 seconds, a really simple example, somebody who was undertaking a bachelor degree in a university, they had to withdraw and pull out because corrections wouldn't provide them access to printing materials, and there was no access online. Do we think, is that satisfactory?
How long ago was that? Do you know?
Earlier this year.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, because we are actively pursuing that higher education
Yeah.
in a number of facilities, and Deputy Commissioner Taylor is responsible for that area, but he's.
So if something like that did happen again, and that came to my attention, I really should push that, because that's something you're committed to making sure. Yeah. Great. Okay. I'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The Honourable Jackie Munro.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask one quick question so it didn't have to go into supplementaries. Ms Knight, I was just wondering, with that innovation blueprint planning, what kind of ministerial involvement has there been in terms of directing that?
We've had briefings with him over the last few weeks on that, and we're sort of forming that up and getting his thoughts on who and when and how and what that summit should look like, that idea summit should look like.
Okay. How many meetings have occurred about that?
Oh, I don't know, we meet.
I mean, we have regular weekly meetings in the diary, aside from then the specific subject matter meetings, so it's probably been discussed in separate subject matter meetings as well as in every weekly meeting for a few weeks, in terms of specific logistics planning. Yeah.
A few weeks.
Not the idea, but the logistics planning has been going on for a few weeks now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, we've still got 4 minutes. Oh, okay. Go. Thank you so much.
Just one.
Yeah, please go
Can
ahead.
I just clarify that you said you had briefed the Minister on Aboriginal deaths in custody?
Sorry, on the Closing the Gap.
On Closing the Gap. Have you briefed the Minister on Aboriginal deaths in custody?
No, not specific.
But you have done on the previous. So sorry, can you just clarify what you have briefed the Minister on in your role? It's not a trick question, it's just an honest question.
New South Wales has what's called a Closing the Gap plan.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that. Have you briefed, I honestly am, have you briefed the Minister on it?
Written briefs, yes.
Yeah. Written briefs, yeah. Okay.
And they've got a meeting on Monday.
Yeah, okay.
So-
All right, no, thank you for clarifying that.
Just going back to the innovation blueprint, who came up with the idea for an innovation blueprint?
The Minister did.
Okay, and what were his, did he have a timeline that he put to you about the innovation blueprint? About the delivery?
We've been working through that, I guess, in amongst a number of other, policy work that we're working on at the moment, a new trade and investment strategy and an industry policy. So it's been part of a package of policy work that we're doing.
Okay. And I actually had a question for Mr. Thomas as well about alcohol and other drug rehabilitation programs, and how many are actually created and run by First Nations people, because I'm aware that about 5 years ago there were none. And I'm talking about specific programs for Indigenous people.
There are very few Aboriginal community-controlled drug and alcohol treatment programs.
Mm-hmm.
They're almost exclusively funded by New South Wales or Commonwealth Health departments rather than the justice system. Mm-hmm. The drug treatment program I referred to earlier is a program called MERIT, which stands for Magistrate Early Referral into Treatment Program.
Yep.
Some of that's provided by NGOs, some of that's provided by local area health services, and it varies from location to location. And some of those MERIT programs do involve people accessing Aboriginal community-controlled drug and alcohol treatment services, but there are not a lot of them.
Okay, and do you think that that's impacting the outcomes of those programs? Or if that's an opinion, do you think that there is a difference in the success rate of the programs that are Indigenous created and run?
There was a difference in the, if you take MERIT for example, there was a gap in the referral into the MERIT program.
Mm-hmm.
But that's closed in the last 12 months, so we're seeing Aboriginal people, defendants at court, referred into MERIT at the rate at which they appear in court.
Okay.
But the completion rates are still lower.
Right.
So the rate of dropout of that MERIT program is higher for Aboriginal inmates, for Aboriginal people, than it is for the general population, although that gap is closing. And it's got to do with a range of factors: the suitability of the program, the availability of the program, the criminogenic factors of the individual involved, I think if there are more Aboriginal people involved in running those services, they would be more successful.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And just in the 30 seconds, I'm sorry I'm going back and forth, but just going back to the briefing sessions on Investment New South Wales and innovation, that kind of thing, did you brief the Minister on the MVP Ventures grant?
Yes, we briefed him during the comprehensive expenditure review process.
Yep, and more recently, given the announcement on Monday?
In relation to reopening it, yes.
Yeah, and the changes in the requirements and the application and the amount of money.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your honesty. I know it's a weird situation to be in when your budgets are being cut and you've got to kind of defend the policies, so I appreciate you coming here and answering so forthrightly.
Mr. Higgs, did you have any further questions?
No, I'm very grateful to everybody. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Government questions?
No questions, but only to agree with everyone to say thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's been great. I mean, even though we haven't asked questions as government members, it's been very enlightening. So thank you very much for all the work.
Ms. Hogan?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Last week you indulged me in my second last ever estimates to thank everybody in Minister Dibb's portfolio. Today's my last ever. Fingers crossed. I just want to thank...
We're calling you back.
If I may, it would have to be in the next 2 weeks. If I may just thank all teams across Better Regulation, Fair Trading, the Building Commissioner, Sarah and Safe Work, who've been appearing next door, for all of their incredible commitment, contribution during my time as Secretary in the last 4 years. They really are incredible people, and I wanted to note it on the record. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work.
What a poor place we'll be without you. All that stuff you did.
And thank you to everyone else in attendance today, and thank you for all the evidence that you provided. The committee secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions on notice or if there's any further questions from the committee, and thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.